Ladies and gentlemen, heartfelt welcome to all of you. A warm welcome on behalf of the Budapest Forum, which after the successful inaugural Budapest Forum, which was organized in 2021, now again is here. I would like to extend the heartfelt welcome to everyone here. Obviously, first and foremost, the municipality of Budapest, as one of the organizers, the Political Capital Institute and the CEU Democracy Institute. Obviously, I would like to extend a warm welcome to members of the diplomatic corps here. And last but not least, of course, heartfelt welcome to members of the press. We are going to change our program a little bit today, but let me first introduce myself. My name is Alex Lawani. I'm going to be the master of ceremony or the moderator at this event. We're going to change the order of speeches, the opening speeches, and without further ado, because of some time constraint, I would like to announce our first speaker, who is going to be with us online, Shalini Randeria, the president and rector of the Central European University. This is going to be the first opening speech. Without any further ado, I would like to give the floor over. Thank you very much, President and Rector, for being here with us.
Thank you, and a very good morning to all of you, and my apologies for not being with you in person, because as you know, the CEU has a divided home. You are at our original home in our beautiful buildings in Budapest, and I'm in our new home in Vienna, where we have been forced to relocate since several years. I'm delighted to welcome all of you, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to the second Budapest Forum. The key concept of the forum, as you know, this year is the sustainability of democracies and the sustainability of the natural environment in which these democracies are to flourish. The Central European University is a natural home for these conversations and an informed debate about sustainable democracies. We are really pleased to be working with the Mayor of Budapest and the Alliance of Free Cities to bring all of you together, all who are stakeholders in this discussion about democracy, how to protect it, how to deepen and further it, and how to secure its future. So we have politicians among you, we have policymakers, we have civil society actors, we have scholars and representatives of the media. Our effort is here to foster a more inclusive and democratic society in all parts of the world, wherever democracy is under threat today. The question is, why are some democracies more resilient to crises, to sudden and dramatic changes in their environment than others? Why can some be more dramatically weakened by extreme forms of political polarization? And what makes some democracies more resistant to demagogues and to the lure of strong men, mostly men, who promise all kinds of things which they do not then deliver? How can we strengthen the hold of democratic principles and institutions, democratic values in societies to cope with the complex social and political economic problems that our societies are facing? And what could we do to nurture democratic practice? Because democracy is not just a matter of norms, values, principles, of liberal institutions, and the rule of law, but democracy is very much a matter of daily practice. And this is why I think to think about democracy at the local level, at the level of society, at cities at which all of you are working to strengthen it, is a very, very important level, because it is a level of face-to-face participation of the daily practice of democracy in our lives. From the family to the neighborhood, learning to live with differences, learning to tolerate and to respect other opinions and views, but not just online or not in the virtual space that so many of us engage with democracies these days, also not in the larger space of the imagined community of the nation, but very much in the small space of the city. And I think that is why the discussions here are crucial. These are some of the questions which are being studied by the researchers of our Democracy Institute in Budapest, and these will be explored by you as the participants of the Budapest Forum. Democracies only work when there are citizens, participants upholding democracies, and the sustainability of democracy depends on whether there are and how strongly there are Democrats among us. So we have some very worrying trends with a lot of young people over the world thinking that there is a greater need for strong leaders rather than democratic leadership, which they see as weak, especially when it comes to urgent issues of climate change. 1/3 of Americans almost agree, 33% actually, that it's better to have a strong unelected leader than a weak one who is elected by the people. Of course, as you can imagine, those who are likely to vote for the Republican Party are more likely to agree with this than Democrats. And all these trends are certainly not good news for democracy. Since the 2020 US presidential elections, illiberal right-wing populist incumbents, but some left-wing populist incumbents as well, have been routinely suggesting that they can only lose the next election due to electoral fraud. Therefore, they prefer to guarantee their electoral victories by all means possible, including strategic legal reforms, gerrymandering, propaganda, intimidation of voters, voter suppression, and all of this, which is not lost on many of us as independent observers. In the upcoming Brazilian elections in October, they are not only overshadowed by violence, but also rumors of plots and coups by pro-Bolsonaro supporters. At the same time, across our own borders, Democrats literally have to fight for their freedom, and they are really fighting also for our freedom and for democracy in their country, Ukraine, but also for our democracies. And while they carefully document on the side the atrocities they are suffering at the hands of the ruthless troops which have invaded their country since half a year. When the Central European University awarded its Open Society Prize this year to the 5 a.m. Coalition in Ukraine, it's a network of NGOs which is documenting war crimes, we celebrated their courage, their spirit of fraternity that animates this historic effort. In Hungary, I know that thousands of students continue to protest for the freedom to learn, a freedom that depends, among so many things, on their teachers being paid a decent salary. At the CEU, we know only too well that academic freedom is fragile. Education is a key resource for democratic sustainability. Schools are meant to provide young persons with knowledge and skills that don't lose their value in a rapidly changing environment. And this is only possible with teachers who are rewarded adequately for their commitment to the future of our children. And these students who demand a better present are the future of democracy. The European Parliament's resolution finding that Hungary does not deserve to be called a democracy is a major landmark. It showcases the efforts of elected representatives who make the most of their office, but equally importantly, I'd like to emphasize the resolution calls attention to the adverse impact of inaction, trepidation, lack of leadership by the highest institutions of the EU itself. At the CEU, we know very well that this European Parliament resolution would not have been possible without the sustained efforts of civil society members and organizations. Those of you who kept monitoring the rule of law backsliding in Hungary over the past decade, those of you who kept up the pressure, those of you in the media who highlighted these efforts, all of this despite being stigmatized and demonized by illiberal political forces in the country. It is for this very reason that the European Parliament called on the Commission, and I quote it, to adopt a comprehensive civil society strategy for the protection and development of civic space within the Union that integrates all existing tools and outlines a set of concrete measures to protect and strengthen civic space. And that is something, end of quote, and that is something which is precious, and I think it needs to be cultivated very much at the level of the city. The Budapest Forum is a space where concrete steps towards all this kind of protection and strengthening of democracies can be discussed, to strengthen civil society, to strengthen the spirit of democracy, to rescue democracy in the very heart of Europe. I wish you all the best for your discussions, and I really wish I could have joined you, but I very much hope I'll be there with you next year. Wishing you all the best for your deliberations, and thank you very much for being at the Central European University this morning.
I would like to thank the President and the CEO for being here with us, at least in spirit and heart. And of course, we are also grateful that we can be here at the Central European University. Now, I was going to make a bit longer introduction, but since there was a certain time pressure, the President and Rector had to leave. This is why we changed the order of the speeches. And of course, now everything was said, what I was going to say in this respect. As the President and Rector said, we are going to focus again on the sustainability of democracies and that of the environment. And therefore, I would like to invite our next speaker, who is going to be Mr. Benedek Jávor, head of the Brussels representation of the Budapest City Hall. I'm going to give the floor to him. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me to warmly welcome everyone who join us today and tomorrow to this second edition of the Budapest Forum on behalf of the co-organizer Municipality of Budapest. The title of the series, Building Sustainable Democracies, is a clear commitment of our beloved city. There are two extremely highly timely issues addressed with this event today and tomorrow: the democratic and the climate crisis. How to protect and promote democracy against trends of illiberalization and autocratic turns. What can be a democratic, credible offer against extreme right populism, EU skepticism, or even against trials to legitimize war as means to achieve highly questionable goals? But also, how can we step up against the burning climate emergency and climate crisis under heavy time constraints, pressure from Russia, and amidst a social disintegration? We are seeking answers to these questions in the next 2 days, together with excellent speakers, decision makers, experts, and politicians, with our partners. But while the Budapest Forum is indeed a flagship initiative of the city of Budapest to promote democratic values, it's not the only one. Since December 2019, stemming from a cooperation of the 4 Visegrad capital cities, but by now having close to 40 members from all over the globe, the Alliance of the Pact of Free Cities continuously steps up and speaks for the same values on the European and the global level. Next week, these members of the Pact of Free Cities will gather in the wonderful city of Prague, which holds the rotating presidency of the Pact this year, for our annual meeting as part of the program of the Czech EU presidency. In February next year, in cooperation with the city of Brussels, we organize a high-level conference at the stunning City Hall of the city of Brussels, addressing the rule of law problems and ongoing discussions in the EU and the potential role of the cities to the protection of the rule of law and the fundamental European values. And we not only speak here in the city. When it comes to the climate crisis, Budapest applied for and were selected to be one of the 100 climate-neutral European cities by 2030 in the EU's Horizon mission, and we are committed to make everything we can to be there by 2030. Because we truly believe that our future must be sustainable and democratic at the same time. How to arrive there? That's what we are eager to hear in the next 2 days from our fantastic speakers. And also, finally, I would like to say thank you to our partners who contributed to the organization of this 2 days Budapest Forum, the Henrik Böll Foundation, the Friedrich Ebert Stiftung, the German Marshall Fund, the Erste Foundation, Green European Foundation, the Open Society Foundation, and the Green Group in the European Parliament. They all made a huge job to make this possible today. And once again, welcome everyone to Budapest, our city, and enjoy our forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Benedek Jávor, head of the Brussels representation of the Budapest City Hall. And of course, I'd like to correct my previous mistake when once I said the thanks to the President CEO instead of the President and Rector of the University, which is obviously the appropriate title. Again, without any further ado, I would like to give the floor to our next speaker, Mr. Péter Krekó, the Director of Political Capital Institute, Senior Fellow of CEPA. Peter, please, the floor is yours.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear excellencies, dear speakers, dear participants, I had to adjust the mic to my height. So, Budapest might be not a trivial place to organize a conference on democracies these days, but we are up to this challenge, and I'm pretty happy that last year we set the goal to organize this conference or make it a kind of tradition, and I can tell so far that at least in this, until the second year we have succeeded. So hope we won't disappoint anyone, but this conference will not be about the political debates in Hungary, and there will be a panel on democratic backsliding in Hungary, but what we are going to discuss today are more geographically abroad and also topically a quite diverse set of issues. We put it under the name of umbrella of sustainable democracies, but we could even separate the two parts. Today there will be more discussions that are focusing on issues around democracy. Tomorrow we will have more panels that are discussing the issue of sustainability. But of course, the two are interlinked in several points as the panels will and the speakers will tell us. We are really happy for all the speakers who accepted the conference to come here and discuss the issues that we talk about. These discussions are open-ended. And we would like to collect the best practices and thoughts and highlight some promising practices as well, instead of just being involved in doomsday scenarios and talking about the very dark tendencies of today. There are some very dark tendencies of today, and some of our speakers, for example, from Ukraine, Taiwan and Hong Kong, will talk about their experiences and tell stories about oppression, persecution, but also genocide. On the other hand, we would like to have more discussions on how to push back the autocratic threat and the autocratic challenges, and also to talk a bit from the perspective of maybe a bit of stronger democratic West than it have used to be. So we are rather optimistic in the sense that the challenges that we face today and even the war we have in our neighborhood have rather strengthened the unity of the Western democratic world, even if it's sometimes more difficult to see from here, from Budapest. We are grateful for our partners and supporters, and I would like to extend my gratitude and thanks for CEU Democratic Institute for being our partner in this conference, as well as the municipality of Budapest, and thank you also for Mayor Karácsony for being with us here today. Political Capital Institute is an institute that have that has a strong commitment to values such as parliamentary democracy, free market, and Euro-Atlantic foreign policy orientations, and these will be the guiding values of our discussions today as well. I would like to also repeat what Benedek have already said. Thanks for the partners who helped us to organize this event, Henrik Böll Stiftung, Friedrich Ebert Stiftung as our strategic partners, and Open Society Foundations, German Marshall Fund, Erste Foundation, Green European Foundation, NATO, and the Greens group in the European Parliament, as well as the Taipei representative office in Budapest. Without them, this conference wouldn't have been organized. And this conference is going to be a diplomatic one on the one hand, and I'm really happy to see so many ambassadors here. Also, there will be an ambassador roundtable soon, but it will also be a bit of undiplomatic one, because we will not be shy to call out by name the enemies of freedom, the enemies of democracy, and the enemies of peace, such as, for example, Russia and China these days. So enjoy the 2 days of conference, and welcome everyone.
Mr. Peter Krecko, Director of the Political Capital Institute, thank you very much for that. And you already thanked a lot of partners and also thanked our mayor, Mr. Gergely Karácsony, for the contribution. And I would like to use this opportunity to invite Mr. Gergely Karácsony, Mayor of Budapest, to take the floor, because after the opening speeches, we are now going to hear and listen to the welcome speech. Mayor, sir, the floor is yours.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is often a single photograph that represents a whole era or history itself, or in today's world, a single video clip on YouTube. In this era, we have our own YouTube video clip. The era when the time of the peace and prosperity suddenly ended in Europe. The era when Europe, Central Europe, my country and my city suddenly had to cope with the combined effects of the economic crisis, the energy crisis, and the climate crisis. You may also remember the video I'm talking about. I watched it over and over again. It happened in March when Matteo Salvini, the leader of Italy's right-wing populist party, was utterly humiliated. He was called out his ties to Putin by Mayor Wojciech Bakun of Przemyśl, a town in the southeast corner of Poland. Salvini came with aid to the Ukrainian refugees who kept coming across the border in the tens of thousands every day in that early phase of the war. Mayor Bakun thanked the Italian organizations that helped to collect aid. And then he pulled out a T-shirt from his jacket with Putin's image printed on it. It was a copy of a T-shirt in which Salvini has posed on Red Square in Moscow, and later also in the European Parliament. Bakun challenged Salvini to put the T-shirt on and go with him to the refugee center at the border to see what his friend had done to the Ukrainian people. No respect for you, Bakun said to Salvini, who walked away in shame. I can easily imagine this scene at this Polish border town as an illustration in a 22nd century history textbook in a chapter covering our era. I'm just not sure what the title and what the main narrative of the chapter would be. Would it indeed be a chapter about how Putin's well-organized threat against liberal democracy started to fall apart? Would it be a chapter, perhaps, also about how Western democracies were finally brought to their senses by the energy crisis, averting the climate catastrophe in the last minute? Or would it merely be an illustration of a fleeting episode? A passing embarrassment for the worldwide authoritarian populist right before the climate crisis put democracy on the shelf for generations? I don't know the answer to this question. And I believe nobody does. Nobody knows because this chapter of history has not been written yet. What we do know right now is that the way in which we use our free will to act is critical for democracy and critical for humanity. But there are at least 3 points I do know. Let's start from here. Firstly, modern wars are almost always connected to fossil fuels. Let me cite here the director of the Hungarian branch of Greenpeace at a demonstration earlier this year. His claim was that while many wars have been fought for control over fossil fuels, wars for renewables are so far unheard of. Fossil fuels are easy to weaponize, just as Putin weaponizes gas. Renewables, on the other hand, are much more democratic sources of energy, more difficult to control and monopolize by autocratic rulers. Just as fossil fuels are weapons in the hands of autocratic rulers, renewables safeguard peace for democracies. My second point is about right-wing populism. As the wonderful Timothy Snyder pointed out in The Road to Unfreedom, the populist narrative that has been on the rise worldwide is a creation of Vladimir Putin. Salvini learned this lesson the hard way in Poland. There is a key difference between Western democracy and right-wing populism. While Western democracy seeks to separate good from bad, right-wing populism distinguishes between us and them. In doing so, truth and facts become relative and the moral standards become disposable. And finally, our responsibility is immense. It is immense because we don't want our chapter to be written by others. We need to start writing it ourselves. I acknowledge that there are forces of history scale as magnitude at work now, which may seem far too great to any one of us to make any difference to their outcome. But I don't believe in determinism. And I encourage all of you not to believe in determinism. We may face forces of history scale and magnitude, but our action can shape the course of history. We are here precisely for this reason, to discuss how to strengthen democratic resilience, to find ways of combating the energy crisis, and to build sustainable democracies. I wish us all the very best in this immense work. Thank you.
Mayor Gergely Karácsony, thank you very much for the the welcome speech. And we are now going to listen to another welcome speech, which is going to be broadcast online. And this is going to be Nina Hatchigian, Deputy Mayor of Los Angeles. Welcome, Deputy Mayor. I hope you're here with us. Yes, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to the Budapest Forum for having me. It's quite late here in Los Angeles, but a couple of hours of missed sleep is a very small price to pay to address a terrific group at this critical forum. I'm so honored to be with you, and especially to follow such a courageous and insightful mayor. Russia's unprovoked and illegal invasion of Ukraine, as well as trends in our own countries, have made many in the United States and around the world think more deeply about democracy and about how fragile it can be. The idea of democracy is quite old, of course, but it's only within my lifetime that a majority of people have lived in democratic states. And we're backsliding now, we all know, and it is alarming. So I'm not going to take the time today to defend democracy, liberal democracy in particular, as the best way that humans have invented to govern themselves. In part, that's because I'm not even sure where I would start. It's so deeply ingrained in me and so obvious that it would take me a while. So I'm beginning with the assumption that liberal democracy is an ideal. And in fact, its track record for bringing affluence and peace is pretty admirable, sometimes after transition periods that can be long and difficult. But what I want to do instead is to take these few minutes to suggest that cities and states, provinces, regions, and subnational actors generally can contribute in important ways to getting the world back on a positive trajectory toward democracy that advances dignity for all. And I say this as someone who has served in all three branches of federal government in the United States, more than one in some cases, and for the last 5 years for the city of Los Angeles as the first deputy mayor of international affairs. And what I've learned, especially during the period when we had a president who did not share my belief in democracy, is that cities have a key role in supporting democracy. I'm going to mention 4 ways, but there are more, and I'm sure you'll be discussing all of them today. First, we held the spirit of democracy as well as some of its mechanics. We in the city of LA and many others in the United States, while still working with the federal government on some key priorities, nevertheless called out what we saw as unjust, inhumane, and un-American policies, those which did not comport with what we have long been American values, norms, and practices. In this way, we held the torch of American values when the federal government did not, and that was important to our residents. Cities across the United States being these strongholds of democracy was also helpful in our ability as a country to self-correct, and we hope that that will hold. We also communicated our values with partners around the world, and this may have given them some comfort that many Americans still believed in the power of international engagement and the importance of democracy. Practically, most American cities and some states supported efforts to make the vote as accessible as possible. The governor of California decided that every Californian would get a mail-in ballot delivered to their home so everyone could vote easily. Californians could put their ballot in the regular mail, but we in the city also distributed secure voting boxes around the city to collect ballots. Next, cities and other subnational actors can also experiment with democratic processes and thereby advance it. We are in LA, for example, currently running a pilot on participatory budgeting in which residents will decide on the fate of $10 million. Not the NGOs that we would normally work with, but the residents themselves. The mayor also appointed a chief equity officer to make sure through clear measuring that we are serving all residents, including women, people of color, immigrants, the queer community, and very low-income residents. An example is actually our climate work. We're planting trees in places where there are the fewest first, and that is in our low-income communities of color. Similarly, we have an electric car sharing program that is placed in our low-income communities. We also publish reams of data about the city to increase transparency of our operations. Our ethical guidelines continue to get more strict to close any loopholes for corruption or the appearance of impropriety. The third reason cities are critical for democracy is that we are the most trusted level of government, at least in the US, but I expect that's true elsewhere as well. To the degree that cities and towns deliver basic services in a professional and predictable fashion and respond to our customers quickly and with care, we demonstrate that elected officials can deliver what residents need and want. Finally, while no mayor in the United States has been elected president yet, in many parts of the world they have, and so cities and regions also serve to test and train the leaders of tomorrow. The good news is that cities led by Budapest, Prague, Bratislava, and Warsaw are joining together to advance democracy in the Pact of Free Cities, of which LA is also a member. And just this year, they helped to author the Democracy Declaration, which 67 cities from 36 countries and counting have signed. So on that hopeful note, I will close. It's past my bedtime, and you have an exciting day in front of you. So do enjoy it and keep the faith.
Deputy Mayor, thank you very much for being here with us, especially taking into account that in Los Angeles it is well after midnight, as you mentioned, so thank you very much for that. And of course, I'm also grateful for the fact that you touched upon some of the most important topics of this meeting, the role of cities, democracy, and of course, the environment. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to have a very prestigious roundtable discussion, which is titled Ambassadors Roundtable. And the reason it is prestigious is not only because of the participants, which I'm going to tell you in a second, but also because of the topic they're going to cover, which is going to be sustainable democracy in the 21st century. So I would just like to invite the participants, the ambassadors of this roundtable discussion. Let me start with Her Excellency Agnieszka Kalnina, Ambassador of Latvia. Her Excellency Dag Hertelius, Ambassador of Sweden. Desiree Bonis, Her Excellency Ambassador of the Netherlands. His Excellency Paul Fox, Ambassador of the United Kingdom. And His Excellency Tibor Bial, Ambassador of the Czech Republic. Now, this roundtable discussion is going to be moderated by Edith Inotai, journalist, senior fellow of the CEID. Thank you very much. Please take the floor without any further ado.
So good morning, everybody. Does it work? Yeah, okay. So welcome to our Ambassadors Roundtable, which is the kickoff event of our conference about sustainable democracy for the next 2 days. So let me start with the bad news, although Peter said that we should also try to come up with some positive aspects, but nevertheless. According to the Democracy Index of the Economist Intelligence Unit, the state of democracy is at the lowest point since the index was created in 2006, with only 45% of the global population living in some sort of democracy and only 6% living in full democracy. 6%. This is not a very high ratio. The decline in the past years is explained by, and the experts, by the negative impact of COVID-19. But more trouble is ahead. Europe is facing an unprecedented crisis this winter and this fall, with energy shortages, inflation, insecurity, and a war raging in our immediate neighborhood. All these factors could easily undermine public support in democratic parties and governments and institutions, fuel populism, and further aggravate polarization, which is already existing in our societies. We will discuss these challenges ahead, but we also hope to offer you some kind of best practices or hope how to make democracies resilient to those challenges with our distinguished guests. I will introduce them again just to make sure that you have it all right. So Mr. Tibor Bial, ambassador from the Czech Republic, Agnieszka Kalnina, ambassador from Latvia, Ms. Desiree Bonis, ambassador of the Netherlands, Mr. Dag Hertelius, ambassador of Sweden, and Mr. Paul Fox, ambassador of the United Kingdom. And my name is Edith Inotai, and I will moderate this discussion. So let's start with the first question. We will have like around 45-50 minutes, and then about 10 minutes or 15 minutes for questions from the floor. So you will get your chance to ask your questions at the end. So less than a week ago, the European Parliament adopted a resolution which said Hungary is no longer a full democracy. In the EU, there are also serious concerns about other countries backsliding in Poland, but sometimes other countries are also criticized. So my first question would go to Ambassador Bial from the Czech Republic. Would you agree with the statement that democracies in Central and Eastern Europe are somehow less resilient to autocratic tendencies? And how do you see the challenges ahead of your country in this winter?
Thank you, and good morning to everyone. Thank you to be here and to have the possibility to speak about those important questions. I would like to pick it from another point of view, because societies in Central and Eastern Europe has kind of a different historical experience with the democracy, with the authoritarian regimes. It's only so we had lived under the communist era or the totalitarian regime for more than 40 years. So those people who are at least 45 years in our region have lived a significant part of their life under this regime. So for us it means maybe a little bit else as for our friends from the western part of Europe, for example, because we has not got the democracy for free or as a present, but we all had to fight for it. So, I mean, in our society, there are still people who interpret this transformation to democracy differently, because there were people who were victims of the previous regimes. There were people who benefited from the previous regime, so that's why they interpret the previous system differently. But we have to tell that, of course, during those 30 years, I think we did our best to transform our countries to the full democratic countries. In our countries are free elections to all democratic institutions. So the judicial system works. The rule of law, the human rights are working in our countries, but we are still not so close as to our western part of Europe, to our friends, as we wished earlier. So maybe from this point of view there are people who are a little bit confused from this, and there are people who understood that we have still to work, and maybe more hardly work, to reach the same level as it is in other parts of Europe. So in the first round I would like to say that. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you touched upon an important thing, that we have to keep on fighting, we have to keep on strengthening those institutions. So let me just ask Mr. Agnese Kalnina from the ambassador of Latvia. The Czech Republic and the Baltic states are usually viewed as the strongest democracies of our region, Central and Eastern Europe. What would you say the key challenges would be for your country and your democratic institutions coming up this autumn? Latvia is in a very particular geopolitical situation. When we just looking at the map, just seeing that the war is like not really so far. And are there any best practices you can share with us? How is Latvia trying to safeguard its democratic institutions?
Yeah, thank you so much, and good morning, everybody. It is my pleasure to be here and speak about sustainable democracy and Latvia's experience and good lessons learned about this whole process. And already my colleague mentioned about our history, about our historical experience with Soviet regime, which unfortunately has done a lot of harm in our society as well. If we look at our, democracy sustainability and how we view it today. Of course, there is a part of society which still has some longing probably for this authoritarian kind of rule. But what I can see in younger people, and which kind of makes me more optimistic right now, is that younger people are more for democracy, and we actually are going to have parliamentary elections in a week's time. So prognosis look quite good right now, and I hope that it stays that way, so we can furtherly develop our democracy. Our good lessons learned, I would say, is fight for objective information. I think this is one of the cornerstones in democratic society, in keeping democracy alive. It is to give possibility for people to access free, plural, objective information, and not to take it away from them, and not to disseminate disinformation, which unfortunately we have experienced in our country as well. Up until February, up until the war, we had a lot of Russian TV channels in Latvia, which were kind of used by Russian-speaking minority for gathering information, for finding out information about events going on in neighboring countries, and also a lot of disinformation was distributed about our own country, about our political system. And what we see now, when we close those immediately, all of them, it changes. It changes also in this part of society, which mostly would like to, speak and use this information in Russian language. And I think this is very important step, and we have really made it like a governmental whole society approach. It means, giving a good basis for free media to work. We have also invited some independent media from Russia, also of course Ukrainian journalists to work in Latvia. So I would say free information and fight against disinformation and educating people. I think this is also a very important thing. If we speak about sustainable democracy, we need to educate ourselves, like every day. We need to develop our ability to think critically, and which is something which we didn't have back then. In Soviet times, somebody always told you what to do and what to think. And this could be a big change in our societies in Central Europe, in Eastern Europe, to switch this switch and to start to think ourselves, to analyze ourselves. And of course, it's not always the easiest way to do things. And if we speak about challenges are the same, I would say, if we look at the coming winter. Of course, inflation, growing prices of energy. Of course, we have also done a lot to diversify from Russian gas, from Russian oil. We could have probably done it sooner, but then again, maybe at that time somebody would say, okay, it's not economically, proven at that moment. So we had a lot of discussions back in Latvia on those issues. But right now we are doing everything we can so that we diversify, we go away, we find alternative ways. And but challenges will be there, of course. And government is also thinking about how to deal with it, with some help for citizens and things like that. So yes, I would stop here right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Education, critical thinking, those are key terms, and I hope we can get back to that. But let me turn to Ambassador Dekhartelius from Sweden. The ambassador from Latvia mentioned that elections are coming up. You already had elections in Sweden. In Western Europe, we have been witnessing a tendency in the last decade that political parties which are labeled populist or extremist get in the forefront or excel in elections. In Sweden, which is one of the few full-fledged democracies of the world, the Sweden Democrats have just become the second largest party in the country. Is this a threat to democracy, or how shall we interpret such developments?
Thank you, Edith. First, a few fact numbers related to the elections that were held on the 11th of September. We could see that two parties made clear gains in the elections. One was, as you mentioned, Edith, the Sweden Democrats, who achieved just over 20%. The other party that gained was the Social Democrats, also added a couple of percentage points. I would normally, after elections, most parties present themselves as winners in some sense, but I think two other parties did as well, the Green Party and the Liberal Party, who managed to stay in Parliament because they were counted out earlier this year. So, majority-wise in the Parliament, the majority is shifted from the center-left, the Green Left government, who had one seat majority, to a new team of parties on the center-right with a majority of 3. So that's the first observation. It's difficult to talk about any radical changes so far when it comes to numbers and changes in sympathies for parties. Second thing is that we still don't know what kind of government we will get and what policy it will develop. The only thing that's sure is that we will have a new government because the old one resigned last week. And now we have a caretaking government. The parliament will open on Tuesday next week, and then it could be a vote on a candidate for a prime minister who will then have to shape his, will probably be he, coalition. But it's still up in the air exactly what kind of constellation we'll have and what kind of policies they will develop. So that was just to give you some factual background as to numbers. Maybe a bit less drama than sometimes painted in media, both at home and abroad. Second point is this, because you quoted Edith, Sweden is as usual not the place for these kind of parties. Now, looking around and what we normally do in the north of Europe, we very often compare to our Nordic peers, because these 5 countries, Iceland, Norway, Finland, Sweden, and Denmark, are very similar in many, many senses. And there, if you look back a couple of years, you will find that in Norway, in Denmark, and in Finland, we've had, I wouldn't compare these parties completely, but parties of a similar nature often with a few questions at their heart, often related to migration, often, at least by the media, been labeled as sort of populist or populist style. They've been in supporting the government, they've sometimes been in government coalitions, they've been around 18, 19, 20, 25% even when it comes to support. Iceland a bit less, the People's Party there around 10%. So, and still, and this has happened over the last at least 10 years or more. And still my observation would be that if you look at the international rankings of democracy, of transparency, of media freedom, exactly the same countries still are on the top. And then you could ask the question, and I may not go into Western Europe, I stay in the Nordic. What could be the answer, the reason behind this? What are the factors? You can find other elements in the society where the same countries rank very high. Trust. What the Nordic Council of Ministers calls the Nordic gold. We have in all these countries, I think Finland is in the lead, very high trust level towards the institutions and between people also, between individuals. That's something that's been built over a long time, based in turn on a number of reasons. I won't go into them. There's also when it comes to transparency, openness, access to public information, also very high, and when it comes to media freedom. I think these are factors that when we're coming back to the key question for this theme, sustainable democracy, if these factors, trust and transparency, access to information, thus also accountability, are high, you can actually have a sustainable democracy even when you change political majorities. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Well, this is a very, very nice picture. I'm afraid we are very far from that in Hungary. Trust, transparency, media freedom, but this is probably a topic for another panel. Let me turn to Ambassador Desiree Bonis from the Netherlands. The Netherlands is also a country which ranks usually very high in all democratic rankings. Would you say there is any threat to this very established democracy at the moment, and how does the Netherlands prepare its society, its democratic institutions to fight off autocratic, authoritarian tendencies? Because probably you have to make the society resilient, not just the institutions. What's the best practice from the Netherlands?
Is it on? Yeah. Good morning, everybody. I'm very happy to be here, and I would like to commend the CEU for organizing this fantastic Budapest Sustainable Democracy Forum. The second time, last time I just arrived to Budapest, been here now for 1 year, and I was in the audience, and I'm happy now to participate in this panel discussion with my dear colleagues from several countries. And I think already one very interesting element is that you can see that the history of countries, where you come from, is so important in establishing where you are right now. You've given very good examples of that. And for the Netherlands, I think there's also, in our history, there are a few traits that make us the way we are right now. One is that, as you may know, most of our country actually had to be literally created by ourselves. 2/3 was below sea level, and we, by land reclamation, we created Holland in a way. And I think that already, the fact that early on, like 12th, 13th century, we had water boards, which were local authorities establishing forms of cooperation between citizens, were extremely important in our history. They had to cooperate. They had to find ways of making progress together. And still, the Netherlands is a very, very decentralized country. We have almost 350 municipalities. They work by the principle of subsidiarity. That means that whatever can be delegated to the local level will be delegated. And I'm talking about housing, I'm talking about social benefits like unemployment assistance, childcare. All these institutional arrangements are made at the local level. So this element of subsidiarity is very important. And let me just give you a few examples of, and they happen to be in the area of sustainability, which makes it nice. I know you'll talk about that more tomorrow. But some examples of current day cooperation at the local level are, for example, in Amsterdam, we have zero waste labs. People can actually bring their waste there. They'll get some sort of currency and they can buy stuff in shops that are related to this network. And the whole idea is that we are upcycling our waste. You know, it's striving for a more circular economy. And by the way, you may be aware that the Netherlands has already a 26% circular economy. So a quarter of all the stuff we use has already been recycled. I think that's quite a feat. There are others also from Rotterdam. There's a climate agreement with more than 100 organizations participating to make the city more climate friendly. Eindhoven University developed a network of a few local communities that produce and sell their own electricity, which is quite a new concept. So you're not only a consumer as a citizen, but also a producer. And that may be a model for the future, all at the local level. I should say also there is no country in the world where people are so, at such a high level, organized in terms of being a member of an association, a foundation, it may be fishing association, or it may be political, creative, sports. We have the highest rate of being organized in volunteer organizations. The number of volunteers is also extremely high. And I think this all touches about what was mentioned already by colleagues, and especially your intervention, Doug, trust. It is extremely important. trust as social capital. That was even the title of a book in the 90s, was it Fukuyama? But I've always remembered trust as social capital. It is a resource. When there's trust in institutions, we have a very high level of tax paying, but we pay it voluntarily, won't say with pleasure, but we believe in the system because we do get lots of good things back for these taxes. Education, good roads, healthcare, all this. So trust is very important. If I may still, because your question was the threats, of course there are threats. Democracy is a dynamic process. It's never finished. We have to work for it. This was also mentioned. It is something that you have to believe in, that you have to work for. So current day threats, typically, some of them have been mentioned already, are internally, well, that is specifically for Holland, I would say. We have a nitrogen crisis. Perhaps many of you have not heard of it yet, but this is a product produced by, for example, farms, but also industry, and the nitrogen levels in the Netherlands are currently extremely high, far too high for our health, so they have to come down. And this is a fierce political debate at the moment, with farmers on their trucks driving to the Binnenhof in The Hague, with really severe actions being taken. It's a debate. It's a democratic debate, as an example. Housing is a big problem for young people, students in the bigger cities. Of course, as was said before, inflation, energy, food prices, the war in Ukraine, instability, climate, all these are new pressures, and we have to find a way. And I think the key word here is resilience. You have to prove that you are resilient. Therefore, also, I fully adhere to the importance of free media. You know, there must be a debate in public. And what we see now is by social media, for example, that many of these debates are amplified. And I'm not sure really whether that is always so helpful. Because you polarize that way, you create different bubbles, everybody is reaffirmed in their own bubble. That is not a real debate. So I think social media can sometimes play a dubious role. And then, of course, this very threatening point of disinformation, of framing, of trolling, which is very scary. And we don't have the answers to that at all, and I hope to find some here today in this lovely debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So there were a couple of key points. I think we could have complete different discussions, new panels on disinformation, civil engagement, decentralization, and the trust. I think trust is again emerging as the most important factor to make democratic societies resilient to all those autocratic tendencies. So maybe we should have a panel later on about trust and how to build trust, or at the next conference organized by the municipality. So let me turn to Ambassador Fox from the UK. But the UK is one of the oldest democracies of the world, although there is always this debate who is the oldest and how do we count it. But Ambassador Fox, are we too complacent? Do citizens actually care about democracy nowadays, or all they want is to have strong leaders who protect us from all evils of the world? How does the society or the people relate to democracy?
Well, thank you for that easy question. First of all, I'd like to thank the organisers of this, thank Peter, thank the CEU, and I'd also like to congratulate the Mayor on his speech. So well done, sir. It's an interesting question, and I would say that there's only one thing harder than establishing a democracy, and that is maintaining it. And one word has cropped up, but I think we need to flag this up even further, which is institutions. I think in order for there to be a flourishing democracy, you have to have strong institutions. So that means an executive which is held to an account. That means a legislature which is freely and fairly chosen. It also means an independent judiciary which is able to implement the rule of law. And I would include in this also an independent media which is able to express its opinions freely, and also a very active civil society. And, you know, you can establish these, but as we've already heard, you have to work really, really hard to maintain them, and, you know, especially in difficult times. Are we complacent? Yeah, I think we are to a certain extent, but I'm also, you know, fairly hopeful, because when I look at the alternatives, I don't think they offer much. I mean, Winston Churchill famously said that, you know, democracy is the worst form of government except for all the others, and you know, I think he's pretty right there. But, you know, what we are facing now, and I think it is about trust, it is about faith, it is about belief. I mean, I think in the last 15 or 20 years, faith in democracy, faith in institutions, faith in our leaders has declined. And, you know, you can ask why that is, but one thing you can say, one of the consequences is it creates a vacuum. If people distrust their institutions, if they distrust their leaders, if they feel that they're being marginalized, if they believe that somebody is exploiting the situation for their own benefit, you'll get a vacuum. And you will also get a desire for easy solutions and, how can I put it, direct methods. And I think to a certain extent, you know, we have seen that. But the interesting thing is I don't ever see countries which are clearly authoritarian describing themselves as autocratic. They always, you know, dress it up. They're a managed democracy, or they're a people's democracy, or they're in a liberal democracy. You know, they face, and they go through the pretense of democratic practices. I mean, I just think of the Soviet Union. The 1936 constitution was a brilliant constitution, enshrined human rights, democratic practices, and all of that. But it meant nothing because of the regime that didn't implement it. I mean, Stalin's Russia didn't do anything that was set out in the 1936 constitution. It was the same in the 1977 constitution of the Soviet Union. So, you know, these places ape democratic norms, which seems to suggest a lack of confidence. You know, they don't really, you know, believe, they don't have the courage of their convictions to sort of say we are autocratic and we're proud of it. And also these sorts of regimes end up being incredibly personalized, whether it's Stalin's Russia, whether it's Mao's China, whether it's Franco's Spain, Mussolini's Italy, Hitler's Germany. And when things become so personalized, when those personalities leave the stage, those regimes tend to collapse. Now, there are two exceptions, obviously, Soviet Russia and Communist China, but I would say they were under intense pressure after those key figures left the stage, and the only thing that saved them was the strength of the only institution which worked in those systems, and that was the party. So, I mean, in a way, even though democracy is under pressure around the world, I'm still very, very hopeful that it will prevail, because, well, what other system has developed such prosperity? What other system has allowed people to freely express themselves? What other system has enshrined the individual's rights? So I think the challenge for us now is to rebuild that trust. And it's not going to be easy.
Thank you very much. I have more questions, but I would turn to the audience and see if there is anybody who would like to ask a question. If not, then we can continue with the second round. Yes, there is a question over there. Could we have the mic? Thank you. Would you introduce yourself and just be brief, please?
I will. Carmen Mijay, EU advisor at the moment in Moldova. Excellent presentations about the state of democracy and also about the linkage between democracy and environment, which is particularly welcome since the main sponsor of the event is the Green Mayor of Budapest. But I would also like to ask you about your thoughts on the linkage between democracy and economy, and particularly the economic systems we are running in Europe. Whether there is anything to say about this aspect, having in mind that Europe's competitive edge is slowly but eroding in the world. Thank you. It was short.
Yeah.
I just missed the last few words, and I would like to hear them. What did the gentleman say? Considering that?
The slowly eroding economic edge of Europe in the world.
Losing competitiveness. But I think the question could be approached from prosperity and democracy, whether the two are interlinked, and whether prosperity declines, the faith in democracy perhaps also shrinks.
Can I?
Would you take it? And then Ambassador Hartelius.
Well, I think it's a very nice, good question, and I think there's a very strong relation between democracy and economic prosperity. And I would not so much agree that Europe is at the moment in decline economically, not at all. We're still, if you look at the EU together, we're still the biggest powerhouse, economically speaking, of the world, by far. Bigger than China, bigger than the United States. So that's a fact. Also, I think there may be now, of course, especially in Asia, economies coming up who are not democracies, but we'll have to see how they will fare. They will also meet their crisis. There's volume, which is an important element, obviously, with China, but there are also incredible vulnerabilities and frailties in the Chinese economy, as we've seen over the past few years. Now, back to the link between prosperity and democracy. I think, again, here, trust is very important, transparency is very important. What companies, private companies, are looking for is legal security. They want to be sure, like, okay, if I have a certain tax regime, an investment regime, if I have a conflict with my business partner, will it be solved in a fair way? And so for that, a strong independent judiciary is extremely important, and that's how businesses can flourish. For healthy competition, you need a level playing field. A level playing field can best be realized, of course, in a democracy. Well, just some thoughts. Dag, what would you say?
Yeah, well, I completely agree, of course, but add from another angle, because in order to be competitive, which I tend to believe that Europe still is, and we are in a good way looking at the various initiatives that are being taken in the European Union. But it has much to do about how do we create innovation, how do we create the opportunities for innovation. That, to a large extent, means not only putting a lot of money into research and development, but also create a flexibility on the labor market so that people dare to take new steps, that they can adjust, to have. And then we come a little bit back to the question of trust. A trust in society that I can take this jump into a new career. Denmark has introduced the concept of flexicurity. I think that's very, very important to have a labor market where people feel safe and free enough to move along in line with the developments, and to make it possible to be on the cutting edge in connection with sufficient investment in both education and research and development.
Ambassador Kalnina, you would...
Yes, just briefly to add, I completely agree to what colleagues have already said, but if I speak about my country's experience, we have experienced back then this kind of planned economy, and now since 30 years we are independent democracy, and our prosperity is the best it has ever been. And also, if we look not only like from economical side, because I think we have to connect those things also with freedom and with broader sense of prosperity, also from security, from resilience, from all those things which we mentioned already here. So I would say I'm absolutely voting for democracy in that sense. Thank you.
Ambassador Bial, you are free to react or to comment on what the colleague said in the previous round. So not just the prosperity question, but if you think you could comment on trust and education and anything like that.
Thank you. Thank you that you mentioned the trust. What you Desiree told, because I think this is also a good phrase how to talk about the economy, about your question, the relation between economy and democracy or democratical institute, because there need to be a trust in between those sides. I'm personally a man who spent at least 15 years at the private sector on the business side, so I see the importance of the economy, of the developing of the business. And later I had a chance to work almost 10 years on the business development between Czech Republic and countries in our region. So I was working in it, and I think that the economical question or the economical diplomacy is one of the main target of our works also nowadays. And as colleagues told, that now is this year is a very challenging year with a lot of questions. We again has to trust in each other, that we are able all together solve these questions, these challenges. And as a last remark, Czech Republic as a actual EU president country, we have 5 priority points, and the 4th point is the strategical strengthening of the EU economic. So it's on the table. We still work on it. So yes, the question is adequate, and I would like to say at the end that I absolutely agree with my colleagues what they said before. Thank you.
Ambassador Fox?
I think this is a really interesting question in the sense of what's the relations between politics and economics. One could be an old star Marxist and say, but basically the political superstructure is determined by the economic base, and it creates a system which is geared towards the interests of a certain class. Or, the other way around is that, the politics creates the environment for a flourishing economy. I think at the heart of this is a debate that's going on, which is our free market system the best model? Are there alternative models which can deliver more effectively and efficiently? And of course, the example people always point to is China, with this notion of state capitalism, state-directed, state-controlled, state-enhanced economic activity. And there are some people in Europe who look at China as a model to follow, who see China as the country of the future, the economy of the future. I'll be honest, I beg to differ. Because the great thing about a free market economy is it has that ability to adapt. It may take time, but it can also react fairly quickly. Nearly all of the innovations we've seen in the last 200 years have emerged from free economic market activity. Innovation flourishes, technology flourishes. When you look at what's going on in more state-controlled economies like China, that ability to adapt, that ability to change is, I think, limited. I'm happy to be challenged on this. They're very good at delivering very standard things quickly. They can build lots of roads, they can build lots of cities, and so on and so forth. But it doesn't allow for innovation and adaptability because of the political challenges such activity can pose. So, I think the question here is that is our free market model the best model, and are there really better models available? I would suggest there aren't.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Yes, there is one question here.
My name is Liu Shizhong. I'm Taiwan ambassador to Hungary. Thank you so much for this. In fact, I also like to thank the city of Budapest, especially Mayor Kalachuni, to have Taiwan's voice to be heard in this Budapest forum. Later, one of the Taiwan's mayor will address Taiwan's reaction to the most recent Chinese military threat to Taiwan from a local government's perspective. But I would like to emphasize especially the fact that Taiwan has been deepening its relationship with most Central and Eastern European countries and also Baltic countries. So my question is particularly addressed to ambassadors from Czech Republic and also Latvia. There's no doubt that Taiwan society has been relatively, and there's no panic when facing the Chinese most recent military harassment on Taiwan. Not because Taiwanese people are insensitive to those external military threats, but because for decades, Taiwanese society has been able to deepen its democracy and also to reinforce its resilience to such an external security threat. And not to mention, Taiwan accounts for 70% of the global chip-making industry. So I would say that you can never measure a country's power simply by size or territory or population, like a lot of countries in Central and Baltic areas. So my question is to, especially to the two distinguished ambassadors, that in what way can Taiwan share its experience with those countries in Central Eastern European countries and Baltic? And in what aspect do you think that Taiwan can further team up with those like-minded countries? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. From our point of view, maybe it's known that Czech Republic is supporting this connection. You know, a lot of our representatives were visiting your country. You were visiting our country, so we somehow try to cooperate. So this question, what you gave to us, is from our point of view, is like an open door at the moment. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your question. And I think in every case, if we can, share any good experiences about democratic way of living, democratic values, I think it's a good thing, and we should absolutely use this opportunity. But thank you for good words. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last question, if there is any. Yeah, there is a question over there.
Thank you so much for this wonderful forum. I represent Ukraine. So, and today during the discussion, it's like a déjà vu for me, because you saw the news from Russia and current statement of Putin. So actually he's preparing a fake referendum. It's like what happened in 2014 when the Western reaction on the annexation of Crimea was too weak. So, and today Ukraine is facing the genocidal war. And decentralization, which was mentioned here, environment protection is also key, important for Ukraine. But first, we have to win the war. And I think winning the war in Ukraine fast means a geopolitical victory for different countries, nations globally. It's also important for Taiwan, democracy and decentralization. What could be done from the West to make democracy more sustainable in the future, to prevent wars? How you could help Ukraine to win faster using local communities and support? Thank you.
Well, another easy question. Ambassador Fox.
I'm happy to tackle that one first of all. My government's clear. We've got to support Ukraine. It's as simple as that. Putin cannot be seen to succeed. So we need to give you, I think, first of all, the military support you need in order to take back your territory. We should call out Putin's actions for what they are. I mean, the announcement yesterday of carrying out these fake referenda, it's, all par for the course. One shouldn't be surprised by it, but I think it's actually an act of desperation. Even though he's never going to admit it, he has massively miscalculated. This is a strategic mistake of gigantic proportions. And I think it's the role of the UK, but I think it's the role of the EU. It's the role of the Western alliance to ensure that Ukraine gets the support it needs in order to retain its sovereignty and to flourish as a nation with our support. I just want to roll back to a point I made before about personalized regimes and their weaknesses. This is Putin's Russia. And, without Putin, that system would not exist. I'm not suggesting, it's not for us to say whether Putin should be in power or not. That's for the Russian people. But what I do say is that when Putin does leave the stage at some point or another, we are going to be faced with the challenge of how to engage with the post-Putin Russia to ensure that it doesn't behave in this way before. That may require us to think about being, hard to say, more magnanimous to a post-Putin Russia, so we don't make the mistakes we made, I think, in the 1990s. When we talk about resentment towards democracy, perhaps in this part of the world, I think that may stem from mistakes that countries like mine made in the 1990s, in those crucial first decade or so following the collapse of communism in this part of the world.
Ambassador Hartelius, you indicated that you would like to answer.
Yes, thank you. Very important question, and an important question for me representing a country has been supporting a European perspective for Ukraine since our first EU presidency in 2001. And we've been running projects over many years for both environmental projects and local development projects, democracy projects in Ukraine. Fully agree with what Paul said. Also a reminder that we need to think already now for the post-war period and for post-war long-term support for Ukraine. Because I think we all agree Ukraine is part of our European future and part of our European stability and peace, that we need to also build up the funds for support, economic support, all kinds of support to the Ukrainian countryside, not only to Kiev, and to work long term and to have maybe 10, 20-year perspective of this, because this will be an investment for us in Europe. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I can only add, as Latvian ambassador, of course, Latvia is a great supporter of Ukraine in all means we can, and absolutely Ukraine must win this war. And what we think is that one part of the problem with Russia is that it has never faced consequences of what it has done already. Let's say, look only at 20th century, at World War II. After World War II, there was no Nuremberg for communist crimes. And this we see as a big, kind of still open page in history, which we would like to close and somehow to deal with it when Russia hopefully will become a bit of a different country. But it's maybe not so easy, as we can see from history, that they kind of always bounce back to this aggressor kind of mindset. But this is one thing which we would really like to see in the future. Thank you.
Thank you for that harrowing question in a way, and I think we all feel your pain. The sorrow of Ukraine is our sorrow as well. And this terrible war that has been inflicted on you is also a lesson to us all. And a thing that has not been mentioned yet, and that's why I want to raise it, is I think it is also a wake-up call for the West, for democracies, that we should defend ourselves. And all of us are now increasing our defense expenditures, and I think that's a very good thing. It's high time, because we are vulnerable and we need to defend democracies.
Thank you very much. Last remark.
Thank you. If I may start with some addition to the various words, that yes, the democracy is something that has to be taken care of, and we have to always know or realize one very important thing, that in the democracy we do not have only rights and claims, but in the same time we have responsibilities also. And now with this part responsibility, we have responsibility also in solidarity and to help to your country. And if I can mention, the first point of the 5 priority points of our EU presidency is to help Ukraine. And I do not want to repeat all those words what my colleagues told, but fully agree, and we all feel the same, and we all do everything what we can do, we do our best how to help you, and first and more important question is as soon as possible to reach the peace in your country. And it's also a very important point, because during our presidency till the end of the year, our dream is to organize a meeting of the world leaders in Czech Republic in presence of your president. And it means that when your president can come, it means that there should be peace. So we all work on it and try to do our best. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we will conclude the panel because we are running a bit behind time. As Ambassador Boni said, the war in the Ukraine is really a wake-up call for our democracies. So we can just hope and do our best to make our democracies resilient, strengthen our democratic institutions. And on this note, I would like to thank all the distinguished ambassadors for being with us here and sharing with us their very useful and important insights of how democracies work and how they should work in the future. Thank you very much for your presence.
Thank you very much. Their Excellencies, Ambassador Ganina of Latvia, Ambassador Hartelius of Sweden, Ambassador Bonis of the Netherlands, Ambassador Fox of the United Kingdom, and Ambassador Bial of the Czech Republic. And of course, I would also like to thank Edith Inotai, Senior Fellow of the Center for Euro-Atlantic Integration and Democracy, for the excellent moderation. Now, Euro-Atlantic integration, or at least EU enlargement, is going to be one of the focal points of our upcoming session. But before that, we are going to have a coffee break, which I'd rather call a tea break right now. And therefore, I would like to ask you kindly to be back in the room 5 to 11, so in like 15 minutes. Thank you very much. Please enjoy the break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're going to continue our program. And let me just announce the next session, which is going to be about EU expansion, Western Balkans and Eastern Partnership. What is the right way forward? This is the question, not an easy one, let me add. And this is going to be in partnership with the Erste Stiftung. Now, let me just introduce the participants. Ms. Ivan Krashtev, CLS Fellow of IWM, Manuel Sarrazin, Special Representative for the countries of the Western Balkan from Germany, is going to be with us online. Nikola Dimitrov, former Minister of Foreign Affairs, North Macedonia, again online with us. Mr. Peter Balázs, former Minister of Foreign Affairs, Hungary. And Senada Shelo-Shabic, Senior Research Associate, Institute for Development and International Relations. Now, this discussion is going to be moderated by Hedvig Morvai, the Program Director of Erste Foundation. And before the discussion starts, we are going to see an address, a pre-recorded speech by Olivier Várhelyi, EU Commissioner for Neighbourhood and Enlargement, because this is his topic. So, ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy.
Ladies and gentlemen, we live in turbulent times. The world is facing unprecedented challenges, one after the other. The COVID-19 pandemic, the energy crisis, and the Russian war in Ukraine. The world is changing around us, and we need to adapt. In Ukraine, the effects of the war are devastating. Tens of thousands of people have died already, and the destruction continues. This war must end. The European Union remains an anchor of peace, stability, and prosperity for the region around us. The application of Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia for EU membership, in addition to the ongoing processes with the Western Balkans, is a proof of it. The enlargement of the EU has become a geopolitical priority, and we need to accelerate the integration of our partners to the EU and make it a reality. We are working on two tracks to achieve this. First, we have adopted a new enlargement methodology to make the process more credible, predictable, dynamic, and give it more political steer. We have also made the focus on the rule of law stronger and confirmed that the process remains merit-based. There's no progress without delivery. The Copenhagen criteria remain valid for the Western Balkans and for the Eastern partners as well. The other track is to help our partners deliver. For the Western Balkans, we have developed an economic and investment plan, which is a 30 billion euros investment package that is 1/3 of the GDP of the region. We have already started implementing this plan with approving 21 projects for a value of 3.2 billion euros in February this year. We are building transport, energy, and digital infrastructure to connect our economies and to bring prosperity to the region never seen before. We are building market economies for the region that will be competitive in the internal market. We also support the reinforcement of democratic institutions based on EU standards and the modernization of the public administrations as the basic pillars of a successful democratic market economies. Our work has results. The opening of the accession negotiations with Albania and North Macedonia this July is the latest and the strongest example that together we can deliver. The Western Balkans are part of Europe, geographically, economically, and culturally. They need part of the EU without undue delays. This is our common interest. In the Eastern Partnership region, the enlargement concerns 3 countries now. For Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia, we are completing the analysis of their membership applications. We will also start monitoring their progress to fulfill conditions set by the Council linked to their candidate and potential candidate statuses. We have also developed an economic and investment plan of 17 billion euros for our Eastern partners. This also benefits Azerbaijan and Armenia, and we are supporting the democratic opposition in Belarus, while our relations with the government are frozen since the stolen elections in 2020. For Ukraine, we are providing special support to face the war, and we are preparing to participate in the reconstruction efforts together with the international partners. Since the beginning of the Russian war, the EU has provided around 9.5 billion euros in financial support to help the Ukrainian government run the country, provide humanitarian aid to suffering people, support reconstruction, and provide temporary infrastructure, countering hybrid threats and military aid. Granting candidate status to Ukraine and Moldova, and potentially to Georgia, is a political commitment and a very strong message towards the region that they are welcome in the EU. But there are no shortcuts. All candidates need to fulfill the conditions for membership and follow the established road before they can cross the bridge. I wish you a fruitful discussion.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for showing your interest for this panel discussion. I wish to welcome again the panelists who joined us here today. I would also like to welcome the two panelists who are online joining us, Mr. Manuel Saracin and Nikola Dimitrov, and to welcome again Senada Šelo-Šabić, Mr. Peter Balázs and Ivan Krastev. We are discussing a topic which is an old topic, but in a somewhat new package. As we concluded in discussion with the panelists just a few minutes before we started, some of us, we know each other very well because we are touring, we're discussing the accession of the Balkans and the enlargement of the EU for many, many years together. We are trying to develop new ideas, we are trying to communicate messages, trying to advocate to foster this process in the right direction. Today's panelist topic is defined as EU expansion, the Western Balkans, Eastern Partnership, what is the right way forward? How I see, however, this discussion, that it is, in my mind, as much important to discuss the role of the European Union in this new geopolitical momentum, its role vis-à-vis its neighbors, as much it is important to discuss how these regions should develop and what is their way forward into the European membership and with regard to their EU aspirations. There is a lot to say about analysis on where we stand and what went wrong and what is not functioning and what is the most painful for whom in this process. However, I hope that we can also find some ways to really look forward and to use this momentum, which is an unhappy momentum, a wake-up call of Europe, as it was also stated in the previous panel, and what is being repeated in many discussions nowadays due to Russia's aggression and war against Ukraine. We found ourselves in a situation which has to define the realities in a different way, and which at the same time opens up opportunities and forces us into new ways of thinking and acting. So that is what I hope, that we can also find new ways of thinking about the enlargement to the Western Balkans and to the Eastern Partnership countries in a new way, in a different way, and eventually come up with 1-2 messages which could be then carried forward from here today into some other discussions and other processes. First, I would like to ask Senada Šelo-Šabić to share with us her ideas. Maybe she was provoked by the opening speech, maybe she has some other crucial messages, what she would tell us in her opening remarks. Senada.
Thank you, Hedvig. Warm regards to everybody and thank you for the invitation. Before I start, I also would like to say congratulations to Mayor Karačoj for his excellent opening speech this morning. Yes, I would like to reflect on what Commissioner Varhelyi, what we heard from Commissioner Varhelyi regarding the prospects of further enlargement in the Western Balkans and the Eastern Partnership countries. I think we need also, we may not discuss today, but we need to remember that Turkey is still a candidate country, and we don't discuss Turkey in this context, almost not at all, but we need to realize that we still have to decide whether Turkey is going to continue to be a candidate country or negotiating country or not. It's suspended for the time being, but the final decision is not taken yet, and the EU has to have a constructive relationship with Turkey. We cannot disregard our relationship with Turkey, especially in the current geopolitical context. With respect to the Western Balkans, on which I will focus, I would like to underline a fact that what I heard, or how I understood Commissioner Varhelyi, is that as if devoid of our current reality, we still hear from the Commission the narrative that as if everything is okay and that we can continue as we used to. And I think that we need to wake up far more quickly and far more honestly to the world in which we live, and that is the fact that we have war in Europe. Without the war, we maybe could have continued with the same narrative of the, what did he say, the changed methodology or the improved methodology and the focus on the rule of law and the investment package and so on. These are all fine things, but I don't think they are going to change that are going to resolve the issue of security that we are facing. So my proposal would be to consider the Balkans as a security issue primarily. I mean, we can, and yes, the EU is a provider in the framework of security, but we need strong NATO presence also, especially in few points in the Balkans that we can discuss later on, and that the whole issue of enlargement, apart from the democratic elements that we discussed in the previous panel this morning, has to have this element of security. Because Russian presence and possibility of Russian or other actors, non-European actors, interventions in this region are more feasible now than they were at the beginning of 2022. All this, and I will finish with this, this discussion of the enlargement is taking place in the broader context or in multipolarity of issues that the European Union is facing, and that is apart from the war invasion of Ukraine that I mentioned, the inflation and energy crisis. It's also the internal EU reform that is not settled and is not resolved, and cannot, simply these two things are going in parallel. The enlargement is part of the internal European reform. How the EU is going to look like with the current members, and if we add more members, can it be sustainable to have this sort of veto politics and so on? And then, in parallel to all of this, at the same time, global issues, the relationship with China, the climate challenges, migration, and so on. So I think we need to, as Europeans, or taking care of our continent or our part of the world, we need to be more realistic and more determined to know the borderlands, so to speak, to know the framework within which we act, rather than to continue having these nice declarative visions, but without real commitment to what we are able to do in case of crises that are just piling up in front of us.
Thank you very much. Mr. Manuel Saratin, the German government's special envoy to the Western Balkans, you have been frequently visiting the region in the past months. meeting your counterparts, participating in different discussions. Do you see, I mean, what are your takeaways, first of all, from the region in this new context, in this new situation? And how do you see now this shift in discussions about enlargement?
Yes, of course. I want to thank you, of course, for the invitation. Sorry, I can't be in Budapest. It's a miracle I'm at home tonight and have some duties also sometimes here. So great to be online with you. You know that usually I'm talking the boring stuff. And I think that to a certain extent the boring stuff is still working and it's necessary. It's perhaps also the baseline or the grounding for talking about other ideas, more creative stuff. But the boring stuff, which is still the enlargement promise and the conviction that the European Union wants the region inside the European Union, is decisive. So I would say it's really the one point which has to be made. The second point is that I'm convinced, you know, I'm a believer regarding European Union in the old Schuman attitude, which was saying there's not one great plan or one great design which will make the European Union. No, it's the solidarity of the action, which means first, I'm really convinced that the European Union has to start again delivering, and every single small progress will step by step build up a new picture of us in ability of welcoming and also transforming the countries. Second, it is of course important to say that solidarity of action will be especially necessary this winter. When we saw that in the COVID pandemics, Western Balkans felt themselves, perhaps they also have been not at the first or second level of focus of the European Union. So this old rule of solidarity of action will be in these times regarding energy, perhaps also regarding food, decisive. Also that we see that it's not only third actors getting into the region, but also other models are pushing us. So regarding the other models, first there's this old fight between community method and open Balkans, I would funnily say. I think it's good to have a concurrence in that sense. I believe that an inclusive approach of all six is the right one. But instead of like talking better about the others, I think it's our task now to bring results again. And we are really convinced that the summit in Berlin of the Berlin process on 3rd of November, for which Chancellor Scholz is inviting, can deliver a leap forward regarding energy security, energy solidarity, and green agenda, but also a leap forward for the regional, for the common regional markets. And I'm quite sure that this is a kind of a magic moment where everybody who's trying to do positive things can contribute also to the processes others are doing, instead of stalling ourselves in debates and trenches, fighting against models, against each other without doing anything, only talking about the one model is the bad one, this model will only lead to what? No, let's just work on it. And the third is that in all these months of traveling the region, I unfortunately have the clear sense, which might be also valid for Germany, US, France, so not only for the region, but also in the region, that the region knows better what war means, but I think it has no idea what this war means for them. Even the Ukrainian EU application inherited civil status, which for me is a really positive signal for the region, because it's bringing back the EU enlargement, as Hedwig said, as a geopolitical instrument of the European Union, a kind of comeback of the most powerful geopolitical instrument which the European Union had in the last 50 years. So it's positive for the region, but somehow the region is not taking this contest right, and I think the region is still, kind of not having a clear take on, is this our role, and what are the geopolitical and also regarding geopolitical economics consequences of it. And I'm really convinced that a lot of this old boring stuff must be the base, which doesn't mean that new creative ideas also for bringing credibility in better involving the Western Balkan states earlier than full membership, like all this positive stuff we can talk about, but the framework must be clear. The old boring stuff, full membership, believing in a new enlargement, Thessaloniki promise, all this stuff is still necessary. Without this, nothing else will fly. But we shouldn't put it like in a contraposition.
Thank you very much. Very interesting points, and I would definitely like to come back to some of what you said in the next round, as we promised that there would be a next round with questions, follow-up questions to each of the panelists. But first, we continue with this first round, and I would like to ask Mr. Peter Balázs, who has a truly extensive experience when it comes to European developments. Maybe an opening question, but you are of course free to shape your address as you wish. However, I would be very much interested also to hear from you some ideas on actually what Europe do we wish for when we discuss these topics in the future? How that Europe should look like?
Thank you very much for the starting question. I think that in that respect I would share the new views of Chancellor Scholz, a much larger Europe with 36 or even 40 members. And I would like to commend that. I paid a big attention to the words of the EU Commissioner, Várhelyi, who suggested a dynamic and credible enlargement process. Enlargement in the last decades was everything but dynamic and credible. Partly we can understand the reluctance of the member states because of some negative experience with newcomers like Hungary and Poland not following all the requirements and their own obligations, or the fact that the EU with the last enlargements has grown beyond the critical size of an organization which made governance and decision-making much more complicated. Or we can witness a growing gap between the EU requirements and the adaptation capacities of the candidates. Just imagine or put side by side the growing acquis communautaire and the capacities of Kosovo or Moldavia. Yeah, or Montenegro. Yeah, so we know the facts. Senada has mentioned Turkey. Turkey is not on the list of Chancellor Scholz. However, this country applied for EU membership 35 years ago. This is the forgotten fiancé. Because we have did something, but not according to the wishes of the partner. Then comes the Western Balkans. Almost 20 years ago, the famous Thessaloniki summit took place. I had the privilege to be there in 2003 when the whole Western Balkans got a European perspective. How many countries joined since that? One single, Croatia. All the others are somewhere in the pipeline. And we have got the Eastern Partnership, and interestingly enough, this latecomer partner has dynamized the whole thing because of the very sad fact of the war in Ukraine. And now something is moving. We have mentioned the speech of Scholz, which is really a turn in German foreign policy. And also, French President Macron has promoted an idea about a political community, which could be a good device, framing whole Europe in parallel with the accession process, not instead. So no replacement, no substitute, but a helping device. And let me refer back to our experience with the EU accession. When we recall that time, it was exactly 1 decade from application until accession for Hungary and Poland, and for the others even shorter, because they applied a bit later. than the two pioneers. And we were extremely impatient during those years. We urged the process every day. Looking back, we can see that we were happy guys because we had three very positive factors with us. One was our own engagement. There was a very large support, almost full support in our countries for EU membership. Second, the EU was fully open to receive new members. And third, there was no third big power opposing our accession or opposing EU enlargement. Now, compare those conditions with the actual situation. Are people fully engaged for EU membership in all the countries? I have seen it myself in Serbia and in some other countries, question mark. Second, is the EU open? Now it is half opening the way, but we'll see the follow-up. And there are third powers which are not in favor of that process. First of all, Russia, in the Eastern Partnership region, but also in Serbia and Montenegro. Then China, by quite different methods, and Turkey is also there in the Balkans. So let's be realistic and let's deal the issue, not repeating the last enlargement round, which is a typical failure of EU administration, just thinking that everything is the same and we have to turn the machine in the same way. But let's analyze the situation and let's take action.
Thank you so much. This gives me many entry points to continue with Nikola Dimitrov, the former Foreign Minister of North Macedonia, a dear friend and one of my partners in touring with this topic all around Europe recently. It's, as it was just mentioned, there are external actors which are kind of trying to make this process more complicated, but I believe that at least from North Macedonia's perspective, we can say that some of the EU member states or the EU itself manages to put even more efficient obstacles on the road, unfortunately. So that is one of the issues which I find very problematic and controversial. Nicola, as you say sometimes, North Macedonia is one of the veterans of, or the veteran of the EU enlargement. Sometimes you even quote Gerald Knaus, who says that the EU enlargement to the Balkans is like a bus without leaves, without wheels. So, yeah, I mean, a part of sharing frustrations, how do you see now this new situation where there is an opening, even for Northern Macedonia, even though in complicated circumstances? How do you see the next period? What could it bring if we try to be positive about it?
Thank you, Hedvig, for this starting question. I'm thrilled to be part of the second Budapest Forum, so very grateful for the invitation to the mayor. If somewhat intimidated and humbled by you as moderator and the fellow panelists. So I'm gonna briefly try to take a middle road between facing reality. I think we have to be realistic if we want to make real progress. And I will try to sort of resonate what Manuel tried to do, which is stay positive, believe that good things are possible, even miracles sometimes. So on the side of the reality, I think we all heard what Commissioner Verhey had to say, talking about the new methodology, which is now 2 years old, something like that. make the process more credible, more predictable, dynamic, merit-based. We don't really have a credible process at the moment. Some of the more striking examples for that is, for instance, visa liberalization for Kosovo. And I am joining online from a hotel room in Pristina as I speak now. So this is obviously an overwhelming topic for the citizens who cannot really visit the European Union without visas. The process is not predictable, and the process is not really merit-based. We have to record Croatia, who had the longest accession process in the history of enlargement, 68 months. Now both Montenegro and Serbia are well ahead. Montenegro over 10 years, Serbia over 8 years in the process, and they have managed to close 3 and 2 chapters respectively. Now, if you compare the preparedness to join, after all of those years of accession talks and reform efforts, Albania and North Macedonia are actually not really behind, even though they just started the talks in July. So we have to make an effort to restore merit in the process. If there is backsliding, we have to talk about it, we have to name and shame. If there is progress, we have to reward it. Otherwise, we will not be able to use it as a tool to transform the societies in the Western Balkans. So I talked about the length, about the months. Obviously, the process is not dynamic. Chancellor Scholz, who is obviously interested in the European future of the region, and we very much welcome that, in Prague said that enlargement must happen, but for new members to join, the decision-making should be reformed on the inside in terms of departing from the unanimity rule. And I think if we are not clear that actual membership is possible in the midterm for any of the countries in the region, we have to come up with interim and more timely incentives. Access to cohesion funds, sit at the table, invite. We are talking about the energy crisis these days. Why don't we invite the energy ministers of the region to take part at one of the sessions of the Energy Council of the European Union, or the Agri Council as well? So I think we have to think of ways to make this process more meaningful. I think we have to try to make a positive dynamic with now Ukraine and Moldova also as candidates. The Western Balkans 6 are a region that is encircled by member states, promised membership as back as Zagreb 2000 and Thessaloniki 2003. Next year we will mark 2 decades since the Thessaloniki promise. And Ukraine and Moldova have an advantage of enthusiasm. They just got the commitment a few months ago. I think if we fail in the region, it is very difficult to see how we will win with Ukraine and Moldova. So I think we are all in this together, the EU, the Western Balkans, and the countries of the Eastern Partnership. I also endorse the call for action. We live in confrontational geopolitical times. We have to consolidate the continent. Putin just announced, as we all know, partial mobilization. He mentioned nuclear threats again, etc. So in some ways, both on the EU side, from our region, the Eastern Partnership, we need to come up with a common vision for our continent in the years to come. And this includes tackling problems on the inside. This includes us in the Balkans rising to the opportunity, trying to solve our issues, pushing our democracies from within to make them stronger. And there is an opportunity, but for us to seize it, we have to be honest about the deficiencies. And among those, I have to mention the individual vetoes. If enlargement is a strategic goal, countries should not easily misuse or abuse the whole process because of issues that are not really related to the Copenhagen criteria. And in some ways, this sad story of the Macedonian-Bulgarian relationship and issues, in a way, works against both countries. Instead of focusing on the real problem of corruption and cronyism and partocracy, which is a problem both for North Macedonia and Sofia, we are essentially using issues of identity and history as a distraction from the real problems. So I think we have to grow up fast in our region, both member states and candidate countries, face real problems, and I think we deserve honesty from our friends like Manuel and our friends in Paris. We need to make this work. And please, in these months to come, deliver on the visa liberalization promise for Kosovo. I think they deserve it, and the region needs some tangible progress. I'll stop here.
Thank you, Nicola. There will be opportunities to continue with some of the specific topics. I believe that somehow this new situation with granting candidate status to Ukraine and Moldova is also showing how much there is no positive narrative about the enlargement to the Balkans. It is basically the fact the promise was given back in 2003, as you mentioned as well, so we have to fulfill it. But no one can come up with any positive narrative about why it would be important for the EU. And it also shows, unless there is no major crisis, the attention is not really there, and even the process gets endlessly complicated and long, as both you and Nicola mentioned. So, Ivan, how to look at this from another perspective? Because you are well known from having interesting perspectives on issues.
Thank you very much, and I much more want to continue where most of the colleagues have been. From time to time, our talk on the enlargement is as convincing as Russians' talk on a special operation. The situation on the ground has changed dramatically. We continue to talk as if nothing has happened. And I'm just going to give you the change I see it, and why probably also changing the discourse is not going to hurt us. There was several preconditions on which all this exercise was based. And part of it was what you have in the Western Balkans is a kind of a field of frozen solutions. You know that these countries are going to end up one day in the EU, you don't know when. But not simply that you don't know when, but you also don't care very much when. Because there is a waiting room. These countries have their own problems, absolutely real problems, which cannot be attributed to Brussels. But they can stay comfortably in the waiting room, and in the waiting room you can do different things. You can deliver some drinks. You basically can make the life in the waiting room much nicer than otherwise it could be. And then the partnership was much more perceived as the area in which you have not frozen solutions but frozen conflicts, and the idea was how basically to act in order not to go in a situation which is going to unfreeze them. All this has changed, and the first is the time dimension. There is no waiting room. It becomes an emergency room on all levels. There is an illusion to believe that there is a very strong pro-European sentiments in all of the countries in the Western Balkans. People like to go on the opinion polls, and some of the opinion polls are better than others, but in a certain way, what we are seeing is also the war in Ukraine is very polarizing for the societies. And what basically Minister Balash said, go to Serbia, go to opinion polls, it is a divided country. It is a divided country. By the way, countries like Bulgaria are divided, countries like Hungary are divided, so it's not something which is specific. But certain things that were taken for granted are not there yet. And this is not only there. Go to Bosnia, where these divisions is also institutionalized in a kind of a specific way. And as a result of it, we are basically facing a situation in which we are not talking now so much about enlargement in terms of transformation and creating of a common market. We are talking about consolidation of the Western sphere of influence in Eurasia. And it's a totally different job. And honestly, it's not only about common market anymore. It's very much creating a continental scale war economy in a situation in which basically European Union is very much shifting from efficiency basically to resilience, and this can be seen critically in the energy policies. And this is critical because if this is the case, the questions that we're asking are very different, and from this point of view, I do believe both President Macron and Chancellor Scholz, they have a point. In a certain way, you're going to push these countries not simply to opening and closing chapters. By the way, can you imagine how the negotiations with Ukraine go the traditional way? When we're negotiating agricultural policies, on which territory? On the constitutional territory of Ukraine? Or on the territory that Ukrainian forces are controlling now? I'm saying all this because beyond the rhetoric that we like so much, there are certain facts that are not badly to be faced because this is going to create a certain credibility when we talk to the people. In a certain way, Ukraine is part of this political community, and if you don't believe me, you can read basically President Putin's speech from the morning in which he said that he's not in a war with Ukraine, but he's in a war with the collective West, and basically this is the Western weapons, basically this is the platform for the West. There is one thing that is worse being in a war, and this is being in a war and not noticing it. Because in economic terms, we're talking about totally different reality. And as a result of it, then the question comes, for example, what you're offering countries like Serbia, which is really divided, to basically convince President Vučić and his government that not simply joining the Western sanctions, which is a not easy political move for him, let's face it, but also having a totally different view of lithium production in Serbia is going to be different. Talking basically to Kosovars and trying to negotiate why keeping the conflict with Serbia on the level of the intensity that you have now is becoming a security problem also for Europe, exactly because there are third parties that can utilize it. And I'm even not mentioning Bosnia. And when you go to Ukraine, and we're talking about money and so on, Ukraine cannot be sustained without the constant flow of European money and European weapons. This is the reality. And if we want basically really to help Ukraine sustain, we should face it. Between 5 and 7 billion per month is just the money that the West is providing in order to have Ukrainian society and institutions functioning. I'm not touching on the military deliveries at all. This is outside of any military deliveries. And this is going to be for a long period of time. And then you're ending up with a situation in which 300 people have been mobilized in Russia. This is a next level, and this is much more escalating. In the moment in which there are going to be tensions within our own societies, there are going to be tensions between different societies. So as a result of it, how you are consolidating your geopolitical space is the problem that we're facing. And here it's very different with different countries. Of course, it's easy to consolidate Albania than Serbia when basically Russia is the problem, but it is probably not going to be so easy if you're also going to have tensions with Turkey. So this is a job, and I do believe that the problem is that Commission, in my view, understanding the situation perfectly well, does not have the language and the instruments to do it. And here comes to the member states. This is not simply opening and closing chapters. This is not just doing this and that. In the way, basically, we're reforming electricity market and so on, trying to understand that we're in a totally different situation. In my view, this should happen also in the relations to these countries. So as a result of it, the agenda is different. And this is why just going and claiming that we're simply in enlargement talks and we're going to do it better and we're going to strengthen the bureaucratic process, as I told you, for me it's slightly really basically the President Putin's talk that he's in special operation and basically everything goes in the way it should have to go, when people know that probably it's not exactly how it looks like.
Thank you, Ivan. So if we consider this as now a momentum where we have to kind of realize that this process should be a geopolitical and geostrategic process, Mr. Saracin, at the same time, we have a strictly designed enlargement process, which is much about, as Ivan said, opening, closing chapters, which got very complex over the years, very long lasting. Ivan mentioned, of course, that with such a process, it is basically impossible to start actually accession negotiations with Ukraine, which is at war right now, and who knows what the outcomes of this war will be. But this process also doesn't allow, for example, candidate status to Bosnia and Herzegovina still. So there are many, many controversial issues around it. So again, repeating, if it's a geopolitical and geostrategic process consolidating the European territory and building up European security and autonomy in the next phase, how these two can be kind of synchronized, whether this process, the enlargement process, can survive in its original shape as it is today.
Well, I really like the input of Ivan, but I have to, perhaps also for the debate, make a real opposite position. As more political the process becomes, as more veto situations you will have. As more geostrategic you want it to be, as more you should let the technocrats do it, without political intervention. So I have a clear opposite opinion. And I think the bureaucracy, the strongest in the next years of negotiations will be the Ukrainian. The Ukrainian bureaucracy marvelously showed how they are able to literally fight over the day and write European papers in the night. I'm not handling Ukraine, by the way, but I wouldn't underestimate it. Still, the magic of the technocratic stuff is there. I think what's lacking in the Western Balkans is the other part, the society part, the communication part, the believing part. We were too technocratic, and not in that sense, we were not enough technocratic by having this vetoes, this bilateralization of some issues, which is, at least in the pure sense of the idea, not a thing Commission usually does. And I usually now say, like, when we decided to have a Commission-driven enlargement process, this was in the 70s, after de Gaulle second time blocked the enlargement with UK. So in the Western Balkans, I think, the classical idea of Copenhagen was first we change the mindsets, the institutions of societies with Western laws and Coca-Cola, and then the acquis comes next. And in the Western Balkans, we changed it, nothing came next. And now we are coming with the old story to a certain extent. I still believe the old story is not wrong. It can be more sexy, it must be more attractive, and I think delivering is the first step to become one. It's a bit like, the old husband, after 20 years he says, I finally want to marry you. And he's a bit not in a shape like he was 20 years ago. And then you say, okay, what you're going to do? You have to be more fit. He says, I will search for a great new gym and build it completely new without animosity, and everything will be fine. And then it will be great. And I think it's better to, darling, I already was in the gym yesterday. Okay, only for 10 minutes, but at least I start. So I think it doesn't mean to be a this or that, or yes or no. Like Olaf Scholz said, an enlarged European Union should be rid of animosity. But he didn't say we only enlarge if we get it done before. I think this is the right approach. Second point, the price of Ukrainian war, I hear this quite often. And I think it's marvelous what Western unity is able to do there. On the other hand, I also have, as a private opinion, the feeling that We have no idea what is the price if we don't pay this. And for example, when I heard the first time the number of what the British budget is paying for North Ireland, post-conflict situation. So how much money we are willing to pay to solve conflicts, it is clear that supporting Ukraine now is also a kind of, letting the conflict not breaking out in our direct neighborhood more. So the geopolitical point is back, as it was always in the region, but not seen perhaps obviously. I mean, imagine how important Greece is now in the Western Balkans since, for example, Nicola was having some work and efforts on, changing also the attitude. Imagine that 7 years ago we were talking of getting Greece out of the European Union actually in reality because of money questions, because of numbers, because of 100 billion euros debt, some credits. Imagine how the geopolitical situation would be today in that region, also in the Eastern Mediterranean, if this political position wasn't stopped by also geopolitical assessment in the Euro crisis. But we will not be geopolitically successful if we are not trying to also transform the societies with the old thing of chapters opening and closing. I've seen too often that it can magically work in bringing the power situation between reformists and the not reformists in a country in another shape if European Union is good and clear on it. And of course, this means also European Union has to be good and clear on that. And I can understand when the impression is that in the last years, perhaps it wasn't our best performance always in everything. But this is why I believe we should stick to the boring stuff, then take the impetus of Iran on top of it to become good, but not see this, as a pure controversy.
Thank you. Mr. Balázs, you mentioned during your opening remarks the case of Hungary and Poland. I think we all agree that the approach of fundamentals first and insisting on the rule of law and fostering rule of law and democratic processes in the countries is very important in the accession process, and it shouldn't be abandoned even if there is a geostrategic urgency with regard to fostering the integration of these countries. But at the same time, if you look at what difference this focus on fundamentals really makes during the accession process, on the example of the Western Balkans, we can almost state that it actually doesn't contribute to the necessary changes what were imagined. Even the term stabilocracy was launched a few years ago, stating that the process rather supports those who are granting stability, even with kind of semi-autocratic regimes, rather than really fostering change. So, how would you kind of reform eventually this process in order to really contribute to the necessary change on the ground?
Well, what we cannot change, this is the balance of rights and obligations. It must be very clear that, yes, there are various beneficial points in EU membership, but there are also obligations, and the two should be well balanced. Now I have the impression, the feeling, maybe the hope, that under the new conditionality process, we can somehow better require the implementation of EU obligations. We are at the very beginning of the very first action on Hungary, unfortunately, but this is a meaningful process, and we could witness the turn in the behavior of the Hungarian government, because before there was a blunt refusal of any criticism. This was the first step, that what you say is not true. first. Then the second wave usually use the argument that others are doing the same. And the third was usually another twist saying that what's your competence in that issue? This is a sovereign issue of our country. So this was, and then quite of a sudden, under the pressure of suspending big funds, the Orban government has changed the negotiators. The former street fighters were retired, and a former commissioner was delegated to Brussels, who is not pretending things like all this is because of LGBTQ issues or gender problems. Navracic is talking about the real things and making real promises. Now the question is that in this very short time, until the 19th of November, whether a whole system can be credibly changed, which was built during 12 years. I don't think so, but maybe some credibility can be opened, and maybe part of the money will be attributed to Hungary. Now, these are very important lessons otherwise. I think that I fully share the views of Ivan about the consolidation effect. This is now a consolidation project. And the good news is that 9 countries have been included into the speech of Chancellor Scholz. So it's not a one-by-one approach, but 9, the 3 on the Eastern Partnership and the whole rest of the Western Balkans. This is very good news. Turkey is not on the list for the time being, so there should be some thinking about Turkey as well, maybe not in that framework. And then we should completely change the methodology, because it would be really ridiculous to apply this chapter-by-chapter approach on Ukraine in war. We should reverse some orders, and for that purpose, the French idea of a political community is a good one, because in the traditional enlargement process, we are clarifying all the technical issues. Why? Because the political framework was given. And we could focus on the technical adaptation. And at the end of the process came the happy wedding day. No pleasure before that day. So no EU money and no attendance of the council and so on. Now let's reverse the order. Let's start with the wedding day. A political framework, a political community, and within that political community we could deal step by step, sector by sector, with this rapprochement to EU requirements.
Thank you. It is 12 o'clock now, but I believe because we were late, like 20 minutes, we can also prolong a bit, and there will be still enough time for lunch. Is that agreed with the organizers? Well, I hope so. Yeah. So we will change, or we will finish the second round, and then eventually, if there are some urgent questions, we will try to answer them. Senada, what crisis threats there are existing in the region in these new circumstances? There were already turbulences before the war in Ukraine. There is now a completely new situation. How do you see these developments?
I will focus on Bosnia and Herzegovina, not discussing Kosovo and Montenegro and others. Maybe we can touch in a broader scheme. I would like just to underline what I hear from the discussion from all our panelists is this, I think, message that we need to think about the enlargement no longer in this also moral, not only bureaucratic autopilot exercise, but also the moral story. Like we committed ourselves at some point, and therefore we need to fulfill the commitment. No, we don't have to do this. If we do, we have to know why, both on the EU side and both on the side of the countries who want to join. It's a mutual agreement. It's not one taking the other without his or her will. So I think the reality is forcing us, or the dynamic of changes around us is forcing us to simply become more realistic. And I think before I turn to Bosnia-Herzegovina, I really have to underline this issue about the EU paying for everything. If EU citizens are going to pay for the enlargement, they need to know why. And if the new members are going to commit to become members of the European Union, they will get benefits, but they also get obligations. And the thing that we portray the EU enlargement as one nice, happy story and happily living ever after, I think needs to be more openly and more, realistically deconstructed for the benefit of our future, not because we want to go into a sad future, but if we go into changes and if we go into, which we are facing already, I think we are privileged to sit here and, as Ivan said, forgetting that we are basically at war. Our reality may change faster than we expect, and I think the better we are prepared, the more prospects for confronting the changes that we don't want to, but may be forced to confront, will work for us rather than against us. In terms of crisis spots in the Balkans, Bosnia-Herzegovina is seriously one crisis spot. Milorad Dodik, the leader of one entity, was yesterday in Moscow, meeting with Putin in this very selected, exclusive membership of Lukashenko, Kadyrov, and Dodik. Meeting him recently. We don't know what they discussed, but you can only imagine what are the messages or what can be expected from such meetings. Does the European Union want to have a Trojan horse in Bosnia-Herzegovina, in its underbelly, in the Balkans? It's not obviously up to the Balkans to decide this, because if they could fight it, they could, collectively. But also Brussels and European capitals have to take this seriously. Do they care or do they not? Is this a threat or it is not? Can they do something about it or not? The United States, is it a partner in the EU enlargement or not? The US is promoting open Balkans concept, which is basically countering, or at least not fully aligned with the Berlin process of economic and infrastructural connectivity and cooperation in the Western Balkans. Is this the model that we are going to tolerate? Are we going to integrate it? Are we going to confront it? Do we have something else to offer? Is it going to prevail, this open Balkan concept? I don't know, but this is a question for people in Brussels. And not going into all the details of the Bosnia-Herzegovina, or the issue of Bosnia-Herzegovina, Hedvig, you said Bosnia cannot and does not qualify for candidacy status. It can't with the Dayton Peace Agreement. This peace agreement is stifling the country. Our question is, how do we dismantle Dayton Peace Agreement but preserve peace in Bosnia-Herzegovina? This is a challenge for us, not only for the citizens of Bosnia-Herzegovina, because a war in Bosnia or conflict could affect and will affect the rest of its neighborhood. So these are serious issues that are maybe minor in the framework of larger issues that we are confronting, but we should not forget that even when we have, a small thing that nags us and that we disregard as a small injury, if it infects and if it, poisons our blood, it can suffer from it terribly. I think we need to pay attention while we still can.
Thank you. Ivan, is it now that then we kind of think in crisis mode? You said there is now an emergency room. So we look at consolidating these regions because there is such an emergency, or do we still also have to look into what is the added value of these regions to the EU? What value would be added to the EU by integrating these regions? And do we need maybe a kind of a new mental map for Europe in order to develop these ideas?
Well, listen, one does not go against the other. In a certain way, what can simply totally change is the context in which all this functions. And my feeling is the following. The idea was, and this is what society were telling also themselves in the Western Balkans, we don't have a choice. No, society has a choice. And the problem is that this choice is going to be made in a very short period of time, even when people are not understanding that they're making choices. And it's not going to be an easy choices. From this point of view, what I like about Open Balkans is you're giving some agency to the region. The problem is that in a certain way, European Commission was treating basically the region in a way, you're basically treating a patient that all the time should be kind of under medicines in order not to feel the pain or this or that. But then you don't know where the patient is. And as a result of it, obviously, as I said, there is a major divisive things happening in the region because of this war. This war is closer to the Western Balkans than people can imagine, exactly because of the fact that some of the sentiment of political leaders, but part of societies, are very much polarized because of it. So this is not a region that can simply wait and open and close chapters, because basically there is no consensus anymore what you're doing in this situation. Secondly, the relations between the East and West within the European Union is changing. Because of Ukraine, because of the situation, because of a totally existential threat that countries like Poland or the Baltic republics are taking, because of the fact that on one level Poland is a country with a major kind of a problems with the rule of law, and on the other side this is a country that basically is hosting most of the refugees coming from Ukraine, and you have Ukrainian refugees in 7% of the households in Poland. This is not an easy story. What I don't like in our rhetoric, we're always pretending that we basically first are choosing between good and bad. And like people like Isaiah Berlin is telling us, normally when we're choosing, we are sacrificing a value. And this is what basically the war generation knew well, and this is something that basically we're not kind of ready to face. You can go and you can go with policies. And on the other side, what is also changing dramatically is that we're talking about consolidation effect, but this consolidation effect also goes with the rise of identity politics in many places. Yes, we are all facing Russia, but this is not a reason for the Polish government not to ask for the reparation from Germany. Or it was not a reason for the Bulgarian government not to basically ask certain things from Macedonia that probably if Hegel was alive was going to say that it was not necessary. But the story is that this is the reality, and we should face this reality and act in this. For example, we're saying transformation. There is no more transformative power than war. As famous scholar Charles Steele used to say, states are making wars, but wars are making states. And when we're talking, for example, about Ukraine, and people are extremely praising Ukraine, listen, Ukraine now is a really thriving democracy, but believe me, this thriving democracy is going to be unable to fix all the boxes of the European Union of what is a democracy. Go on the media on this, and because they're a country in a war. And in my view, this is what is the story. You're going to have a country which is in a totally different situation than others. And this kind of a diversity in the European Union, this is why, for example, I don't have any sympathy for this type of a rise of identity politics that comes and attack on the Polish government on Germany. On the other side, there are 2 or 3 issues on which Poland has legitimate questions towards Germany, including the weapons. It's legitimate. And from this point of view, we're going to see rebalancing of power. Unlike in a previous crisis, Germany and France, but particularly in Germany, are not in as strong positions they have been before, because in all previous crises, Germany was supplier of solution, and now because of the very strong dependency on Russian energy, Germany is one of the most vulnerable players in all this, with also difficult coalition within the country. So I do believe all this is realities. And if we're trying to ignore them and stay on the level of the declarative statements, for example, we have the same with the climate change and energy security. It is beautiful to say that basically this crisis is going to help us with the climate change, but we also should be quite open to the fact that at least on short term, it means that more coal and kind of energy security taking priority and so on. When you're telling the people that all good things go together all the time, we are losing credibility. This is my feeling. And this is a moment in which losing credibility is the worst that can happen to any government. Better tell people what they are really going to face than telling them that basically, don't worry, at the end of the day, all our priorities are going to go together.
Thank you, Ivan. Nicola, your final words. Don't feel pressured, but people here are looking for having lunch after we finish. Your final words, and I have a very concrete question to you, and that is, what do you expect from the newly to be relaunched Berlin process?
Yes, which is probably for Manuel, but briefly, the hopes from the region maybe in this respect. I find Ivan always extremely inspiring, and I think we are happy as a region to have him as someone coming from our region and who is among the best thinkers in Europe we have. The attractiveness of the waiting room, even when drinks are served, after spending so long, years, is in significant decline. And I like this contrast with waiting room becoming an emergency room. I think picking up on your transformation versus consolidation, I think we have to find a way to reconcile those two one way or the other, and you are better placed to think of that way. Otherwise, we may come at a situation where we will actually like autocrats if they're our autocrats. And then I think we're going to lose the European. In the European Union, it's going to be like a fancy fraternity club where values and principles and democracy and rule of law and freedom of the media are not so important. So I think we have to find a way to, although this is not easy, and in some ways we have seen what happens in the context of enlargement in the region when you politicize a process that should be about principles and values, Copenhagen criteria. For instance, do we grant Serbia instant membership if they solve the issue with Kosovo and fully align with the CFCP on sanctions against Russia? Even if there is backsliding on freedom of the media and rule of law and independence of the judiciary. I think this is a question that helps in this dichotomy. And the other way around, when a country that is actually performing, making progress on the criteria, but cannot really be rewarded because of other unrelated issues. So it's difficult to reconcile accession, which is supposedly merit-based, with high politicization. So I think this is a huge challenge, but it starts by facing this reality that we are in a consolidation mode on the continent because of the war. But on the other hand, citizens of the region are leaving the region in search of societies governed by the rule of law and bountiful with economic opportunity. So we have to somehow make this happen in our region, which is encircled by member states. And lastly, on the Berlin process, I think it's great that the Chancellor is decided to take this over, and it will continue. I think we have to use the opportunity to really push for a regional common market. Through the Berlin process, I think the energies will be huge for the region, so this is a platform where we can find solutions at a pan-European level, at an EU level, that will be applicable for the region. Cybersecurity as well, the attack on Albania, the attack in Montenegro, there was something similar in Kosovo, is also an important issue. But it's going to be important to try to streamline regional cooperation. There is a point in what Ivan said about regional ownership, but I think we have a bit of a confusing landscape at the moment, and we need to maybe not necessarily get one process, but we need some clarity in what is possible, etc. I think this is important. So I think with Manuel, with his position, we need you and Berlin engaged, and let's all try to make the most out of this Berlin process too, that will be launched on 3rd of November. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicola, and I would like to thank you all panelists. And unless there is an urgent question which will not allow you to fall asleep tonight, and which you would ask either Manuel Sarrazin or Nicola Dimitrov, who are there online, I would like to encourage you to maybe approach the other three panelists, who I suppose will be around still for lunch. So I believe we can continue this discussion with them over lunch, and now I would like to invite you then to have lunch and then to continue the program in the afternoon. Thank you for being here and to listening to this discussion. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. I'd like to thank all the panelists, and I would also like to thank our moderator for this excellent discussion, and of course, thanks to those who were with us online. And let me just, as it was said, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to have the lunch break. But before the lunch break, I would like to tell you something. And this is the following. Actually, a lunch break is going to last till 1300. So at 1 o'clock, you're expected to come back here. And I really would like to have you back here, because it's my pleasure to inform you that against all odds and defying all perils and security risks and obstacles, the keynote speaker of our next session, Mr. Simon Cheng, is here with us in person, so he's not going to be online. He is, as you know very well, ex-side pro-democracy activist and also founder of Hong Kongers in Britain. I would like you, sir, to rise, please, and I think he deserves a big hand. So he's here with us in person. I think that is going to be an extremely interesting and exciting keynote speech, so please be back at 1 o'clock. And before I allow you to go to lunch, I would also like to thank our interpreters who did an excellent job. You might ask, how do I know? Well, they've been my colleagues for 20 years, and I know that they're excellent. Ms. Zsóka Czop and Mr. Péter Kocó. Thank you very much, and bon appétit. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming back in time. And as announced before the lunch break, we are now going to have our keynote speech by Mr. Simon Cheng, Hong Kong exiled pro-democracy activist and also founder of the Hong Kongers in Britain. And the title of the paper is How Autocratic Tendencies Can Spread Under the Guise of Democracy. I think the only thing I have to do, sir, is to give you the floor. Please.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. And actually, this time is my first time to come to the Budapest. And suppose you all know, you must also more familiar than me, that Hungary now facing a lot of challenging situations. So even to a lot of human rights defenders and also pro-democracy activists, we're just unsure whether it would be safe to come here. But I think that sometimes as the activist and pioneer, especially when we experience a very massive protest happening in Hong Kong that I was also on the front line, we should be without fear to advocate freedom and democracy. And that's why I'm here and very fortunate that I'm still can be here. I cannot conclude after a few days, but hopefully that I would be still, genuinely safe, and I could also give lots of messages to my fellow men, to my compatriots that we should also maintain this kind of message even around the world. So today, the topic is also about the autocratic tendencies can spread under the guise of democracy. So not surprisingly, today I would mention about what happenings in my hometown, in Hong Kong, and also in China. And you might surprise that how could that when we talk about China, that is quite obviously an autocratic country, how could they still need to be, show it that they'll be complying with democracy? I think that it made me think about a very famous novel, 1984, that George Orwell, that they talk about how the autocracy could run, especially when George Orwell that they mentioned the propaganda department named as the Ministry of the Truth. The Ministry of the Truth also means that's autocracy, authoritarianism, and dictatorship, that they include all kinds of values within one party and also within even one person. So based on the European experience, when we think about the World War II, when we think about the Nazi regime, and also that's the party, and based on name, that's we could see that it includes all ideology from far left and far right. They call themselves as nationalist and also socialist. So it's also the same when we're living in Hong Kong. The biggest pro-establishment and pro-government parties that time, they named themselves as Democratic Alliance. So that is a lot of things that we know that is so absurd. How could they still claim themselves as democracy, but when they run and govern, exactly at the opposite? When we still can see China's, the official names of China is with People's Republic of China. That's they mention about people, then they also mention about republic. And this kind of things that is the issue. They try to connect with the world, with mainstream narrative, that they try to connect, that they could present as in some form of democracy. And when we live in our hometown, as a Hong Kongers, we feel we could have a benefit of doubts to the new master when, after 1997, our sovereignty had been transferred from the UK to China. We have a great sense of benefit of doubt to those people in power from Beijing. And bit by bit, we could see that at the end, we need to think about a very core question, a philosophical question, that what's the Beijing they propose, one country, two system, is at the end of the day, we need to face it. How could the autocracy and democracy could coexist? Whether we also believe that one day China could be democratized. Because obviously when we criticize China as one-party rule, they could rebuke. They said, we are actually with multiple parties, multiple democratic parties, under the Chinese Communist Party leadership. So there is lots of things that we need to figure it out. And we need to see how could we propose, for example, how could we have a genuine universal suffrage? And that's actually we fought for, and actually we have been fighting for a long time and for many, many years. And unfortunately, I feel when all the people, they exhaust all spaces within the system, within the constitution, we try to send our representative for democracy within the legislature, and bit by bit it will have been disqualified, and bit by bit it will have been squeezed out, and bit by bit we're seeing a long process, a very painful process, and bit by bit how could we see our freedom have been enshrined and have been entitled based on the Sino-British Joint Declaration and based on the basic law, the mainly constitution within Hong Kong, could lose. And this process is very long, so that's why it's also very painful. And I feel it's also very inhumane to those people living in, a semi-democracy or a limited liberal society in Hong Kong. Because when the people, they have a freedom of accessing information, they know a little bit, they know lots of human rights abusive stories were happening in Hong Kong, in mainland China, like Liu Xiaobo, like many human rights lawyers, dissidents, and religion petitioners over there have been suppressed. However, we have been not entitled to have a genuine elections. And even that we feel inhumane because that seems like an expedient way that one country, two system, that maximally Hong Kong people can enjoy certain freedoms, but we still need to negotiate with our master, our unelected master, for a graduate process for full democracy. And it seems like in the process that we fight for, then bit by bit we feel we're being cheated, because that they know they have to use Hong Kong as a cultural melting pot for achieving better business interests and economic interests. But meanwhile, they don't want to face it, how potential that Hong Kong could one day becoming the future China, that bit by bit we could be hand in hand to achieve full democracy in the future, just like what we can see was happening in Taiwan. And this is a long process that we finally coming up with a almost conclusion when the day China said, okay, you want to have one person, one vote, then we now give you, but you can have one person, one vote, but we need to pre-select your candidates. We understood, maybe most of you would also understand that Hong Kong, that they cannot grant the democracy, and we understand that we have enjoying a high autonomy previously, but that's also a shortcoming to us. Because if we enjoy the autonomy, however, that we cannot engage within the politics of China, and that's they could still would say, we are sovereign state and you're only a region, you're only a city, so we pre-select your candidate. So we're still coming to the end and be questions about this. Could one country, two system effectively preserve democracy, and could autocracy and democracy could coexist? And we could see the one country, two system formula have been practicing for about 20 years, and the answer is clear, it's failure. So these kind of things that we understood, that autocracy needs to be a very clear definition. It need not to, it can't be confused. And that's why when we were on the streets, that we feel very upset, and we feel there's no any other way that we could do. And bit by bit, even any kind of the space within the system, within the constitution have been exhausted. And the only way for Hong Kong people they could do is go on the street. And even you can see that kind of the despair and this kind of the frustration, this kind of the anger can show on the people's faces. And that is what you also can see, that national state security law has been imposed unilaterally from Beijing, and that they need even not consulted with the peoples of Hong Kong, and then they circumvent the local legislature of Hong Kong. And even not only just you go on the street to be critical of the government could be prohibited, but even that chanting slogans and circulate any information being critical of the government could be criminalized. And then you could face up to life imprisonment at the end. And at that moment, that people were always arguing that why not just you come back to, to the past, that we could still negotiate with Beijing, that we could still back to the dialogue to talk with them. And it's better not to piece off Beijing, that we could get full democracy. But that's we spend so many times and many chances to talk with them, but only what we could get is a fake election, pre-selected election. And that is the way why Hong Kong people, they running out of the patience, and then they decide to fight for democracy on the street. And one of the optimistic side that we could see is at least that we could push the autocracy to not to be able to pretend as a benevolent power, to be a good master. They show a true nature of what is the autocracy. It means if we give you some business interest, that you should be silent. If we give you some title, you should be silent. If you would be satisfied if you're just being rich, then you should be silenced. You have been not entitled to any political rights. And that is not the choice of Hong Kong people. Because Hong Kong has been long being regarded as purely as a functional city, as a business city. That's where we define what are Hong Kongers, who are Hong Kongers. The concept of Hong Kongers that's being fought and earned ourselves, that we actually cherish about the value for democracy. We don't want to living into the lies that ostensibly that we have been economically rich, but that politically that we have nothing, that we have no say. And that is why not we have both. If we just going back to a very nature of the questions that as a human being, why don't we have both economic freedom and political liberty? Unfortunately, back in China, that is a trade-off. You could either get one, you cannot get both. and political power. That's the no political right, but political power. And that is the prerequisite and foundation why you get rich. And that's becoming a very powerful regime. And that is challenging the mainstream narrative, the new world order of the liberal democracy around here. So I think that is the way, that's the pathway that Hong Kongers choose. And of course that you might say that is a dead silence now in Hong Kong. But when the people fleeing from the country, because even to me, I've been wanted by the National Security Police just because my thought, just because my advocacy. And it's almost unimaginable when you can see lots of expat communities doing business as Hong Kong as claim themselves as international city that could be uncivilized like this. But when the people they decide to leave our hometown, that is greater sense of determination that we need to still keep going. And it's very, very sad that we can see our fellow men, that's the first time they need to understand what is asylum policy. It's very unimaginable decades ago that we received many refugees from Vietnam, that we think that we're resourceful, that we can help many other people, but this time it's coming to us. And the first time as an activist, we need to grant the choice for the people if they want to live for freedom. If they don't want to be persecuted, they still have this kind of the choices. That's why we set up a sharing platform on the internet, sharing asylum policy. It's painful, but it's also useful. But when we expect many more people they're fleeing, then they're settling down in the neighboring countries around the world, we need to group them together. Because we don't want to see that narrative that our collective trauma and our collective memory could be diluted one day. And that's why I would say why that is so important, because when we group together, we're becoming one of the voices of the community. Then we could also make sure that is in solidarity. And that time, we still, even when, for example, to me, I'm in the UK, that we found the diaspora groups, Hong Kongers in Britain, we also face lots of challenges. That we said, the autocratic tendency in the guise of democracy. We still see lots of United Front work of the Chinese Communist Party overseas. That we can see lots of Chinese Overseas Association. They could be influenced by the Chinese Communist Party political agenda and propaganda. And that would be a very convenient that you could see lots of charities and civic organizations. They would say, oh, we are not political, and what you're advocating for democracy, for human rights is political. And impartiality and neutrality becoming a very convenient excuse to shy away from any critical issue for human rights. And that is also in the guise of democracy. And also that they will argue, if we're living in the democracy, we also need to tolerate that we have a freedom to support dictatorship, to support authoritarianism. So that is kind of the debate that's we're happening as well in the UK, that we learn how to deal with it. So the message is actually clear that some scholars would say that is resilient autocracy, resilient authoritarianism, because they have been very agile, that they learn how to adapt to the mainstream narrative. When you see back in China that they spend hundreds of millions of dollars to scholars, sending it overseas and setting up Confucius Institutes, that they try to make a dialogue with the Western democracy and even try to make them look like democracy, but without any substance. That's kind of things that we need to unveil this kind of the situation and have a decent debate. And that is so important. I think that's how could we verify the democracy, the element of democracy with substance, is that how could we see, and whether that we could see if there has any kind of division of power and checks and balance within the institution. I think Hungary and China is uncomparable because China is de facto one-party state within that kind of the constitution. That kind of the constitution obviously named that is under one-party leadership. But Hungary still we can see a certain degree of checks and balance, especially because that is part of the EU, that we can see the checks and balance over there. So these kind of things I feel is very important that today when we see lots of people, when we learn about the lesson from the history, that's how the Nazi regime had risen from a very vibrant liberal democracy in Weimar Republic. So that's why lots of people that they try to going into the populism, that they try to go into extremism, then hijack the parliament. That is what previously Hitler did. But that is different context what's happening in China, because usually those activists, they are in the radical side, that usually they need to appeal to the people. And that's why, that's in the context of China, how effective the United Front worked for the Chinese communist officials is that they need not to win the game because they're already a winner. If that is relations between just the people and the government, we need to be more radical because we need to change the status quo. And that's why the United Front work, they could be so successful, because they need not to absolutely get you on their side, to be friendly with you, because they have lots of resource. They just request you not to be at the opposition against the Chinese Communist Party. And the bar is so low. And they were easy to be framed as an activist that we are being radical, we are being irrational, we are being emotional, we are being sensational. And it looked like a populist as well. And that is the difficulties. How could we breach the narrative and context between the Europe and China? And that's the thing, we need to be emotional. Because when all the time, if we rationally with the Chinese government officials, definitely they monopolize all kind of the resources economically, politically, socially. That if we could be rational, that we should cooperate with them. That Hong Kong people, they are stupid. Why they're just going on the street? Why not to be obedient? That they could get what they want, they could get rich or something. But if we have this kind of belief, every time we watch news, that some kind of the people, they're from Beijing, say this, say that, and they're not elected, and we feel we are subordinate, we're not people. And we see lots of absurdity happening, and we see lots of very, very tragic story happening in China, like Liu Xiaobo, like many other people, they die in prison. We could not tolerate, we cannot move on, because it's so miserable that even anyone, they could be legalized, that imprisonment, that injustice. That's, if you see someone that's, like they do something immoral, that you could, that might be an individual behavior. But how about that state behavior, legalized it and trained it within the constitution? And that's so dangerous. That's why we need to change. And that's why we set up the diaspora and keep going forward. And when we set up the diaspora, bit by bit, we're self-help, we're self-reliant because we set up diaspora groups, and bit by bit we're self-empowered. When we're coming into the UK, the most very interesting thing that we're coming over there, we're being entitled to get votes. We know how to practice democracy, and bit by bit we could be self-empowered. And when we self-empower in some way, it's very, very interesting that when Hong Kong be regarded as the last colony of the British Empire, but the way that Hong Kong people to achieve democracy and to decolonize themselves is coming and going to the UK. But that is not the end. That's the issue haven't been solved because our hometown, where we're from, the injustice is still massive over there. Our lots of fellows that they ask for democracy and freedom now in jail. I just thinking about what they're doing. Are they breathing? In this second, every minute is full and filled with injustice. And that's what we cannot tolerate. And that is something in the future we need to engage global politics. We need to engage the policy, the community affairs within any kind of the countries we're living in. We're bit by bit also, one of the ways that we could reconnect all Hong Kongers around the world is by election, is by vote, is by this kind of value of democracy and freedom. So that's why some of the activists, and even I agree, is to advocate a new kind of the parliaments of Hong Kong that could be set up, even that is without real power, even that is even not governmental organization, it's civic organization. But this process of voting could connect people together. And this would be a new checks and balance have been set up. Because one country system, when we witness it collapse, then that's the checks and balance have been collapsed. And that is some unstable situation that's happening. And now the front lines move from Hong Kong to Taiwan. So we see a lot of military conflict and tension happening over there. And one of the ways that we need to rebuild the checks and balance is Hong Kong diaspora still need to be on the front line, at least in Asia, and now becoming a globe, a world, that we to contain this kind of the assertive authoritarianism and expanding dictatorship. And that is the future, and I hope that we have a clear eyes to see this future. Thank you.
Well, I think it's unbelievably tough to contemplate such a decision to leave your homeland, leave your country for good. And of course, it's probably even more difficult to see that point of no return when you have to take that call. Thank you very much for that opening speech, that keynote speech. Thank you very much again for being here with us in person. This was Mr. Simon Cheng, Hong Kong exiled pro-democracy activist and founder of Hong Kongers in Britain. We're going to stay in this region, Asia Pacific, because now we are going to see a video footage, a video message by Mr. Cheng Wen-san, the mayor of Taoyuan, and the title is going to be Taiwan and Taoyuan under the threat of China.
Hello everyone, I am Zheng Wen-san, Taoyuan City Mayor from Taiwan. This September, I was invited to attend the Budapest Forum, where I signed the Pact of Free Cities with 20 other cities around the globe to declare Taoyuan determination to uphold democracy and freedom. I'm happy to be here again to speak about Taiwan under the threat of China. After the Russia-Ukraine war broke out, I attended the Together for Ukraine online meeting held by the Pact of Free Cities, together with other cities across the world, to voice our support for Ukraine on March 4th. In Taoyuan, we projected colors of blue and yellow that stand for the flag of Ukraine to the city hall. People in Taiwan also made in kind and cash donations to show our support for Ukraine. We can relate to Ukraine because we are right next to China, a hegemony that seeks to suppress us in every way possible. In addition, China has never renounced the use of force to bring Taiwan under its control Since Xi Jinping took the reign of the CCP, China has abandoned its high and buy policy and initiated a series of aggressive actions, including its heightened political intimidation and military coercion against Taiwan. In recent years, through its diplomatic coercion and inducements, Beijing has forced as many as 8 diplomatic allies of Taiwan to cut ties with Taiwan in an attempt to isolate us. China's suppression of Taiwan's participation in international organizations never stopped. At the worst of the COVID-19 pandemic, China also prevented our delegation from attending the WHO, putting politics above public health and disregarding human welfare. Taiwan faced millions of cyber attacks and massive misinformation and disinformation campaigns. Are organized to shake our political and economic stability. The PLA's frequent military drills in waters around Taiwan and the fighter jets and the warships sent across the median line of the Taiwan Strait also pose threat to regional security and heighten the risk of military misjudgment. Despite China's brutal actions, Taiwan still strives to cultivate its diplomatic relationship with other countries. Our engagement with like-minded partners such as the US, Japan, and the European countries uphold the spirit of professionalism and pragmatism. We will play our role as a member of the international community to maintain peace and prosperity in Indo-Pacific region. The US has maintained a close relationship with Taiwan based on the Taiwan Relations Act. Taiwan and the US enjoy frequent political and economic exchanges, as well as robust official and civilian interactions with each other. In the face of the growing threat from China, the US Congress has passed many bills friendly toward Taiwan, such as the Taiwan Travel Act, the Asia Reassurance Initiative Act, and the Taipei Act to deepen Taiwan-US relations. A while ago, the US Senate Foreign Relations Committee passed the Taiwan Policy Act of 2022 in hopes of strengthening Taiwan's security by substantially enhancing our bilateral military and economic cooperation. Military-wise, the US continues to provide Taiwan with advanced defensive weapons to increase Taiwan's defensive asymmetric capabilities in countering China military threats. On August 2nd, US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi led a congressional delegation to visit Taiwan, demonstrating their support for Taiwan through action. This was the first visit of a current House Speaker to Taiwan since the former Speaker Gingrich visited 25 years ago. From Taiwan-friendly bills to the Speaker's visit, the US Congress has demonstrated strong support for Taiwan and the determination to secure democracy. The CPTPP, chaired by Japan this year, is a regional organization that Taiwan seeks to join. On September 22nd this year, Taiwan submitted its application to the CPTPP. This marks a huge step for Taiwan's participation in regional economic integration, as Taiwan's trade volume with CPTPP member accounts for 24% of the country's total. However, 6 days prior to Taiwan's submission, the PRC submitted its application and objected to Taiwan's accession on the ground of one China, shutting the door to Taiwan's entry. As most CPTPP member states avoided getting involved in the complicated competition between Taiwan and the PRC, Japan still voiced its support for Taiwan's entry into CPTPP. When the Japanese DART delegation visited Taiwan, they also voiced their support for Taiwan to join more international organizations, such as the CPTPP, WHO, and the ICAO. Both Japan and Taiwan agreed that Taiwan's entry will be reciprocally beneficial to each other, as stated by the late former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. If something happens to Taiwan, it means something happens to Japan, which is the same as the something happened to the Japan-US alliance. What Prime Minister Abe said implies the inclusion of Taiwan in the Pacific Rim economic framework and the Japan-US alliance. As the Chinese hegemony began to rise, the tension across the Taiwan Strait escalated. The Quad initiative by Japan has become a major mechanism to mitigate and to balance China's rise. The Quad upholds the spirit of freedom, openness, tolerance, and democracy, which all speak to Taiwan's belief, as Taiwan and Japan both safeguard the universal value of democracy, freedom, and human rights. The two countries should work hand in hand to prevent authoritarian countries from invading to these values. We maintain proactive in our engagement with Japan to raise Taiwan's awareness of self-defense. With the support of Japan, we hope to build a deeper cooperative relationship along the first island chain in the Western Pacific and jointly defend ourselves against the threats from China. In Europe, parliaments have passed bills in support of Taiwan, and the members of parliaments across parties and countries have visited Taiwan in a chain of delegation to show their support for Taiwan in real action. For example, following the visit of a delegation of the European Parliament led by French MEP Javier Glucksmann to Taipei this year, a delegation led by Vice President of the European Parliament Nicolas Beer also visited Taiwan this year, demonstrating the strong support of the European Parliament to Taiwan. Vice President Beer has long been a strong supporter of Taiwan's freedom and democracy. Not only did she back the resolutions regarding Taiwan and sign the petition for Taiwan's participation in the WHO and other international organizations, but she also expressed her concern for the security across the Taiwan Strait through written and oral interpellations. As a very important friend of Taiwan, Vice President Beer has openly urged the EU and its member states to take concrete actions to elevate the EU's relations with Taiwan. In February, the European Parliament adopted the resolutions of common foreign and security policy and common security and defense policy, in which they strongly condemn Russia's invasion of Ukraine, as well as China's coercion against Lithuania and other EU member states, and its suppression of Hong Kong's democracy and freedom. Meanwhile, the European Parliament also urged the EU to forge closer partnerships and bilateral investment treaties with Taiwan. Following China's military exercise around Taiwan, after Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit, the 5 major political groups of the European Parliament put forward a joint motion for a resolution on the situation in the Strait of Taiwan. The resolution demands the EU help ensure security in the Taiwan Strait, calls for European countries to set up representative offices in Taiwan, and urges the EU to send future official parliamentary delegation to Taiwan. This is the 8th document in support of Taiwan adopted by the European Parliament. It demonstrates the high concerns from MEPs across different countries and the political groups for peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait. Lastly, I would like to take this opportunity to extend my gratitude to Mayor Caroccioni and the organizer for hosting such a meaningful event that gathers the strength of democracy. I hope that the participants of the event can continue to pay attention to the situation across the Taiwan Strait together, condemn China's hegemonic acts together, safeguard Taiwan's status as Asia's beacon of democracy together, and help ensure peace and stability in this region. With your help, we can ensure that the beacon of democracy will continue to shine over the Western Pacific and light up the darkness. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Chen Wen-san, for your keynote remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a famous Hungarian joke, which I'm not going to tell you now, about option A and B. Now, the only reason I'm saying this, because from now on, we are going to be in 2 different sessions. One, session A here in the auditorium where we are right now, and there's the other one, session B, which is going to be in room 103, which is just above this auditorium. Now, the title of that discussion is going to be whether deep polarization in society, whether that's a driver in autocratization. Many of us would have the gut feeling that we know the answer to this question, but I can assure you, ladies and gentlemen, that there is much more to it. So whoever is interested, please take the opportunity and go to the other room, while here we are going to continue with an equally interesting session. When fake news goes mainstream, state-sponsored disinformation and effective countermeasures. I wonder what the effective countermeasures could be. So this discussion here is going to be headed by Mr. Peter Kreko, Director of a Political Capital Institute, Senior Fellow of a Center for European Policy analysis. And the participants are going to be Dr. Helena Ivanov, Associate Research Fellow, the Henry Jackson Society, Ilya Yablokov, Lecturer, University of Sheffield, Jamie Fly, President of and Chief Executive Officer, Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, Mrs. Sergei Guriev, Professor, Sciences, Department of Economics. The discussion in room 103 is going to be led by Professor Laszlo Brust, co-director, CEO, Democracy Institute of the Central European University. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give the floor to Mr. Peter Kreko and the members of the panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Alex, and sorry for everyone for the bit of delay. I will directly right now jump into the topic and the discussion. So our panel today is going to discuss the tendencies of that there are more and more states that are involved in spreading disinformation. So the easiest thing to talk about disinformation and conspiracy theories and so on is that talking about the phenomenon that are on the margin and that are coming from external sources. But we sometimes tend to forget that when domestic political players or state actors are spreading disinformation, usually it's just way more efficient than when external and marginal forces are doing so. And the Oxford Computation Propaganda Project have some dark figures to share on the extent of state-sponsored disinformation. According to their figures, back to 2017, there was only 28 states that they could count all around the world as where state actors were spreading disinformation in the online domain. By 2019, it went up to 70, and right now, more than half of the world's and still counting, and more than half of the world's population are living in countries where state actors are somehow involved in state-sponsored disinformation. We have a brilliant group of experts with whom we are going to discuss this issue today. Let me introduce them in their name order. First, Jamie Fly, President and Chief Executive Officer of RFERL, since 2019, with a bit of pause. And with some interruptions. Jamie had an important position at the German Marshall Fund of the United States. He served as a counselor for Foreign and National Security Affairs to Senator Marco Rubio from 2013-17, serving as his foreign policy advisor during his presidential campaign. Jamie Fly has also served in the Bush administration of the National Security Council and in the Office of Secretary of Defense. For his work in the Department of Defense, he was awarded the Office of the Secretary of Defense Medal for Exceptional Public Service. We also have Sergei Guriev with us, Provost of Sciences Po in Paris and tenure professor there since 2013. Beforehand, Sergei served as a rector of the new economic school in Moscow in 2004-2013. He resigned and fled to France then. In 2016-19, he worked as a chief economist and a member of the executive committee of EBRD. His research interests include political economics, development economics, labor mobility, contract theory. He recently wrote a book with Daniel Treisman called Spin Dictators that we are going to discuss here. And Mr. Guriev was a speechwriter and advisor to Russian President Dmitry Medvedev in office from May 2008 to May 2012, during which time he also sat on government advisory boards and on the board of state enterprises. Also, we have on my right Helena Ivanov, Associate Research Fellow of the Henry Jackson Society. She recently completed a PhD in International Relations at the London School of Economics and Political Science. Her research focuses on the relationship between propaganda and violence against civilians. In her thesis, Helena examined the role of propaganda played during the Yugoslav wars prior to her PhD. Helena completed a BA at the University of Oxford and holds an MA, and a BA at the University of Belgrade. And last but not least, we have Iya Yablokov, lecturer at the University of Sheffield since 2001, at the lecturer in journalism and digital media. His sphere of research interest includes, but not limited to, disinformation, misinformation, conspiracy theories, international broadcasting and political communication, as well as journalistic practices of self-censorship in the post-socialist countries. His more recent projects focus on the production and dissemination of Russian state disinformation campaigns by the so-called troll factories. His monograph, Fortress Russia, Conspiracy Theories in Post-Soviet World, studies how political elites in post-Soviet Russia use conspiracy theories for political purposes and to boost social cohesion under Vladimir Putin. Its Russian version had 3 editions. So, first of all, I would quote a few results, not too much, from the research that Political Capital have done with the support of National Endowment for Democracy in Central Eastern Europe and in Europe that are related to our topic of state-sponsored disinformation. So what we have done a research in the V4 countries and then also in Germany, Italy, Romania, besides Hungary, where we were looking for trolling activities. So inauthentic online behavior that is usually run by fake profiles and usually is based on the model that there are some repetitive comments that all the trolls are putting under certain posts to somehow to try to pretend some kind of popular support behind some positions. What we have found in this research, and particularly in Hungary, is that beside the troll agencies that the political parties apply, there is a rather big group of pro-Kremlin trolls that are spreading messages of the Kremlin and copy-pasting the same message several times under different posts, and especially when it comes to the Russian-Ukrainian war. Moscow did not invent anything new in that. This is something that has existed before. What is rather new is that the traditional infrastructure, disinformation infrastructure of the Kremlin have rather weakened. So Russia Today, Sputnik have been put under the sanctions list, which means that they are practically banned in the Western world, in the European Union and beyond. And also Twitter, Facebook, YouTube have removed their channels. So their reach to the international audience have dropped significantly. And that's why trolls are becoming even more important than they were before. What we also found is that most of the narratives are imported in a certain sense. So, for example, one important one that Ukraine does not exist. It does not have any, how to say, legally administered borders, therefore there is a right for Russia to invade it as, let's say, part of the USSR. This message was started from an organization connected to Ukrainian pro-Putin oligarch Viktor Medvedchuk and taken over by a news agency of separatists, and the same message that appeared there were translated in poor Hungarian and spread all over the field. And we found also that there are some crises that can exploit the messages. For example, in Italy, energy crises are coming up as the most important topic of Russian trolls. And last but not least, I would mention that the trolling activity can be the most successful in the countries where it receives support from the political mainstream. And it has impact on the public opinion when it receives support from the political mainstream. Unfortunately, this is absolutely the case in Hungary. For example, we have research data on that more than 30% of the Hungarians believe, for example, that there are secret US biolabs in Ukraine that are preparing viruses against only Russians, but it's not something that trolls are spreading. It's something that you can hear from pundits in the state-owned media, for example, and that's the biggest problem. So let me jump into the discussion after this introduction, and my first question would go to you, Sergei. In your new book that you co-authored with Daniel Treisman, you argue that the nature of dictatorships is changing, and that from direct repression and violence, the most important thing is it's manipulation of information. So what do you mean by spin dictators, and who are the spin dictators of today?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Peter. Thank you very much for inviting me. That's a great event, and I appreciate your question. Indeed, this is a book where we put together this argument based on our previous research published in academic journals. This book is for general audience, and I encourage everybody to read this book. It will be translated in Hungarian, so it will come out in Hungarian like in 6 other languages. And basically our argument is, in 20th century, dictators would terrorize their citizens into submission. In 21st century, majority of dictators are different. They don't wear military uniform, they wear civilian suits. They pretend to be democrats. They say we just have a different kind of democracy. And they use manipulation of information through different kind of propaganda, different kinds of narratives, some of them which Peter has indicated, and through hidden censorship. So it is important that they use methods of censorship which are very different from open censorship of, say, Soviet times, when you would have a special agency for censorship. Here, censorship is banned, but we co-opt the owners of the media, we pay the journalists, sometimes we use targeted repression in a limited way to undermine journalistic freedom, so that population doesn't know they live a non-democratic society. And so basically spin dictators are the new breed of dictators that is better suited to the modern world, where you still attract foreign investment, you still are part of the civilized community, you're not an outcast, and this is how those new regimes actually prosper in the modern world. And so in the book we say that we need to remember that these are still dictators, even if they call themselves Democrats, hold elections, have some independent media, have some opposition parties. These are not democratic regimes. And going back to your introduction, these guys also try to manipulate information beyond the borders. They use trolls, they use influence agents, they use enablers, as we call them, to undermine Western institutions. And it is in the interest of the West to expose those activities and to resist those activities. Why? Because spin dictators are usually very corrupt regimes, for the reasons I'm happy to elaborate, but we talk about that in the book, and they love to export corruption. If corruption is not exposed, then their agents do their bidding, influence foreign policy, influence international organizations in their interest. If the corruption is exposed and their enablers are actually shown to be working for dictators, then it's even better, because spin dictators come back to their home audience and say, look, you're accusing us of corruption, but the West is not better. Corruption exists in the West as well. And as you rightly said, these are the guys who use narratives to rule. They don't need to kill or imprison thousands. They just need to control the flow of information. It turns out that it is quite a successful model of dictatorship.
Thank you. Iya, you have written a book on the conspiracy theories in Russia that have sadly become quite timely, and I can just recall a book talk that we organized here in Budapest a few years ago, when you back then told that the interesting feature of conspiracy theorizing in Vladimir Putin's Russia is that Putin himself was not the front man of conspiracy theories. He was more reserved and let others to spread the conspiracy theories in the public television and also in the political domain. And in a more recent piece you wrote in the New York Times, you argue that this has changed considerably. And right now, Vladimir Putin have become practically the conspiracy theorist in chief, and also that the conspiracy theorists played probably a causal role in the start of the invasion. So, can you elaborate us a bit?
What a day to talk about Russia today, yeah? Yeah, indeed. One of the central arguments of my book was that the Kremlin constructed a very efficient model of spreading information both domestically and internationally. They know what they do, and whatever happens, they kind of they basically filter it to the realpolitik. Well, we don't know what happened in the last 5 years, but we can speculate. It's a problem of every authoritarian leader who is very much isolated from the diversity of information, basically fails to analyze what happens in the world, in a way, objectively, but academically, let's say. And basically fails to his own propaganda. So I think I would just speculate, I cannot read his mind, luckily. But I think what happened is just, he was reading the wrong books. He was fed with the reports that were very much, biased to what Vladimir Putin wanted to see. And that slip into what we see now. Started in 2012 when he returned to power. So when he returned to power, in a way, there was nowhere to go for him. So gradually, with the COVID, with the isolation, with the, in a way, the dominance of conspiratorial narratives that were ironically produced by the whole machinery of propaganda, these narratives reached the Kremlin's boss, and that's what we have today. And that's what we see basically in today's speech. It is very conspiratorial, it is very anti-Western, and it's very far from the very rational way a politician should assess what's happening around him.
Yeah, Dmitry Kiseyev and others might be a bit envious that their important role in conspiracy theorizing have taken away, and that what they have, what they are representing is, let's say, way more moderate now than it was before, and it's absolutely the new normal. Helena, there was a panel beforehand on the Western Balkans, the developments in the Western Balkans, and why it was mainly about issues around the EU integration. The conflicts, the emerging conflicts in many countries have came up during the discussion. The Western Balkans is famous, or we can say historically infamous, for the state-sponsored disinformation campaigns. I mean, the most well-known ones are probably of the Milosevic regime, against non-Serbs, against NATO, and so on, and during the Yugoslav wars. What do you see now in the Western Balkans in terms of state-sponsored disinformation? Which are the countries where it can, whether it is problematic, and do you see any countries where it can lead to the escalation of some ethnic problems?
Thank you so much for the question, and thank you also for inviting me to be on this panel. So when I analyzed the propaganda during the Yugoslav wars during the 1990s, one of the things that came out was how important it was that the state inherited the communist structure of the media ownership, and how important it was that the media environment in the former Yugoslavia was such that you basically had one national broadcaster that was the absolute authority over everything that people have thought. So for instance, if you think about Serbia during the 1990s, you will realize that the radio and television of Serbia, the national broadcaster, was watched on a daily basis by 4 million people. When you put into context the fact that Serbia has around 7 million citizens, that basically tells you everything you need to know. So I think during the 1990s we've had this context where basically each of the republics inherited their own national broadcaster, which was basically dominant and basically the only thing that people have seen. And in that sense, having state-owned and state-sponsored propaganda wasn't as complicated. Obviously, nowadays, with the introduction of the privately owned media, but also the rise of social media platforms, things have become a bit more complicated when it comes to state sponsorship of propaganda. Nevertheless, I would like to say that things have substantially changed in the region. Unfortunately, necessarily they have not. There are a lot of privately owned medias which are in fact practically controlled by the government, either because someone very close to the government is actually the owner of that media outlet, or because governments have other ways of exerting their influence. So even though we have more sources of information right now, they're not necessarily more objective or more impartial. I think that when you add the fact that with the rise of social media platforms, we're seeing the rise of troll farms, which are also sometimes sponsored by the government, basically we have a rather difficult and complicated situation in the Western Balkans. However, what is important, I think, here to highlight is that the problem of misinformation and the problem of fake news is not uniquely related to the Western Balkans. We're seeing it globally. We have seen the influence of this during Brexit campaign in the United Kingdom. We have seen this problem during the election of Donald Trump in the 2020 elections. And I think what really matters here is to realize that fake news and misinformation is omnipresent across the globe. Various governments and various regimes and various other perhaps non-governmental fractions are going to try and abuse social media platforms to advance their agendas. And all of us are susceptible to its influence because all of us suffer from what in my PhD I describe as epistemic dependency. We can't know everything and we don't know everything, and we have to rely on other authorities and other sources of information to tell us what is going on somewhere. And now that anyone can basically come around and spread something which is apparently called an alternative fact, we live in a very dangerous time in this regard. And that's why I think it is now more than ever important to engage in various countermeasures that would prevent the spread of such information, but also in the absence of preventing it, then mitigate the impact that it might have, especially in critical times like these ones and complex regions like the Western Balkans.
Yes, thank you for raising that. And we will talk more at the end of the panel on the countermeasures, but I think it's pretty important that you highlight that the social media that have been, and it's when it was born, regarded to be the big help for Democrats all around the world, but these days it more seems to be exploited by autocrats way more efficiently than by democratic forces. And it's again the amount of resources matter a lot here. State actors simply have more resources to advertise their messages on social media. Jamie, Radio Free Europe, let's say, has the reputation of being a very bad guest, in the sense that you are mainly going to countries where you are not welcome. So in countries where the media space are not necessarily free and fair, and foreign, let's say, foreign media companies coming to the country is not necessarily something that is regarded to be the best thing in the world. RFERL, if I know it well, it reports in 23 countries, and I think in most of the countries where you report there are serious democratic challenges, and it's rather understatement. So can you tell us about the most problematic aspects where you operate, and what does it tell us about the nature of this state-sponsored disinformation and the state as an actor that wants to have some kind of monopoly over information?
Sure, and let me just start by thanking you for pulling this panel together. Already I'm impressed by my fellow panelists and agree with much of what has been said. But I also want to say it's very exciting to be speaking in this building, because actually upstairs some of our historical archives are hosted at the Blinken Open Society Archives. And so it's great to be back, and I visited the archives several times over the last 3 years. Would encourage anyone who has the opportunity to visit them and learn more about our history, not just here in Hungary, but across our coverage area. So I think the panel has described very effectively what I see when I look across our 23 countries, and I travel to most of them. I'm actually banned now from traveling to Russia anymore, and blocked from some others like Iran. But I do get out to most of the markets that we broadcast to, and I meet with most of these governments. I meet with authoritarians. It's part of my job, and try to make inroads for independent media, for our work in country. And when I go to those countries and when I sit across from these officials, the scenario that Sergei described is completely accurate. We are now in an authoritarian age where dictators feel that they can mask themselves as democrats. They can act like they're allowing independent media and free flow of information, but on the side, they're doing everything possible to undermine truly independent journalism. They'll harass journalists, they'll call them into security services, and all these are things we've experienced. They'll beat up journalists, they'll steal their equipment, they'll pass laws that make it harder for certain types of journalists to operate. Meanwhile, they'll all fund, and it's been mentioned, the troll farms, they'll all fund their own troll farms. And sometimes they're not even through government sources, they're through external parties who are close to the government and at least have a little bit of distance removed. And so what you then see in those information environments are information environments that are awash with conspiracy theories, disinformation. It leads to a very confusing environment for the average citizen as they're trying to figure out what is truthful. As was noted, this is not just a problem, though, in Eurasia, where we operate in the worst cases, but it's a problem in the United States to a lesser extent, in Europe, even in Western Europe. And so I think this is just something that we're going to have to deal with and navigate through. I think the question is, can we put up guardrails? Can we impose standards, especially when you have actors like the EU, which, as it's looking at accession of new members, there's a conversation going on right now with several countries that have very difficult media environments. This should be a priority in those conversations. When it comes to the rule of law conversation about Hungary, we're operating in Bulgaria, Romania as well. Independent media, the ability of independent media to operate need to be on the table and need to be discussed. I think the one thing I'd add to what's been said is my fear is this situation we see of oligarchic media, of disinfo-focused media, does not exist in isolation in a way that is frozen in time. I think the danger is, as these authoritarians might not completely realize it, is that it's very difficult, even when you're confusing your society, ultimately to prevail over the truth and to keep people away from the notion that there is a better option. And we see this with the discontent that still emerges, the protests that bubble up. And so the danger is, as they then feel insecure, the restrictions get tighter. And we've seen this play out over Russia, even just since, a year ago, you could freely access our websites inside Russia. Today, you cannot. You need a VPN. Yes, we were a foreign agent years ago. I think we were the original media foreign agents. But now we have 30 of our journalists as individual foreign agents. Things get tightened over time. And it reaches a breaking point where the regime really, the facade that they've set up of this dictatorship where people have the illusion of freedom slowly disappears. And at that point, it becomes a situation where if the discontent bubbles up, you're going to have potentially a civil war, you're going to have unrest that could topple the regime. And that's a situation which obviously the authoritarians don't want. And also, what follows is very unclear. And so I think what we're seeing across our markets, more and more countries get pushed into that situation where the information control is so extreme that we're at a breaking point. And Russia's headed in that direction, but I'd highlight Belarus as the place where we've already reached that breaking point, where the information control is absolute. There's no illusion anymore for Belarusians. Because if one of our people shows up on the street in Belarus with a TV camera, they will be arrested immediately. And we've got 3 of our people in prison right now in Belarus. If you go to our website, even using a VPN, and it's discovered, you'll get a 10-day prison sentence. And we've had several of our audience members actually serve time for visiting our website. People are literally passing around independent information on paper copies in apartment lobbies again in Minsk. That's what we hear out of Belarus. That's not sustainable over time, and I think that's the danger of this situation we're in, where it all starts very slowly, superficially. It looks like there's space for openness, but over time, the regime realizes that they need to clamp down, and then by the time the illusion is gone, citizens have limited options other than just street protests and active unrest to actually try to carve out space for their own ability to express themselves in society.
Thank you. Sergey, you have nicely introduced the concept of spin dictatorship. Can you mention us some contemporary examples of spin dictatorships? And also, we would be curious for you to see a bit into the future, in the sense that which are the countries that you can imagine that are on the road to become spin dictatorships, but still not at that stage?
Right. Thank you very much. So basically in the book what we say is the key distinction between democrat and dictator is in democracy, according to a textbook on political science, I'm sure many people in the audience teach it, is that in democracy it's a regime where leaders and policies are chosen through free and fair elections. Everything else is a non-democracy. It's a bit like Anna Karenina, all happy families are alike and every unhappy family is unhappy in its own way. So you can have all kinds of dictatorships. But whenever you don't have a democracy, you have a non-democracy. And among non-democracies, the distinction is whether you're open about you being non-democratic. For example, you have one-party system written into your constitution, like it was in Soviet Union. Or you are pretending not to have censorship, not to have dictatorship, not to have repression, and pretending to be a democracy. And this is the regime which is actual non-democracy, but pretends to be democracy. This is a spin dictatorship. And so this country can be classified as a spin dictatorship already. Now, in the book, we don't talk much about Viktor Orban. For a number of reasons, I won't stop on this. We talk about people like Chavez. We talk about pioneers of this regime, Singapore's Lee Kuan Yew, Fujimori from Peru. We talk about Nazarbayev a lot. This was quite a skillful leader until recently, as you can see. Right now, I would actually ask this question. I would pose this question to Helen, to what extent Serbia is moving in that direction, or it's already done. Yeah. But this is definitely a regime which tries to learn from Hungary, from Russia, and think how that can be used as well. So if you think about the future, the most interesting question, and this is coming back to Jamie's argument, what is the future of spin dictators themselves? Are they sustainable indefinitely? Or they have to transform themselves. And basically our argument is spin dictatorship, if you like, is a Darwinian evolution of non-dictatorial, of non-democratic regimes, better suited for today's realities. But themselves, they suffer from this challenge that for economic performance, they need more educated people. And educated people are banned for those regimes because educated people sees them through. Creative class doesn't want to be in a regime like this. And so they need to either democratize or go back to 20th century. And you see some democratizations, Ecuador, Korea. Rafael Correa was an example like this. Ecuador is now almost a democracy or a democracy. Armenia has moved to democracy in 2018. But also you have travel back in time. And the primary example is, of course, Venezuela, where Chavez was a spin dictator and Maduro is an old-style repressive, brutal dictatorship. Putin, as Jamie correctly said, has moved back. And this movement started already a year ago. We finished our draft in the spring of 2021, and we said there are signs, and we cite some data, we show that the regime is going exactly in the direction of becoming old-style authoritarian repression-based regime. But of course, it was completed in the beginning of March of 2022. As the war has started, initially it looked like Putin didn't want to become an old-style dictator because he probably thought it would be a replay of 2014, where you can still have a war, but also have this spin dictator war, which is deniable, not really bloody, very short, while it turned out that it didn't work like that. And then Putin introduced complete censorship, closed down all remaining independent media, blocked Facebook and Instagram, and started to put people in jail for just speaking against the war. And so, for many years, not just in jail, but for many years. And so that is when this transformation was complete. And as Ilya said, today is yet another game changer. And today we also have this complete transformation. But basically, wherever you see a non-democratic leader who pretends to be a Democrat, that's your candidate for a spin dictator. And I guess Vučić is one of those guys where I would like probably to ask Helen to comment on.
Yes, so what's happening in Serbia. And hopefully we will discuss at the end the counter strategies. And just to highlight it, there is another way out of spin dictatorships than just becoming a full-scale dictatorship and launch a war. But before we discuss that, please, Helena, tell us a bit about the Serbian developments.
I think what is rather unfortunate about Serbia ever since basically the 1990s onwards is that the real attempt to create free and impartial and objective media has not happened. There has been some hope in the early 2000s that things were moving towards the better, but then even towards the end of the rule of the Democratic Party, there were some questions about whether and to what extent this political party is influencing the media. From 2012, which is when Aleksandar Vučić became the first deputy prime minister, went on to become the prime minister and now the president of Serbia for his second term, obviously things have gone for the worse. The control of the media is immense. This both applies to the national broadcaster, but also very much applies to the privately owned media, both television channels, but particularly tabloids, which have extremely high printing and reading rates. This has also resulted in a fact that to the extent to which there are some oppositional media outlets, I'm not even sure that we can call them objective and impartial, because this has created a very polarized media scenery. So you either have media outlets which are completely 100% backing the government, no matter what the government is saying, or you have a very small amount of channels that can be considered oppositional, that are always completely against anything the government is doing, even when sometimes they actually do something reasonable. So there is a very limited amount of media outlets in Serbia that you can actually access that will give you high quality analysis, that will give you impartial and truthful accounts of what is actually going on. And unfortunately, that is often the case with media outlets that are foreign owned. So it would be Radio Free Europe, or it would be Al Jazeera Balkans. It would be those kinds of channels who are really in no way dependent on either the Serbian government or the Serbian opposition or any forms of Serbian funding sources, which is rather unfortunate. And if I could just add to the spin dictatorships in terms of what this looked like in the Yugoslav case, for example, and with Milosevic. So there is no question that Milosevic, the 90s. There is no question that Milosevic had like 100% control over the Serbian media outlets back in the 90s. And for a while this worked out really lovely for him. The problem was when external circumstances started going against him, when the country started suffering from sanctions, and when he realized that he must end the war to politically survive, because the Serbs got really tired of everything that was going on towards 95. That's when he had to pay the price for all the fake news and all the propaganda that he disseminated. Because all of a sudden in 95 he found himself in a situation where he had to persuade Serbs that the Dayton Peace Agreement is an acceptable outcome, having spent 4 years building propaganda which was anti any form of a peace deal. So I think most dictators end up paying the price for what they do. I mean, everyone else also bears the cost, which is why this is completely unacceptable, but that's sort of how I'm seeing most dictators towards the end, paying the price for the propaganda they disseminate.
You want to mention who was the Minister of Propaganda in Milosevic government?
It was the current president of Serbia, Aleksandar Vučić.
Thank you. Thanks for noting that. You have mentioned in your previous response that it seems like that the political elites in Russia have started to believe their own propaganda and conspiracy theories. What about the Russian population? Because there are many data that seems to suggest, and it's similar in most countries in Central Eastern Europe, is that people do not really trust the media, and especially not the official media. On the other hand, there are a lot of indications of that these kind of campaigns have a huge impact, and I know that it's not so easy to do independent, fair polling in Russia, especially these days, but what does the data show us about how much the Russian population resonates to conspiracy theories? And also, do you see some chance that right now with the mobilization that Vladimir Putin have just announced, this kind of conspiracy theorizing can reach its limits when it comes to persuading the public?
Well, in fact, every propaganda has limits. That's what you've said. And in Russia, I support your point that it's really difficult, almost impossible to do any polling related to conspiracy theories. I mean, it's a country that's been, gradually slipping into authoritarianism, so every pollster would be treated very suspiciously, right? So today, we've got some results. We've got some polling results, and we can say that, well, pretty much 25% of the population are on the side of propaganda. So in one way or another, they support 25, 30.
Only 25?
Yeah. There's a share which is quite actively against what is happening, but then there's a silent majority, let's put it that way, that is basically sharing this attitude that we're not going to open our mouth, we're not going to criticize. First of all, and this is where we probably reach the point that will be relevant to all of us. We do not trust neither our own authorities, neither what's happening in Ukraine, United States, everywhere. Because the answer of this silent majority would be, the so-called silent majority would be, there is no truth. We cannot find the truth. What is reliable, right? So this is this scary stage in our global history when we have multiple truths. So this is the post-truth reality. And when we talk about Putin's propaganda, certainly when it comes to the things like Ukraine, United States, it's working really well, because these are the entities, these are the things which are so easy to twist anyway, and the Kremlin has all these Telegram channels, TV presenters who will be happy to twist this information, say whatever they want, basically. But when it comes to the personal level, or the level that is very familiar to an individual, corruption, rising prices, local administration, people will be very skeptical, people will distrust propaganda. And in fact, this is my current research, I'm looking at the COVID-19 dissidents and their Telegram channels. They are absolutely resistant to Kremlin's propaganda. For them, it just doesn't exist. You remember at the very beginning of the war, the Kremlin tried to push these biolabs conspiracy theories. It was everywhere. It was even on the level of Minister of Foreign Affairs. There is no trace of this conspiracy theory in the hardcore conspiracy channels. It's just not there. They don't buy it because they understand what things they can trust and what things they should not trust. And it's definitely not Putin's government. And this is probably one of those cracks in this matrix that we will be seeing in the next few months, because today's decision on the partial mobilization will actually push much more people to question what is happening. Certainly it's not going to push people into the streets, not that quick, but this matrix is cracking.
Thank you. Jamie, let me raise an unpolite question. Let's say, realists in foreign policy analysis used to say that what's going on these days is just an information warfare, mostly between Russia and the United States. And they also point to state-sponsored actors, such as, for example, RFE, as well as part of this warfare, because RFE-RL is financed by the US Congress. I think anyone who takes a look at Russia today and then to RFE-RL can see the difference, but please tell us I would have two questions. First, what do you think I mean, how can RFE-RL let's say, secure its independence, first. Second, how to overcome the perception problems of being an actor that is connected to a specific state, that often comes up in conspiracy theories.
Yeah, I mean, this is the argument we often get, although right now, as you noted, RT and Sputnik are not really able to operate easily in the EU, so I hear it less and less now because they're not around. And actually, the great thing about the last 6 months in terms of our access to new markets is because they've been banned, We've had many European cable and satellite providers actually coming to us because they want a Russian channel, and we have a 24/7 Russian channel current time. So our content is actually replacing RT across much of Europe, which I've described as poetic justice at this point. But no, I mean, we are in U.S. law editorially independent. No one in the U.S. government can tell us what to say or what to focus on. The challenges we've had in most recent years have related to basically my position and who gets to run the company. And in the late Trump years, we had an attempt to try to exert more control over that at a political level, but that thankfully was stopped, and Congress then actually implemented new safeguards. And so future administrations, including this one, actually can't remove any of the network leadership without bipartisan agreement in Washington, which is how it should work. I'm not in a political position, but I'm a lifelong Republican. I started during the Trump administration. I was reappointed by a bipartisan board during the Biden administration, and that's how U.S. international broadcasting worked for most of its history and should work going forward, and so I'm pretty confident about that. The challenge we face, though, given what was described earlier, is that the broader media landscape in most of these countries means that people just don't trust any media. It's not just that they think RFE is the voice of the CIA or something. They're skeptical of every media option, and people should be skeptical, obviously, given disinformation, and should do their homework. We have a little bit of flexibility on that point, though, in most of our markets because of the power of our brand. It's kind of interesting as I look at our data. More and more people care less about brand, given that they're consuming news on social media, and most people just look at their feed now, and it can be from the New York Times, and it can be from a classmate that they were in school with 20 years ago on Facebook, and they'll basically think that those two pieces of content are at the same level, and both should be believed equally. But with us, we still find in many of our countries, even amongst the younger generation who never listen to us directly, they still, through their families, have heard these stories about the power of Radio Free Europe or Svoboda in Russia. And people then do attach a certain power to what we put out today. Now, we still need to work hard to gain their trust, and so we're very diligent about standards, about being truthful, about not going into the gutter on tabloid-style journalism, which is popular in many of our markets, but we don't chase after clicks. We're still seen as serious. But we're also making sure that the type of journalism we're doing is very different than it was decades ago, and highlighting a lot of the challenges that exist in these quasi-dictatorships with corruption. Investigative journalism is one of our most popular types of journalism across every market, and that's because people want to know what their corrupt government officials are actually up to, who they're connected to, how they're making money, what foreign governments they're getting corrupt funds from. But then we also focus a lot on local issues and the local challenges that the authoritarian regimes are not addressing. This has been huge for us in Russia. We have local and regional websites that actually the Kremlin propaganda outlets had completely ignored that demographic, and actually they copied us after we set up our own local websites, and those have remained popular even throughout the war. And so we're trying to make sure that we're adapting our content to continue to draw people in. And we do face some challenges that other media outlets do as well, gaining that trust, but I do think we still have a special role in many of these countries given our history.
Thank you. Before turning to the question of possible countermeasures, I would like to give the floor to the audience to raise questions. Is there anyone who would have a question? I see a hand over there, 2, 3. Okay, let's collect them in one package, and then I would come back to the panel. Yes, over there.
Thank you very much. My name is Anna Gutza. I'm a CU, a PhD candidate in comparative history, and as well a fellow at the Democracy Institute. I would have a question about trust in general and media. Might it be that the problem lies not only in the institutions, so that people don't trust a certain, let's say, radio station or a certain tabloid or journal, but shouldn't we also analyze the function of the media as technologies and gadgets themselves? So if I think, for instance, of Twitter, my Twitter account or my Twitter timelines look like I have the nice dog being tweeted somehow by Twitter to me next to the massacre of Bucha, next to another information of something else. So somehow the way we consume information, we consume it, has changed fundamentally. And wonder whether this is not as well a dynamic that dilutes trust in every sense, because just dilutes it not only from the actors, but from information media as such. Thank you.
Thank you. The next one, please. There was somewhere around there. Okay, to here.
Hello, my name is Nikki. I'm a journalist at Telex. And I would like to ask, what are the main differences and similarities of propaganda and fake news in your countries or areas? What would you say?
Thank you. Thank you. And the third one, gentleman over there.
Thank you. My name is Arseny. I'm a postdoc at the Budapest University of Technology, and I have a question. Why do you think the Hungarian state-owned media repeats the pro-Russian and anti-Ukrainian narratives? Thank you.
Sorry, what was the question? I didn't hear it properly.
Yes, so why does the Hungarian state-owned media repeat the narratives that the Russian government propagates?
Thank you. So we have three questions, one on trusted media, the other one is that what are the main narratives and disinformation infrastructure in your respective countries. We can talk about, United States, Russia, also Serbia, and then one on Hungary. So who would like to pick any of the questions?
I can pick the second one.
Okay, please do.
Thank you all for the questions, and this question in particular is to me very important because it's very much in line with how I've started my PhD. So when I started doing it, my main question was, can propaganda incite violence? And I thought, if I can prove that it can, or definitely prove that it can't, I'm basically going to be a doctor. But then one of the things that I've done as part of my PhD is I've obtained the archive of the radio and television of Serbia with all evening daily news that were aired from 91 to 95. So basically from when Croatia and Slovenia declared independence from the former Yugoslavia all the way down to the Dayton Peace Agreement. And as I've watched it, I realized that, in fact, what propaganda is trying to do in war is much broader than mere incitement of violence. And then I ultimately created a model, which I've initially applied only to the Serbian case, but then went on to see, can I see similarities with Rwanda? Can I see similarities with what is currently going on in Russia and Ukraine? And I've identified similarities. And the model that I'm sort of shamelessly promoting here now is examining the phases of propaganda, whereby I think that often we need to monitor whether someone is trying to escalate a certain propaganda, maintain a certain discourse, or maybe de-escalate certain propaganda, like what Milosevic was trying to do towards the end of '95 as he needed a Dayton Peace Agreement. The second important question, I think, is to ask, what is the function? What are they actually trying to do? Are they trying to legitimate violence? Are they trying to brutalize perpetrators? Are they trying to recruit fighters? I think the third level would be to think of the discourses. And all of these discourses are almost always the same. You always portray the other side as guilty, you portray it as threatening. We often also resort to like dehumanization and portraying these people as subhumans. And then finally, there are a lot of specific techniques which media outlets are using as they try to promote these discourses. And I think, again, you can see similarities. We often see agenda setting, making certain issues appear as more or less relevant depending on what the particular aims are. We can often identify mirroring, whereby we accuse the other side of the crimes that in fact our own side is committing. We can see a lot of manipulation. For instance, in the former Yugoslav case, you could see how many times World War II and the crimes committed by the Ustaše regime against the Serbs were used as a justification for the crimes that the Serbs were committing against the Croats. So I think there is a way to extrapolate certain similarities that are not only applicable to different countries, but I think could be applicable to different times. I'm sure that we can see similarities between the kind of Nazi propaganda that we've seen back before World War II and some of the things that we are seeing nowadays. So that's sort of how I'm thinking about that question.
Thank you. Someone else? Yeah?
Shall I pick up the first question about trust? I agree that technologies are having quite a drastic influence on how disinformation spreads. But there are ways, there are technologies, and we can see it now that people can actually be trained in critical thinking by using the same technologies. I mean, YouTube videos and other social media. I think we need to look at the broader picture, and here I am with Jamie because it's about brand and it's about communities. So if you think, shall I build a bridge to the future challenges? I think the challenge for Eastern Europe after Putin and after the war would be in creating ethical and media that have clear guidelines and who are responsible to the local communities. Because what we are seeing, and the reasons why we have oligarch-run media, why we have straight-run media, why we have the lack of trust and misuse of technologies to promote shameless things, is because it is the media that do that. It is journalists that do that. It's like, for example, Russian media and Russian journalists that have no limitation whatsoever. And if we talk about the spread of disinformation, it's not always the state that sort of sends a signal and then journalists work. Russian journalists in the propaganda machine have plenty of creativity and plenty of chances to create, to say whatever they want and promote. And this speaks to communities. And that's why communities will be susceptible about what the media say, and they will be using all those pseudo-media on social networks because that will speak to their attitudes and their feeling of the world around them. That's why big media like RFI should work with local communities. And that's why in post-Putin's Russia, it is about local, small media, regional media that actually talk about real problems of people, thus increasing trust of local communities and individuals in the institute that is called media. It should not be focused federally, centrally, Moscow, St. Petersburg, or Budapest.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll just say I completely agree. I think the challenge now with technology is people believe that they do not need any filter. They can just go online, they can get a first-hand account of someone who shot a video, who witnessed an event, and they don't understand that when you have a journalist who actually follows standard guidelines, that journalist adds something to the story. They provide context, they provide balance. They might have some information that wasn't in the raw video that was shared, or the person who thought they witnessed an account might have missed an important piece of what happened. We've lost a lot of that, and I'm not here to defend the entire news industry. I think a lot of journalistic outfits, even in Western Europe and the US, have made major mistakes, and they also lowered their standards. Perhaps because they were chasing after clicks and using tabloid journalism. And so it's about rebuilding trust with the audience, showing that you provide that value add. And we've had rather positive experiences, I mentioned, in some of our local projects. There are also great innovative online ways that a lot of news organizations now are using technology to engage in a conversation with your audience on a daily basis about what the audience actually wants from the news organization. And we're doing a number of pilot projects in that area. And so I think that's where the news industry needs to go. Very briefly on Russian propaganda in Hungary, I'm by no means an expert. I will just say, I assume if a certain narrative of the war is being presented, it's because that's what the government, which controls the state broadcasters, want to present. And I think we've done some interesting investigative reporting about what's going on at some of the state broadcasting institutions here. The other thing that I find as I go through Central Europe, even when audiences want to know what's going on in Ukraine, most of these news organizations don't actually bother to send journalists to Ukraine. We have 150 journalists in Ukraine who are risking their lives on a daily basis to report what is actually happening in the war. We can make that available across all of our markets, and we see no lack of interest here in the Hungarian market in what is truly happening in Ukraine. Our Hungarian service versions their videos and reporting. So the audience demand is there. But more content is needed, more actual content factually reported from the war. We're trying to do our part, but I think if the state broadcasters or others linked to the government wanted to actually cover the war, the first step is sending journalists to Ukraine to actually see what is happening, to interview Ukrainian officials. And many other international news organizations are obviously doing that on a daily basis.
Yes, we should have a demand, real demand on the governmental media side to really understand what is going on in Ukraine. I think what is more happening is to sending a particular, mostly Russian narrative on the events, and I think that it has two main reasons. First, it works, and especially after the last election result, the feedback for the government was that it works brilliantly, especially embedded in this peace narrative. And the second one, I think this is the direction in which the government wants to shift the public opinion. In that respect, I think Orban is wrongly labeled as a populist. I think he's not just try to reflect what is in the public opinion and just echo that, but more to transform the public opinion, and he has had considerable success in that respect. I take the liberty to overrun our panel a bit, but just for a final, very, very short round on the countermeasures. When we discuss state-sponsored disinformation, talking about countermeasures is quite challenging. Most of the policy measures we traditionally have in our mind, let's improve critical thinking, or let's try to diversify media and so on, these are things that mostly state actors can be really active in, or resourceful actors. If the state is against you, it's a bit more difficult. But just to think about that, what to do by citizens or by other state actors against, or media outlets against state-sponsored disinformation, all of you would try to respond in one sentence. So please, let's start with you, Ivana.
I think that depending on how big this is, how big of the problem it is, it might be worth funding and opening foreign-based media outlets such as the BBC in Serbia and Radio Free Europe, so that you can offer people alternative sources of information. And I think in certain contexts, maybe even the international community should jam radio transmitters. In Rwanda, we have evidence that 50,000 lives could have been saved if the international community jammed the radio transmitters. In Bosnia, this was done following the 1995, and there is evidence that this actually helped. So depending on how big the problem is, you either might want to increase the supply, or you may sometimes even want to restrict it.
Thank you. Sergey?
Yeah, I would say that indeed we need more transparency, saying that this is not a private player, this is a player connected to the government, and for that matter, a non-benevolent government. And I think we already see a lot of that happening on social media, where Facebook or Twitter say, this is Russian state media, or something affiliated with the Russian state, and I think it's great. Then in some cases you can use blocks, in some cases you can use warnings. And this is also something I do research on. So if you ask people to think for additional 15 seconds, they can actually connect the dots and not share falsehoods. That is something that has been established in the literature. If you ask for another click, saying, are you sure you want to share this, without reading it, that really, really works. Sometimes you would say, would you like to fact check this thing? So if you click on this, you will see mainstream journalistic work providing data on this particular subject. So even people who don't click, they seem to understand that if there is fact checking behind this piece of news, that means that something is wrong with this piece of news, right? And so all these things actually work, because we've been criticizing social media in this panel. And I should defend social media a little bit, because again, I've done research on this, and social media continues to be broadband internet, mobile broadband internet continues to be liberation technology, transparency and accountability tool. Anti-corruption activists use social media, especially in countries where traditional media is censored. So it's not just social media is only the disinformation technology, but social media is also a disinformation technology, because we have this dark psychology of social media, as psychologist Jonathan Haidt calls it. On social media, you have visual content, and what travels fast is exciting, disturbing, non-boring stuff, which is most often is untrue stuff. Truth is boring. And in that sense, what happens to you is your initial subconscious reaction is to share right away, to click, And so if you introduce more filters, warnings, fact-checking, you can actually slow down the flow of disinformation, and you can stop this disinformation from happening, including the state-sponsored disinformation. So there are tools. This is an active research agenda, and I think we'll know more. Now, one thing I would say, social media companies say that we'll do that through self-regulation. I don't like regulation. I'm a pro-market economist, but in this particular case, I think self-regulation is not enough. They are doing a lot now, a lot more than 2015, but that's still not enough, and we need to regulate more. Companies like Facebook should be regulated more.
Thank you. Yeah?
Well, I support Sergei's point on regulation. I think the big tech should be further regulated. That's one of the ways to stop disinformation and actually to make these guys actually work much faster and much quicker, much more efficient. But I also repeat the previous point. It's also about creating the conditions for certain ethical guidelines that would the media subscribe, but also obviously, we have quite a crisis of profession of journalism, like who is a journalist, how do we define journalists? And so everyone who produces information. So in many ways, we need to think as a community, and this is kind of the grassroots activity. How do we define journalism, and what are the rules that journalists should work? And we need to communicate these ideas and these definitions to the wider community, so that people, individuals, would know whom they could trust.
Thank you. Jamie, last sentence?
Funding, which has already been mentioned, not just for the big international broadcasters, but smaller independent outlets like Telex. It was someone was from Telex earlier. Set standards and stick to them. That's for Brussels, but also for Washington. And I should just praise the European Media Freedom Act, which I think has been moving just in the last week. And then we need more tech innovation. I generally agree with what's been said on social media, but we need more innovation in how to circumvent government efforts to block the internet. Social media can only be empowering if governments cannot step in and block it at the ISP level, which is what's happening in Russia right now and just happened in the last 6 months. So we need the ability to have free and open internet accessible by anyone with a cell phone anywhere in the world. There's no reason government should be able to limit ISPs in 2022. And we're getting there with the technology, but I think we're a few years away. So we need more government and private sector investment in that.
Well, in Ukraine, Starlink is already almost everywhere.
Yeah. Send more satellites.
So, thanks a lot for all of you. Let me respond my question as well. We will target a particular aspect of this question, how to identify the troll farms, the troll infrastructures by their mistakes. For example, that a Hungarian profile is posting in Slovakia under a Czech portal, which has happened, and we find several examples like that, and also how to uncover and what social media companies can do. So in an upcoming report of Political Capital, we will deal with these issues. But right now, let me thank for our speakers for their brilliant interventions. So thanks, Helena, thanks, Jamie, thanks, Sergei, thanks, Ian, also thanks for you all for your persistence. And let me ask a bit.
Thank you very much for this most interesting discussion. Again, Dr. Helena Ivanov, Ilya Yablakov, Jamie Fly, Sergei Guriev, and of course our moderator, Peter Kreko. Thank you very much for that. Now, our next sessions are going to be very, very exciting as well. Here in this auditorium, we will continue with a discussion titled Cities as War Zone and Rebuilding Ukraine, Living During and After History. And again, in session B, in hall or room 103, just above us, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, a turning point in Ukraine's European integration. This is the question that is going to be tabled. But before that, we will have a very short coffee break, which is going to be 10 minutes. So please be back in this room or in room 103 in 10 minutes' time. Thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to begin our next session titled Cities as War Zone and Rebuilding Ukraine, Living During and After History. Let me briefly introduce the panelists. First and foremost, is Edwin Bendik, chairman of the board at the Stefan Batory Foundation. Kaman Mijai, EU high-level advisor on CBM to the Republic of Moldova. Sofia Olinik, program coordinator, democracy support and human security at the Heinrich Böll Foundation, the Kyiv office in Ukraine. And the discussion is going to be moderated by Professor Péter Csunderlik, historian and assistant professor at the Eötvös Loránd University, research fellow at the Institute of Political History. So I would just give the floor to you, assistant professor, and have a nice discussion.
Thanks a lot for the introduction. It is a great honor to be invited here and to moderate this discussion with our experts who will provide proper answers for my questions. I will suggest to discuss the problems of rebuilding, reconstruction, and reconciliation of Ukraine from the different perspectives of politics, economy, society, culture, and memory politics. And I suggest to start with politics. Timothy Snyder and Jason Stanley recommended to frame this war about the war between the Western values, the liberal democracies, the open societies, and the Eastern oppressors, the illiberal tendencies. I sympathize with this interpretation. And I absolutely agree with this narrative that this war is not local, but this war has universal meaning. But according to the historical experience, wars always strengthen illiberal tendencies and anti-democratic tendencies in fighting countries. For instance, wars in fighting countries empower the so-called strongmen. For instance, military generals who have political ambitions, and strongmen who endanger democracies. And that's why I would like to ask, what do you see the most important challenges to the Ukrainian democracies in the future after hopefully victorious war, apart from the Russian imperialism, of course? Who will start?
Thank you so much. And first of all, thank you so much for inviting and having two parallel sessions devoted to Ukraine. So I would say we start not hopefully victorious war, but certainly a victorious war. And I do believe that will be a victory, no matter what happens and no matter what kind of a speech Putin gives today or any other morning. Because, I mean, this is what lots of Ukrainians are living on right now and how we are going through over the last 7 months. It's almost 7 months, I must say, because if there is no hope about victory, then what do we do? I must say, like, there will be lots of challenges no matter what happens, because what we see at the moment, like, people do want a victory. They want to keep the independent state. They want to keep the democratic values. This is, and literally to remain Ukrainians and not to fulfill, like, not to follow the ideas what Putin is saying that the state never existed. The state existed, and the Ukraine as a state has been, and will be still. And that's the reason, first of all, it's essential to say that the identity of Ukrainians remain, and it will be further fostered, and like we as a state function further on. And that's the reason what we fight for, that there is a state that we live in. That's one thing. Another thing is about democratic institutions and processes. Indeed, the huge transformation has been going on over the last year since the Revolution of Dignity. But why it's happening? Because if people are unhappy, they go out on the streets. That's how democracy functions. And if we call Ukraine to be a democratic state or even more democratic state, I mean, we have revolutions. If people are unhappy with dictatorship, totalitarian or anything, I mean, simple example, in Kyiv, you could follow over the last year or a year ago, lots of urban development activists going out on the streets and not being afraid that they will be imprisoned because they are against of some illegal development. Because people go out on the streets, they feel that there is this space for democracy and acting. We see also the fact like how different ideas, startups and projects are coming up. So this is once again, this is fulfillment that we want this democratic state to exist. But what the challenge is, and what we must understand, is the level of damage that is taking place. On one hand, we talk about physical damage, about the cities that are ruined, about the houses that are destroyed, that people don't have homes in a big scale of the countries. I have like some of the numbers. So we have every month or every second month there is an assessment of the scale of the damage. So approximately there is 131,000 houses destroyed. I mean, that's a lot. These are civilian houses. And it's also like 900 hospitals. This is all infrastructure. This is hard infrastructure. And these are the cities where this infrastructure does not exist or is heavily damaged or destroyed. I mean, we differentiate now between damage and destruction, but this is what the cities face. And this is like consequences that will be of this war. How do we rebuild? And World Bank is assessing that the cost of recovery and reconstruction will be something like 300 billion. That's the a recent assessment that has been published. I mean, in Lugano Recovery Conference, we talked about some 100 billion cost of what has been damaged. I mean, this is what we will face when we will win. That we will have to rebuild, that people return, and it's safe to live there. It's the hard side of what's happening. Another thing is a trauma. I mean, we are witnessing what's happening all around. Like people are dying, and these are not average people. I mean, like, this is human life. We have cases. How many cases of torture we hear every day about? How many cases of rape, violence? I mean, recent case of Izum. Just imagine Izum, Balaklia, these were just irregular cities that could be anywhere here in Hungary, in Poland, in Belgium, wherever. This is just a typical city, but it's almost in the dust. And like you have hundreds of graves there. And these were just regular people like us. And this is like the cities do not exist in the end of the day. And we will have to cope with this in future, that there is a huge also psychological trauma coming of this, whether you will be anytime ready to return to these cities, if you know what happened there. And why it happened? Because of some ambitions, sick ambitions of the neighbor or whatever. So we see like we have on the one hand like this desire for democratic transformation, but further development and heading in that direction. But on the other hand, we will have to bear the consequences of the hard damages, like hard infrastructure damages, and also of a human cost of all this. Disrupted education process, disrupted healthcare. I mean, today we talked a lot about, we talk about Putin's speech today everywhere. But these are 4 regions, and also there are civilians who are remaining there, and we don't know whether they can breathe, or they are already in some torture chambers under police stations, whether they have an access to medical resources, or they will literally will die because they don't have where to get their painkiller or whatever else. And this is the reality, and we will have to face this reality long ago, and the consequences of this reality will be quite painful for all of us. And it's not local, what I would like to underline. The things that we observe on the news and everywhere, it's not just the case of Kherson or Chernihiv or Balaklia, Izum, whatever city. This is something what all of us feel beyond the borders of Ukraine. And this will be the cost for all of us the longer it drags. and also like how to cope with this, how to cope with this in future, and what an impact it will be on the discussion of democracy in future.
So Sofia has shown that this is no simple answer to your question. So let's begin with your beginning statement about the war between democracy and authoritarians. I do believe in this statement. So, but the question is, do we really mean this stake of the war here in the Western countries? Because the question, of course, is about Ukraine after the war, but this is also the question about democracy in the Western world after the war, even if it will be won by Ukrainians and by, let's say, democratic supporters of Ukraine. Because it's not so obvious. You referred to Timothy Snyder, but we can also read another great text in the last issue of The Atlantic. George Parker left the United States and he went to Ukraine to write what's going on there. But what he writes, that he was leaving the USA with deep sorrow for his country, because the US, so is the cradle of democracy, we could say, is on the brink of the civil war, yes, or at least collapse of democratic processes. So we can see this now. So he wrote that he was leaving to Ukraine with hope to watch a new meaning, new, let's say, resources for rebuilding democracy. And he, in this way, he is with agreement with Natalia Humeniuk, brilliant Ukrainian journalist, who wrote that the war in Ukraine is strengthening democracy. And she wrote this also. She has written this text also in The Atlantic, so it's important. But I am observing what's going on in Ukraine I've been watching what's going on in Ukraine for many years, and I had this pleasure to be participate in the Revolution of Dignity and watching what was going on there, my first feeling was that it was kind of a universal moment, that Ukrainians showed themselves as kind of a universal revolutionary nation, that it's not about local issue, that it was a revolution about universal value of I would say, enlightenment value of critical mind who is against authoritarian rule and so on. So it's nicely developed by French philosopher Marc Crépin, who talked about this in why this is so. So, and I believe that this can be this hypothesis of universal fight of Ukraine for democracy is quite good. And saying this, we have to acknowledge that Ukrainians are doing against the rule book, at least since the Revolution of Dignity, because at that time, after the revolution, the Russian aggression began. So we must remember the war began 8 years ago, not just half a year ago. After that, of course, because of the pressure of Ukrainians, the economy almost collapsed in 2014. So, and in these circumstances, with very weak economy, Ukrainians have been consolidating their democratic system. They managed to do crucial or essential reforms like decentralization, giving and decentralization power to local communities, which was very successful. And part of the answer to this war, part of the let's say, sources of power during this war. So they managed to do this, and they managed to consolidate civic society, which is very strong now in Ukraine. But what's important, civic society was involved in reforming or basic institutions of Ukrainian life, like army, this popular army, in the direct meaning of this word. It's not state army. So because of many, not only voluntary soldiers being involved, but also nowadays we can see there are all strata of the society is involved. Women, LGBT, anarchists, even anarchists enrolled to the army to fight for the republic. So it's
it's something really fresh. And of course, there are questions about the future, and Ukrainians are asking them themselves. So President Zelensky had his speech about Ukraine as a great Israel. It was in April, I believe, talking about the future. No, Ukraine democracy will have to be militarized. It's obvious because of the neighbor which will exist, nevertheless, of the result of this war. So the militarization will be the fact. So the question is about democracy inside the militarized country. But the problem is that we are also being militarized. So Poland is now one of the biggest spender of money on the military stuff, yes, because we believe that this war is also our war. Yes, and Russia is not only the enemy and direct threat to Ukraine, but also to us and to other countries which are our neighbors, like Lithuania and so on. So we are spending a lot. And of course, we can see that this is the threat for democratic process. So we will have to find answers, but I think that many answers for these problems we will see in Ukraine, and we can not, so we should reframe our minds from this usual direction that we are in a position to transfer the knowledge how to build a democratic society, and then we should establish symmetric relations. How can we learn from Ukrainian experience to rebuild our democratic laws in Poland or in Hungary is quite important question nowadays. So, and the last issue, so in my organization we've been involved in dialogue with Ukraine since the moment of independence of Ukraine. We were trying to build kind of a platform to exchange of ideas and so on. And since the beginning of the war, we came to the conclusion that the best way to talk and to present what's going on is to give the floor to Ukrainians themselves. So we began a cycle of debates called Ukraine Speaks, and we are inviting Ukrainian experts to explain us what's going on there. Last week we had a meeting with Ukrainian sociologists who are studying what's going on inside Ukrainian society during the war. The brightest one, like Liefren Hołowacha or Natalia Czernysz, so really brilliant sociologists. And they try to explain that there is a very interesting process of consolidation of political nations around state institutions, but not under the, let's say, state institutions, but around. And what it means, that Ukrainians believe in victory and don't accept any, let's say, compromises and let's say, bargaining in terms of territory and so on. So even if the state would try to do this kind of bargaining, as it tried in April, it wouldn't be accepted. So they will continue the fight without the state. This is the answer. So this is the highest, I would say, let's say, expression of democracy. Perhaps anarchistic one, a little way, but on the other side, it means that they believe that the republic is there, that state is part of the republic, but not the whole republic. And the republic is about democracy in this way. So it's my interpretation of what's going on.
Just briefly to add to your last point, it's 90%, something like that, of Ukrainians who will not agree to any concessions. I mean, like we have these sociological surveys every couple of weeks now, and it's like the number is like EU and NATO support is something 80 above, and disagreeing, like not supporting any kind of a consensus, like Ukraine should stay as a state as it is like 90%. So there's like, I've never observed such kind of a unity regarding one question about the whole existence of the state.
Good afternoon, everybody. Big thanks for your continued focus on the conference. I would like to start with saying that Edwin really has shown a very deep understanding of Ukrainian society, so I will build to a large extent on what he said. But I also want to say that, echoing what you said at the beginning, that Putin agrees with you, because in his speech this morning he said that this is a war of the collective West against Russia. So we have to take seriously his words and act accordingly. Now, so I also see the future of Ukrainian democracy optimistically, not denying things in your question, that war generally requires centralization of institutions, and in media indeed there has been, and in some others, but I think Edwin's points are very true, and I would also add that it's also important that Ukraine is firmly anchoring itself in an international integration whose values are very democratic, and there wouldn't be even a chance if somebody wanted to alter from democratic processes. Actually, with Mihailo Vinnytsky and who is a sociologist, an outstanding Ukrainian Canadian sociologist living in Kiev, and Vladimir Dubrovsky, we wrote an analysis of the chances of reforms before the war. We finished it a bit more than a year ago, and Mihailo already in that book that he wrote argued very strongly for a very, very profound change in Ukrainian society that has happened continuously, but particularly triggered by the events in 2013, the Revolution of Dignity, and then, of course, the Russian aggression in 2014 against Ukraine. Also, I should say that as much as the Ukrainian business does have an oligarchic structure, but it has a pluralistic oligarchic structure, and I very strongly hope that actually after the war, again with the help of this general international context, we will be able to get rid of the oligarchic character, and there's going to be a strong future. As far as reconstruction is concerned, and Sofia mentioned a few things, what I think here is very important, she mentioned very important data, latest data from a few days ago actually, about the level of destruction. What is going to be also very important, that the reconstruction again works in a way that is embedded in reforms, and that also is going to be a joint challenge to the Ukrainian society leadership, but also of the international donors, and all these sociological questions that have come up are going to be important. I just want to say one thing, that there was an introduction of myself, but acronyms were used, so I live in Chisinau in Moldova. I'm an EU advisor to the government on the issues of Transnistrian conflict, and that is embedded in the title of high-level advisor on confidence building measures. And in 2014-15, I established the EU advisory mission in Ukraine. That is a very large mission on civilian security sector reforms. So I may also say a few words about Moldova if it's going to be opportune in the given moment, particularly that in the morning we had a session on the Balkans and Eastern Partnership, but actually it was only about the Balkans, and I feel my country, Moldova, being a bit out of the picture.
I really hope that this fight, this victorious fight against the oppressors would strengthen the Western faith in liberal democracies and in our values, because in my opinion this is the most heroic story since the Second World War in Europe. In the first days of full-scale invasion, when Volodymyr Zelensky was advised to escape from Kiev, he said, "I need ammunition, not right." And I thought when I listened to this speech that this is the coolest speech from our politicians since Winston Churchill in 1940. But this is not only maybe the most heroic story, but this is the most brutal story since the Second World War. Are there any estimates of what percentages of Ukrainian national wealth will be destroyed for the end of the war? Maybe. But do you expect a kind of martial aid after the war from the Western countries?
It's, of course, we cannot answer the question of what will be destroyed in the future. As Sofia quoted the latest estimates in terms of numbers, again, the important thing is that first we have to sustain Ukraine until victory, both militarily and also in terms of state budget. Ukraine's need in budget support is about $5 billion per month, and it may sound a large number, but given the nature of this war, Russia's war against the collective West, it's a price that we should definitely pay. And when it comes to the reconstruction, repeating myself to some extent, first of all, Hungarians mostly know the book of János about the reconstruction cycle. So countries after the war tend to build back very quickly to the old growth trend. So in that sense, we can be optimistic. Definitely, we will need a well thought over, coordinated international help, financial assistance, but again, what I said, embedded in a vision, if you like, conditionality of how the reforms should go. That is also should be in harmony with Ukraine's aim of quickly reaching the point, and you heard the commissioner saying we help, but the conditionalities are iron hard. But we have to help in a way that both physical reconstruction and building EU-compatible, strong market-based institutions and rule of law-based institutions be established. And again, I'm very optimistic that it's going to happen that way. Definitely, we are talking about, as Sofia said, referring to the World Bank estimate, about hundreds of billions of dollars. Again, here the numbers are less important than the outcome, which is a growth that leads to a very sustainable trajectory of Ukraine getting into the European Union.
Speaking of Marshall Plan, I think recently in July we had a Lugano conference where the issue of Marshall Plan got a bit like on a paper. It's not called Marshall Plan, it's like Lugano Declaration on what are the priorities the government presented, the projects and the thematic areas where the support is needed, calling international community to support and to contribute, because the numbers are huge, the level of destruction is immense, and yeah, we have this Lugano Declaration, what we have. Also recently, German Marshall Fund, they published their recommendations, how they see it, like how the recovery should go, and in their view, it's there should be like 4 stages: relief, reconstruction, modernization, and EU accession. So like we see the process is going. Another aspect was, I think in March and April, when different states or capitals were saying like we will be in charge of recovery, reconstruction of the cities. So for example, if I'm not mistaken, I might be wrong with the countries. So Denmark said that they will be in charge of reconstructing Mykolaiv region. Greece said about the maternity hospital and city as such of Mariupol. So we heard already these ideas of the reconstruction. I don't know how it will look in practice, because I mean, imagine that a state takes care, says we're going to be in charge of certain region. I mean, like, it's great ambition, and it would be great to help with restoring the critical infrastructure, at least because we have like lots of schools, hospitals, and like cultural institutions and cultural heritage destroyed. This is one thing. But this requires lots of money. And for example, in lots of recommendations that we see, one of the key messages is we should plan recovery and reconstruction already now and not to wait until the end of the war. And this is what we also see, how our partners from civil society and also like how Ukrainian experts are now attending different meetings with the ministries and governments thinking about reconstruction or green recovery, all of this. At the same time, the support is needed now. As Kalman says, it's like every month we need money to sustain the state, because the economy is undermined. I mean, like if you have a shelling, then the plant will not be working properly as it is, or if it is somewhere at the occupied territories. These are lots of economic losses at the moment. And at the same time, along with economic losses, this is employment. People lose their jobs, and they need to get jobs as soon as possible to keep the economy running. So we face the thing like, I think there will be certainly something like Marshall Plan, but we don't know how it's going to be called, because we already talk about this, and we admit the scale of destruction is so big that we as one country, we will never handle this cost. And we try at this very day, every day, to keep the troops where they are, that they don't advance to the west, south, or wherever else. We take the cost, so this is where we need support, and that we will need it further on, and it shouldn't be conditionality that we will support you in future. No, we need it now, and we will need it in future, because it costs a lot.
The reconstruction is as much about the economy as about politics, and of course the most important thing now, as was said here, so is to win the war. So Ukraine needs support now in terms of money for keeping budget in balance, then in terms of military support, of course, that's obvious, and then political support in international relations. It's also very, very important, not only in direct relations between Ukraine and Western countries, but building support in countries of global south, because we know that Russia is very effective in selling its propaganda toward African or Latin American countries. So now we can see that the situation is a little bit changing. So last week, Samarkand summit showed that Mr. Putin cannot count on his biggest, let's say, allies like Narendra Modi, who told him that this is no time for war. So he was publicly reprimanded for what he's doing. So we can see that this activity, political activity on the international, let's say, scene is working I would say, toward Ukraine. But we can also see that even getting this $5 billion per month is not so easy. So it's a very tough job for Ukrainian government to persuade European, especially European politicians to put this money on table. So it's a very, very difficult task because of many reasons. So we can discuss them. But interesting point is Lugano conference and this moment when Ukraine showed their vision of the future and this reconstruction effort. The works on this plan began in mid-March, so it was just 3 weeks after the war began. So I was talking to some experts who were involved in this effort. It was really impressive, and the plan showed there. So it was a couple of thousands of pages of very precise projects and so on. And what happened? Politically nothing. So the reaction of West was very restricted, I would say. It was very interesting what Ursula von der Leyen said then in Lugano. She began her speech with references to Mr. Roman Ratushny, an activist who died in this war, but before the war he was fighting against corruption in Ukraine. So she sold a message that the West doesn't trust Ukrainian government still. So it was very, I would say, British reaction to aspiration of Ukrainians. And what was then her answer? So we like your plans, but we will show ours in October when Mr. Scholz and me will organize our conference. And we are waiting for this conference, which will be held in October, as we know. So we can see that there will be a real battlefield between Ukraine and the West about the rules of the reconstruction, because Ukrainians understand that it's not only about public support from international institutions or organizations like European Union. The most important is to provide security warranties to attract private capital, to inflow of private capital and technology, of course, because it's not only to reconstruct, but to modernize economy, to be adequate to the future needs. And this is the problem, because we can control public institutions, but private capital, it's capitalist world, so we can expect that they try to get as much as possible. So how to balance these different parts? So it's a very important question. So how to avoid that Ukraine won't become kind of a subject to neo-colonial, let's say, exploitation from the side of capital. So it's possible. So we need to do as much as possible to avoid this kind of scenarios, because it is true, Ukraine will depend on foreign aid, and of course Ukrainians want to control the rules of this aid. So we could read this philosophy in Lugano plans that it's very interesting. So but it's not time to dig deeper in details. But I wanted to show that the stakes are very high, but not so obvious, because everybody claims that he or she wants to support Ukrainian, but also everybody or a lot of people counts on future fruits which will grow on Ukrainian soil after the reconstruction. So it's really.
Explain a little more this neo-colonial.
So simply, capital going some in our investing want to get as much as can back. So Ukrainian economy till now was a resource economic country, so based mostly on selling, not, let's say, not how to say, I'm missing the word, but
processed goods.
Yeah, so it was just Ukraine was selling rather iron ore than manufactured things, or the same was with grain. So it was the grain was the main, let's say, export product, not products or alimentary products made of it. The stake is to change the situation. And Julia Sfiridenko was talking about this, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Economy, that the stake is to change the situation, to make Ukrainian economy more value-added. And of course, this is the wish, but it doesn't mean that Western capital will have interest in doing so. Simply so. Now it's what kind of resources we can use to, let's say, move the power toward Ukrainians to negotiate the terms of trade, simply. So because in the end of the day, this will be about the bargaining, not about wishes.
Trust is a crucial question. I agree with Francis Fukuyama that our civilization is based on trust. And without trust, won't be financial support in the long run. So I would like to ask how we can strengthen the trust in the Ukrainian government in the future. So how international organizations and Ukrainian civil organizations, NGOs, can cooperate in the future in order to secure that a significant part of this financial support won't be stolen by local oligarchs.
I might start to take it over, because we, as a foundation, we work a lot with civil society organizations. And for us, it's crucial that, first and foremost, we support this grassroots movement. And I can't say it's something new that we ask for civil society to be involved into the process. It is de facto, like, it's happening, and the people are ready to get involved, and they go out to the streets, they go to the public hearings, etc. It's not something to be forced or asked, but what needs to be, it must become a kind of a requirement if we talk about reconstruction, about the recovery, providing any kind of a support, that the civil society, the independent experts should be engaged into the process. After Lugano, there was also Lugano statement from civil society requiring that any funding that comes, any kind of a reconstruction project that will take place in Ukraine, it should require civil society to be engaged. That should be kind of a participatory process, but it shouldn't be participation as sort of a stage participation, says ticking the box, yeah, there wasn't one expert and this is it, but literally listening to the recommendations. We know quite often, this is what we've been doing for years, like we support that what if government doesn't have resources for some studies or like special expertise, we are fine to support our experts, as civil society that we work with, that we rely on, that they do these studies and we just hand it over. We are fine to support them, that they can come to the meetings and express the expertise, because we have lots of expertise on the grounds, and these people are not in the government, but they are like in their NGOs, because they have way more flexibility. Some, and we also saw it after 2014, when lots of civil society activists, they went into politics, they became either MPs or local deputies. We see that at some point this transformation is happening, and the activists move to the level of politicians, which is also good, because we know that the system is changing. It's getting like a bit of a hybrid, but it's not an easy task. And if we talk about reconstruction and recovery, that should be an obligation and first requirement. This is not one person deciding. It should be consulted. It should be evidence-based. It should be considering the expertise of real experts dealing with the issues, in order to secure that different parties are looking at this. And especially if we talk about international funds coming, and there should be public council, public hearings, or at least these discussions groups where we can present different points of view, and especially when it concerns development, building, whatever would come for development and building new buildings, that would be a huge money. But the question is, except of building a new house or whatever, do we think about public space, for instance? Do we think about accessibility? This, what quite often, this independent sector can secure, and to push that it follows the requirements, it follows the proper spending. also calling for resources that will present how the money is spent, like the transparency of fund spending. That's quite a lot of work, but I think like should be like one of the main requirements when we talk about reconstruction, recovery, and any kind of international aid. There should be civil society involved into the process.
I fully agree that civic society is essential in this process. When we are talking about Lugano, it was impressive plan of government, but just together, civic society organizations presented their own plan. It was a manifesto, but then also a plan. So very kind of a complementary philosophy of recovery, exactly what you said. So the strength of civil society is really great now, and after war will be even bigger. So it's very important for us. And then, of course, local governments, which are also proving that they are a very important part of the game during the war, and of course will be very important part during the reconstruction. So this is another part of the game. And then, of course, the next issue is what Mr. Zelensky and the government will be doing in the next months. And it's not so obvious because on the one hand, Mr. Zelensky tried to use the war situation to consolidate his power, because war, it's quite normal. But the question is, we can go to your first question. Will this consolidation serve for democratic things or just for consolidation of power also after the war? The answer is not so obvious, but we have other, so not direct, but very promising answer that public debate in Ukraine is open. There is no censorship in spite that we have war. So, of course, this official media working under, let's say, this platform, United News, are quite inclusive. So, for example, media of Mr. Poroshenko was excluded from this sphere, but other media, press, internet is completely open. So you can read fascinating debate about Mr. Zelensky, his mistakes, for example, about his interview he gave to Washington Post about this information from US intelligence about the coming war, why he did not, let's say, prepare Ukrainians to this and so on. So this debate, why it was so and so on. So for me, this open public sphere with civic societies and local government, which are responsible for provision of public services and so on, it's very important. It's part of a very complex system which makes, let's say, which makes or builds infrastructure for trust into the institutions of the state.
Not too much to add. I don't know if any of you read, a few days ago, the Washington Post was running an article about the beginnings of the war and the Russian mistakes. It was centered on the Russian mistakes, but there was something very interesting. First of all, they interviewed a number of people in the special services, and they concluded, the article, it was a long article, concluded that on the basis of what was said, that Zelensky's famous saying at the beginning of the war that you also quoted really had a material impact on the internal services, on SBU, which admittedly at the beginning was both severely infiltrated by Russian agents and was in many areas, I used to work on their reform, very, very corrupt. And what I'm trying to say is that, first of all, indeed, Zelensky's stance showed an example to the core of the one of the cores of the state, but also that actually the situation with corruption improved in the internal services during the war. The challenges of the war had a self-cleaning impact on some of the institutions. Other than that, I would agree with the call on transparency. I mean, one wish is we are also not perfect in the West, and what you've said about Lugano is not surprising to me, because we are having our slow-moving bureaucracies, and indeed here the good combination would be to be very generous for the future, because now we have to help on the go, but for the future we should be very generous, but also to have very strict expectations in terms of the reforms, and particularly transparency of the funds that will be spent, because indeed these will have to be, and hopefully will be, huge funds, reconstruction funds. So this is what I'm trying to say from the beginning of this conversation. So money, physical reconstruction, but embedded, when it comes to post-war situation, embedded into a strong expectation and realization of institutional reforms towards free markets and rule of law institutions, and again transparency to be critical in all this.
Now I will turn to the audience whether we have any questions. Experts? Yes.
Hello, good afternoon. Alex Stemp, Budapest Times. Thank you for a most illuminating conversation this afternoon. All this, what you're saying, is great and it's fine and it's most respectful in terms of facts, figures, what to do now. But ultimately, what would be the assurance that something like this would never happen again? What would be the end game so that Russia won't attack and then we can rebuild houses, hospitals, return refugees back to their country? How, with assurance that, because if you put money into infrastructure now and they rebomb again, there's not much point. So, what would be the end game to assure that it's safe to move? I hope that's an okay question.
That Russia runs out of missiles and gets out of the country and we return to 1991 borders? I have wishful... I could wish for even more, but I'm not sure I'm allowed to put it on the stage. But
I've heard from some people that the way that it would... So that the possible way would be like as if sort of Russia breaks up, like if Siberia broke up from Russia, then he really would have something to complain about. And that would make the Ukraine matter look rather kind of pointless and trivial. Of course, if he loses Siberia, that would probably be a bigger issue for him, because then his legacy really would go down. The breakup of Russia into 20 smaller pieces would probably be another solution. Then, I don't know, just a thought, but it has to resolve somehow.
It should. I mean, Russia as a terrorist state should,
yes.
Literally, it's not one person country, it's a system. And even if there is one, if overall this is the problem of a system. So it's not one person deciding, but it's also the system that's surrounding, who implements the decisions and implements the rules, who launches the missiles and shellings and whatever is happening. But it's also, I'm sorry, public support, which is silent. Silence is a support. Yeah. And this is it will take ages, and then, until it doesn't collapse.
But I know that, but I think not everyone in Russia is happy. I hear that people in the far east of Russia are very unhappy because all the money and all that goes to Moscow. They don't get anything, and they live in the most furthest parts of the world, and they receive very little. And 2 years ago, when Belarus had their revolution, people from the far east of Russia, they were supporting Minsk. Do you remember that? So that was a very telling chapter of life in Russia today.
Look, Russia occupied at the highest point of occupation 20% of the country. Now a few percentage points in terms of territory have been retaken, but 80+% is not occupied. There is risk, of course, bombing, but that risk is different in different parts of the country, and people assess it.
Yeah.
So they do invest, they do work, they, Kiev is living its life, and Lviv is living it, and many other cities. People assess risks on the go. As far as Russia's war tactics are concerned, I'm coming from a country where there has been a ceasefire for 30 years today. 30 years. And we, of course, live there. Also in the Russian-occupied small territory of Transnistria, there are investments. And so people adjust to the situation, whatever way the war goes, and people will invest, and the government will invest. And, you know, some investments may be more risky than others, but people live and want to live and want to reconstruct.
And yeah.
Just to add on this, over the weekend I was in Chernihiv region. This is the very north which was occupied. And we were driving across the villages, literally just taking the roads to see the real life, I mean the normal life that people are having, because now I'm based in Kyiv mostly, but that was like we took 2 days just to see, and people are living there. They were under occupation. They were having heavy human rights violations there and like atrocities happening. Now we have September, and we see how people are preparing wood for winter, because some will use some like a hard, like how it's called. Котли твердопаливні. Okay, so it's sort of the ovens, because I mean this is the village, but you see that people are doing their fields, potatoes, all the stuff. People are living, and it's Chernihiv. They have Russia right there, and they were under occupation. And now, giving the question, shall we wait until Russia collapses and then support them? No, we need to support these people now, because winter is coming. Lots of houses are destroyed. I mean, if you like. You don't have a roof, and this is the elderly lady who has just a pension of 100 euros maximum, and for what cost will she get a new roof? And which means like we need to invest, and we need to support it already now, because I mean some of the people will not be able to go through winter in the end of the day. And it's not a worry of a gas price, it's a worry of literally whether you will have a dry house or not.
Yeah.
I suggest to pick up the last question, and yes, we have one in the second row.
This lady also wanted to ask something. Can we have two?
Yes, yes.
You can sacrifice coffee break.
Thank you. Ralph Leonhard, I write for the daily paper Die Tageszeitung in Berlin. My question is similar to the one of the colleague. Most experts forecast not a total military defeat nor a formal peace agreement, but a frozen conflict. And how is reconstruction going to work in a frozen conflict? And maybe, I don't know, does the Moldovan government or Maya Sandu have a strategic plan for recovering Transnistria?
Should I?
You can start with Moldova, and then we can take over.
Well, I mean, on the first question, I think we can only repeat ourselves. There is life in every possible scenario, and we will adjust. As far as Moldova is concerned, of course, we live in a situation where in our neighboring friendly country there is a war. The Sandu government shows a great sympathy to Ukraine and allies with the European friends and the United States in condemnation of the Russian atrocities and war. We do have a complex reliance on. Which would be far, I mean, a full 1 hour would be needed to explain the whole energy nexus there. So we do still trade with Russia. I mean, Moldova. But we are very firmly on the side of Ukraine. We treat the security situation in the country, including in Transnistria, very cautiously. We take note of the Transnistrian separatist leaders' desire to avoid conflict that Krasnoselski expressed several times. There is cooperation in many economic areas in the way. And the Deputy Prime Minister for whom I work just last week suggested dialogues for a peace settlement that the Transnistrian chief negotiator in 2 days declined. Under what influences he wrote his message, I will not comment publicly on, but he declined this offer. But at the same time, there is an ongoing practical level cooperation, and I think it's very important that we avoid the escalation of the war into Moldova's territory, including the Transnistrian one, and to show responsibility here.
I think that to freeze this conflict now is only in the interest of Russia, and everybody understands this. So Ukrainians will never accept any kind of ceasefire or agreement which will keep the status quo without pushing back Russian forces out of the country. So it's obvious. Of course, it depends on the help of the Western countries, but we can see now the switching moods of leaders of Western countries. So a couple of months ago, there was Mr. Scholz or Mr. Macron who were saying that Russia had to lose the war, but they didn't say that Ukraine was to win this war. But now they officially declare that Ukraine must regain their territories, and they are offering the support for this war. Of course, the problem is with Russia, and what will be with Russia, the earlier question, after the Ukrainian victory. So because there are many scenarios, and of course eventual collapse of Russia after it is a threat for the whole world. Of course, this is a real risk, but nobody was prepared for this war, and even more, nobody was prepared for victory of Ukraine. But now it's not impossible, as 6 months ago, nobody believed in this scenario.
I would just say that if we freeze all of this, it's like we would keep a mine next to the entrance of our house, like demining the porch. And you will never know at which point this will explode. Like whether you will step today on this and the explosion will happen, or it will remain for ages. This is what happened in 2014-15. So we sort of thought Minsk agreement, we've agreed on the front line, and now we have 8 years after, we have bomb. It's even bigger, and the ambition of Russia is even bigger. And if we freeze now and agree, okay, this is the way it is. We don't know what will happen in a year, 2, 8, 10 years, but Russia won't say like, hey, we want to get Western Ukraine as well, or we want to have Kyiv, finally we want to get it. No. This is something what I would say, like, this is like having a bomb next to my leg, and I don't know at which point it will explode or not. And Moldova. We will share the bomb.
I am really sorry, we have to finish this discussion according to the program, and we will talk about the memory policy maybe the next occasion, and we really hope that this war will be end until it. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank all the panelists. Thank you very much. This was Edwin Bendik, Kálmán Mizsei, Sofia Olinik, and the discussion was moderated by historian Péter Csunderlik, assistant professor. Thank you very much for that. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have our last session, which is titled Hungary Global Illiberal Trendsetter, difficult word. So, Global Illiberal Trendsetter and Black Sheep of the EU, question mark. And this is going to take place in a couple of minutes, so we will have like 5-7 minutes before the next panel starts. We will just have to, rearrange the scene. So we expect you to be here for the last discussion. Thank you very much. Thanks for bearing with us. We had to wait until the other session also ended in Hall 103. I have some echo here. Now I think that we have everyone from upstairs as well here in the room. So we're going to continue with our last session. Again, this is titled Hungary, Global Illiberal Trendsetter, again this word, illiberal trendsetter and black sheep of the EU, question mark. We are going to have an introduction by David Korányi, Chief Advisor on City Diplomacy at the City Hall of Budapest, also the Executive Director of Action for Democracy. Mr. Korányi is going to be with us online. Then let me just briefly introduce the participants. They don't even need any introduction. Professor Charles Gatti, Senior Research Professor, Johns Hopkins University School of Advanced International Studies, Washington, D.C. Professor Francis Fukuyama, Senior Fellow, Stanford University, and Freeman Spogli Institute for International Studies. He is going to be with us online. Cathy Martin, Action for Democracy Advisory Council, the chair of the council, again online. Professor Laszlo Brust, co-director of the Central European University's Democracy Institute, and Monsieur Mathieu Lefebvre, Mr. Mathieu Lefebvre, CEO and co-founder of More in Common, is going to be with us online. And Timothy Garton Ash, Professor, Oxford University, going to be with us online. And the whole discussion is going to be moderated by Jean-Yves Camus, Special Counsel at the Paris City Hall, the International Relations Department. Gentlemen, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So we have roughly 55 minutes for this panel. I'm very sorry, but we absolutely need to stick to wrapping it up at 5:30 because many of us have to move to another location afterwards. So this means that you will have, let's say, 7 to 8 minutes to answer the questions. And first of all, we will have some introductory remarks by my colleague David Korányi.
Thank you, Jean-Yves, and thank you, Alex, for the kind introduction. First off, let me warmly greet the members of the distinguished panel and all participants of the Second Budapest Forum for Building Sustainable Democracies. And it is my deepest regret that I can't be with you in person due to family and health reasons. But it's my great pleasure to at least virtually welcome everyone at this closing panel of the forum's first day. And it's a panel that comes with a deliberately provocative title, and thank you, Charles, for that. You were the inspiration. Well, I would say this is undoubtedly and regrettably a very timely composition. And in these very days, we are witnessing a fundamental shift in the relationship between the European Union and the Hungarian government, with potentially devastating consequences for the country's future. I am, of course, talking about the proposed withholding of EU funds over legitimate concerns on corruption and the rule of law. And that would be, in and of itself, a serious blow to the Hungarian economy and society, given the severity of the crises Hungary is confronted with. We can only hope that the EU funds will eventually reach their intended final beneficiaries, the Hungarian people who badly need it. But what is more, it is quite clear that in a time of war, patience is wearing thin within the EU with Orbán's hitherto successful peacock dance that can no longer plug in the widening gap in democratic values, even if he still pulls the occasional rabbit out of his hat. And Orbán himself, despite popular support for the EU,
we have some kind of a problem with the online discussion. Should we wait 2 or 3 minutes?
said, and thank you, Kat, Charles, Tim, Frank, Mathieu, Lazzi for accepting the invite. And I really want to thank my friend and colleague Jean-Yves Camus for taking on the unenviable role of the moderator in such a star-studded panel. And he is, I'm sure you know, is perfectly positioned to lead this discussion, for in addition to his day job at the municipality in Paris, he's also a very renowned scholar who published extensively on the topic of the extreme right and the liberal democracy. So I thank you again for joining the Budapest Forum, and for those of you who are lucky enough to be present in beautiful Budapest, I wish you a very pleasant evening reception. Jean-Yves, over to you.
Thank you, David. My first question will be for Professor Getty. Can you please tell us what is the current day situation between the EU and Hungary? What are the roots of this situation? What are the consequences both for Hungary and for the EU? And where do you think this will lead us to? No, you have to move here.
No. This is better. Thank you very much. Thank you for the question. Before I attempt to answer it as well as I could, I should say that there are other members of this panel. I'm looking at Tim Gordon-Ash, for example, a great expert on the EU and on many other things, who is better qualified than I am to answer that. But before I try my amateurish way to answer that question, let me just say that before this panel, during a brief break, I read a summary of President Putin's speech, and I'm stunned. He's threatening a nuclear war with the West over the Ukrainian crisis. And I hope I'm not I'm just responding to the excerpts that I read, not the whole speech. I have not absorbed the whole thing. But I have to tell you that I'm very upset because it seems to me that we are facing a very serious war-like situation which we have never faced in the nuclear age. So under these circumstances, some of the issues posed for this panel seem pitifully insignificant. I realize that for Hungary, the EU is very important. I realize that for the EU, for the first time in many years, that the Hungarian violations of the values of the European Union is also important. But just perhaps because I'm a teacher of international politics, allow me to say, look out at the really big issues of the day. And the big issue of the day is what's happening in Ukraine, but more importantly, how Russia is responding, how it issues threats, and how, at the same time, the Hungarian government, for example, blames Ukraine, incredibly, and even the United States for this war. It boggles the mind. It boggles the mind, but we have to think of the big issues of the day as well. Now, to turn to the topic at hand, perhaps I should just introduce myself. I was born and raised in this city, in this beautiful city, as Mr. Korányi said. It remains beautiful. It is not typical of Hungary, but it is a wonderful place to live, and especially if you did not care about politics, it would be, I think, the best place in the world. I'm not saying that I'm returning after 60 years of being abroad. That's a little too late. I have had 2 American-born wives, not at the same time, please keep that in mind, 5 American-born children and 11 American-born grandchildren, so I cannot come back here. to simply enjoy the beauty of this city, but my heart is here very, very often. That's about my biography. Now, for the first time in 15 or 20 years, there is the possibility that the European Union is taking the issue of corruption, the rule of law, and a few other issues, including united action in Ukraine, seriously. How seriously, we do not know. The negotiations taking place now. But what I can do best, while I will make a few forecasts, what I can do best is give you a little bit of historical background about Mr. Orbán and his approach to the European Union. I used to know him very, very well in the 1990s when he was, among other positions, he was the vice president of the Liberal International. Some of you, of course, Hungarians know this, especially old folks like me, but it's important to keep in mind that he used to be the strongest advocate of European unity and served, as I said, in the Liberal International, as well as many other places as well. That's why we had so strong hopes that Hungary will be able to rejoin institutionally as well through NATO and then the European Union, the European civilized community. The change happened at the early in 2000. I can tell you the episode from an American perspective, which was that in 2001, he was in America, but he did not get an invitation from the White House, which offended him deeply. But aside from that, more importantly, the White House sent so-called diplomats would know, and so-called non-paper to the Hungarian government, to Mr. Orbán and Mr. Martonyi, who was the foreign minister at the time, and they did not get an answer. So at that point, I was consulted on that issue, and I was asked to call Mr. Orbán, my good friend, still at that time, and there was no response. Then I understood that a big change took place. Why this big change is an important question to which I don't have an answer. There is a lot of speculation about Russian influence, about dossiers being transferred to Moscow. That's something they know about. I don't think that's a critical issue here. The critical issue is authority, which matters to him. He didn't like to take any advice or from his own father. I went with him to Feldshut in the 90s. I think I understand that his issue has to do with power on the one hand and authority on the other. And I think the West has a tendency to lecture countries, including Orbán's Hungary, and he rebelled against it. And Mr. Putin and even now the Chinese understand this better, and they handle him better as a result. So he turned right, first moderate right, and then far right. In terms of Hungarian history, he is in line with tendencies that were apparent in the interwar period, the Horthy regime, and then the Kádár regime too. But that would be an academic subject that perhaps we should do another time. But some years later, he turned against the European Union, of which he wanted so badly to be a member, and some of you will remember what he said at the time. There is life beyond the European Union. Why a relatively small country, how very important it may be to me, would do this is beyond my understanding, but he wanted to be sovereign. He didn't want anybody to tell him what to do, and it resonated with the Hungarian public. That's important to keep in mind, especially in the West. You know, we talk about Orban and Orban. You know, yes, that's a major issue, but the public is behind him. In any case, against this background, if I may just mention one other thing. Finally, the EPP, the conservative bloc, the EU, pushed him out, but even that has not been enough. And so now there is a movement in Brussels to take corruption seriously, to take the rule of law issues seriously, and a few other issues as well, which I will not go into that. Certainly one should be the ambivalent attitude of this government towards the crisis in Ukraine, which I think is a watershed event in current history, but maybe in all of history. Now, it appears that the Hungarian government is prepared to take a step back, to make some compromises, to appoint a committee of independence and of his own people to handle this. I'm somewhat skeptical about this, but I still think it is possible. On the economic front, I'll take another 2 or 3 minutes if that's okay.
2 minutes, yeah.
Thank you. It is possible that Hungary will lose a part of all the subsidies and grants that the EU has provided. And one estimate that I more or less take seriously is that approximately 30% less money will come here from the EU in the years ahead than at the present time. That's a substantial amount. If you take into account that about 3% of the Hungarian GDP comes from the EU, so if that's reduced to 2%, add to that the inflation and the energy crisis, you will have a catastrophic economic condition emerging in this country. But economics is not the only thing. There is the question of what will follow that, whether Hungary's Schengen rights will continue. A number of other questions. I'll skip that, but I'll mention one other last point that has not been mentioned in the debates in this country either. And that has to do with the Orban government's very curious response to an underlying extremely important national issue, and that has to do with how to overcome in a peaceful way the trauma of Trianon that is an important part of the Hungarian psyche. What I have in mind here is after World War I, Hungary lost 2/3 of its territory. This was an excessive punishment, and I say this not as I'm not a Hungarian citizen anymore. I'm an American citizen, speaking only for myself. And only the European Union can provide some limited remedies to this old trauma, and it escapes my imagination of why neither why this government dismisses the issue, doesn't take it up, and why the opposition doesn't exploit this possibility. What I have to conclude, I will just say that the EU is badly needed for Hungary, much more than Hungary is needed for the EU. And reason is primarily economics. the subsidies, the grants, etc. But also, if a Hungarian government wants to take seriously the loss occurred after World War I, that approximately 5 million ethnic Hungarians live abroad, and how to bring them closer together to the Hungarian nation, I think they need the European Union very badly.
Thank you very much. Professor Fukuyama, you recently wrote a book about liberalism and its discounters, who are many and coming from very different opinions on the political spectrum. According to you, what is the influence of this Hungarian government and its prime minister on the conservative right in the United States and in Europe? I'm particularly interested in what is the echo of Viktor Orban and his policies in the United States, because as you probably know, he was a speaker at the 2022 CPAC in Texas, and here in Budapest, for the first time, a European CPAC took place this year, so this seems to be an important issue.
Yes, so thank you very much. I'm sorry I can't be with you in person, but it's a great honor to be part of this panel. So it's true that for a small country, Hungary and Viktor Orban have had an enormous global impact, and particularly on American conservatives. You know, Steve Bannon, who was Trump's first strategist, called Orban Trump before Trump. Tucker Carlson, the most watched TV host on Fox News, broadcast an episode from Budapest. Rod Dreher, another conservative intellectual, moved to Hungary for a few months to talk about how great the regime that Orban was creating was. Donald Trump, of course, refers to him as a close friend. And then, as you said, the CPAC meeting in Dallas this past September featured Orban as a speaker, where he got a standing ovation. I think the reason that he's popular in the American right is twofold. First, he's been able to articulate outright what a lot of people on the extreme right were thinking, but were not really free to say openly, and he has mainstreamed these ideas. And he's also provided a living example of what they would like to see in the United States. Now, we don't think of Orban as an intellectual or a theorist, but he actually has been a major promoter of certain abstract ideas that American conservatives haven't been able to fully articulate, and I think there are 5 of them. The first is just the idea of illiberal democracy. His famous speech in Băi Tușnad in Romania in 2014 was the first articulation of this idea that you could be a democracy, hold elections, and use that democratic mandate to dismantle the liberal part of liberal democracy. At that speech, he celebrated Singapore, India, China, Russia, and Turkey. Only India would really qualify at that time as a full liberal democracy. And he was saying that there were alternative, more authoritarian models of governance that he was imitating and that we should look up to. Second idea that he promoted is the idea of Western civilization as one based on Christianity, or at best a Judeo-Christian heritage. This had been an issue, in the negotiations over the European Constitution, where some conservatives wanted to refer to Europe's Christian heritage, but Orban fully articulated this as the basis of what the West was. My understanding, actually, is what the West represents is the liberalism that emerged after the European wars of religion, that explicitly said that religion would not be the basis of the liberal Enlightenment, but would be a more universalist doctrine. But Orban is taking us back to a time before that liberal Enlightenment project occurred. The third idea has to do with Hungarian national identity being based on Hungarian ethnicity, which again he has stated quite openly. This crosses a line by using race as a source of identity, something that he has doubled down on in his recent speech where he attacked race mixing as something that Hungarians wouldn't do. Now, I don't have to explain why this is problematic, but let me just give you one example in terms of Hungarian history. There's this famous meeting of four great physicists with Franklin Roosevelt in the course of the Manhattan Project: Edward Teller, Leo Szilard, John von Neumann, and Eugene Wigner. And all of them had, it turned out, gone to the same gymnasium in Budapest, and all of them were Jews. And by Orbán's definition, they're not Hungarians. And it does seem to me that a lot of the greatness of Hungary was really due to the fact that it was part of a liberal Austro-Hungarian empire that actually did a lot of race mixing and benefited from that diversity. It also creates a potential foreign policy problem because of the number of ethnic Hungarians living outside of Hungary, something that Charles just alluded to. I don't think it's an accident that Orbán has given his most controversial speeches in Transylvania. So the third issue is redefining the role of the state. An older generation of American conservatives were economic liberals, meaning that they wanted to cut the state back. They didn't want state-owned companies. They didn't want state regulation. This was really the basis of Reaganism. And I think Orbán and Hungary were the first really to push for an activist state to defend what he considered to be Hungarian national interests in terms of the banking sector and really a defense of a kind of economic nationalism. And this has actually been a transformation that's been happening in the United States, where that older generation of Reagan libertarian conservatives is now morphing into a national conservative movement that's very happy to use state power to dictate what's taught in schools, to control so-called woke corporations and cut back their freedom of action and so forth. And this is a really major change in the nature of American conservatism that was pioneered by Orbán and Hungary. Then the final issue really has to do with sympathy for Putin and Putin's Russia. I think that the thing that binds populist nationalists around the world together, Matteo Salvini, Eric Zemmour, Marine Le Pen, Donald Trump, is their admiration for Putin. And I think this really is it's a sign of a longing for the kind of illiberal authoritarian government that Putin represents, where he's not constrained by courts, by the media, by other checks and balances. And, this is what makes, in a way, what joins all of these together. So just to conclude, American conservatives like Hungary and Orbán, because he has said out loud many of the things that they have been thinking, and he's articulated it in a very clear way, particularly the open advocacy of Christianity as the basis of their political order. And he is giving them an actual country which they can imagine embodies all of the virtues that they seek. And I think that's had a very telling effect on the evolution of conservatism, extreme conservatism in the US.
Thank you so much, Professor Fukuyama. I now like to ask Cathy Martin, who is also online with us, what's your point of view, which is the point of view of Action for Democracy, which is an NGO, on the current situation of human rights and what's wrong, if there is anything wrong in this country with regard to the rules set by the EU in the domain of human rights.
EU for organizing such an important conversation at this particular time. My friend and colleague, Professor Gatti, started us off on such an apocalyptic mood that I'm still trying to recover from the forecast of imminent doom. But let me just say, I'm one of those rare Hungarians, and Budapest is also my hometown, that is an optimist. And I see a silver lining in the great discomfort in which Viktor Orban finds himself at the moment. I too know Orban, or knew him when he was quite a different personality, but I can assure you that he is a non-ideological politician. Putin is very similar in that Putin is also an opportunist. I spent more hours than I like to recall in the presence of Slobodan Milosevic, another opportunist. That is to say that all of these characters are about one thing, and that's power and maintaining themselves in power. And there is opportunity in that. And that is that this war is not going well. The hot war next door to Hungary. And by the way, I am devastated that I'm not with you there in my hometown, but had a booking conflict. But at any rate, this war is a hot war, and Orban is a culture warrior. He likes to talk about the problem with immigrants, with refugees, with the LGBTQ community. And none of those issues are relevant at the moment. And therefore, in his opportunism, there is opportunity for the EU to finally rein him in. Yes, it's true that Hungary is a small landlocked country, but Hungary now, as has been said by Frank and by Charles, Hungary punches above its weight politically because Orban has become the poster child of the American extreme right wing. But he is not the poster child elsewhere in Europe. He is, I don't see his brand of populism spreading. In haste, would like to say that I don't see the trauma of Trianon as being a burning issue. What I do see as a burning issue, and here again the EU can play a role in asserting a rights for an independent media in Hungary, because it all starts with a media which is now 90% Orban media, and therefore you have a stupid population. I'm sorry to say that, but you have an ignorant population that is susceptible to the mythologizing of Orban. You have this parallel situation, obviously, in Russia. So the EU has the opportunity now, because Orban is in great difficulties, and the world changed on February 24th when Putin sent his forces into Ukraine. And even since Orban's re-election, the world has changed. And he predicted that the West was on its last legs. Well, Europe has never been more unified than it is at the moment. This was not Orban's scenario. Orban absolutely needs the European Union. Orban's best friend cannot be the man who considers the fall of the Soviet Empire as the greatest catastrophe of the 20th century, when Viktor Orban and anybody over 40 in Hungary owes their second chance at life and at freedom to the demise of the Soviet Empire. So it makes no sense, but the European Union has to finally rein him in on the media, on the judiciary, and obviously on corruption. But what I started to say was that the bigger issue, bigger historically, much more immediate than Trianon, is that Hungary has not yet dealt with its own dark history. My grandparents, good Hungarians, we've been there for 100 years and more, were helped onto the Auschwitz-bound trains by their fellow Hungarians. Hungary has not confronted that history. As a result, it's susceptible to the likes of populists such as Viktor Orban. So that has to be part of the EU's message to Hungary. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Professor Bruce, just before we started this panel, we were discussing two topics. The first one is Viktor Orban really, we say, the one who was setting the pace for the populist far right in Europe? Is he really a trendsetter? This is the first point. And the second point is, who stands behind him and gives him the knowledge of the European situation? Who are the theorists behind his political actions? Can you name a few intellectuals who have been of some influence over your prime minister and who have shaped this policy of influence on the European far right?
Thank you. I will be brief because I would like to leave also time, hopefully, for some Q&A part, if possible. Now, on your question, I agree with Kati Marton that Orban is not a trendsetter, not at least in the European setting, that a European far right or the extreme right admires him because he could get in power and stay in power for 12 years. He has resources, he has infrastructural power to help them, and therefore his popularity in these circles is high. But if you look at the major issues that are important for far right, are issues in which he is either following other steps or others ideologue steps, or he is unable to create alliances. Give you a few examples. The sovereignism that is very important, for example, in southern and Western Europe for several of the right to the EPP parties. In sovereignism, he was talking in 2012 first about Hungary not becoming or doesn't want to become the colony of the European Union. But he was not the first to use this language. Syriza, 2 years before him, used this language. If you look at migration, the first anti-migration slogans were directed against white Christian Europeans in France or in UK when they were talking about the against free movement of labor. If you look at the issue of economic nationalism, again, he was not inventing something new. In economic nationalism, actually his policies clash with, and not just economic nationalism, issues of anti-federalism, or what he calls against the empire. What he talks is ideas clash with the southern member state, right-wing, extreme right, with Salvini or others. The South would like to have less regulation in the monetary and the regulatory field. This is for an FDI-based economy like Hungary or Poland. This is an anathema. They would like to have less intervention in the spending of the EU money. So there are lots of such differences that prevent him being a trendsetter. On your second question, very briefly, he was very much influenced in the early stage of his post-2010 prime ministership by two people. One was Gyula Tellier, the other was László Bogár. Both of them extreme right ideologues, having a mythical anti-globalist ideas about global deep power, deep state, and transnational conspiracy, about use of the extension of global market to siphon away resources and opportunities from Hungary or from these countries, economic nationalism, and he took a lot from them. Actually, Tellier made even a link between economic nationalism or sovereignism and the problems with multi-party democracy. That is saying that the most important thing to keep the sovereignty, economic sovereignty of the country, to have more room for national level decision, is to have stable, balanced budget and good evaluation by the bond markets. But that is undermined by competition, political competition, or it's weakened by competition that forces competing parties to overreach, to focus on redistribution. So therefore this managed competition or managed democracy might be a way actually to increase sovereignty, things like that. But it's very important influences on him.
Thank you very much. Mathieu Lefebvre, I know you have to leave shortly, so you are the CEO of More in Common, an NGO which has published extensively on the reasons why people vote for authoritarian parties. Can you please explain some of the findings of those studies?
Yes. Hi, everyone. And it's really great to be here. It's a real honor to be on this panel. And I, too, am sorry that I can't be with you in beautiful Budapest, because there might be a lot of things wrong with Hungary, but the beauty of Budapest is certainly not one of them. So I would have loved to be there. I will be very brief because I know we're short on time. So as you were saying, Jean-Yves, the group that I work for, we do extensive polling, and we try to understand the psychology of audiences. So I'm going to try to draw on some of our research to make 2 points. The first point is that I think what is often missing in these discussions is an element to understand the demand side of the equation. Technocratic solutions from the EU, from the European Parliament are very top-down and very technocratic. And actually, if you do extensive polling like we do on thousands of people, you see that really nobody thinks in those terms. People think in much more emotional perception terms. And specifically, I think that policy solutions, whether they come from the European Union, whether they come from international actors, or whether they come from the Hungarian opposition, are going to miss a beat unless they understand the psychology of audiences which make up the bulk of the voting share for parties like Fidesz, or like Law and Justice, or like the National Rally in France. And so I think without an understanding of that psychology of who votes and who supports Orban and his enduring appeal, I think your technocratic solutions risk sort of being not effective, but they can also be very counterintuitive and counterproductive. They can actually create a backlash and not serve their intended result. So I'll just share a few of the sort of attributes of the psychology of these low trust groups that we've mapped out quite extensively. So typically they make up about a third of national populations across Europe. So roughly 1 in 3 people, I'm not talking about registered voters, I'm talking about people, fall into this group that I'm about to describe. And what these groups share is that they have very low interpersonal trust. They are very much looking for what social psychologists call an in-group. I'll come back to the notion of the out-group, but they're looking for a sense of community. They're looking for a sense of belonging. They typically have fewer personal interactions per week or per month than the average. So they're quite lonely and isolated. Another thing that distinguishes this audience is that they feel that they have lost their voice. Nobody is speaking for them. Nobody is in their corner to fight for them. They feel unheard. And that's true of the Yellow Vest, it's true of the Law and Justice Party supporters, it's true of a broad variety of groups, but I would be curious from our Hungarian friends if that really applies. Certainly in our research, that definitely applies to that core Fidesz voter. The other thing, and this really ties into what many of you on the panel have been referring to, is that this group doesn't necessarily have a very precise understanding of their own history, but they have a sense of nostalgia. They long for some sort of golden past. And so activating any kind of mythological identity, which many other panelists have referred to, and Professor Fukuyama was talking about the use of Christianity as that vector for that identity, is very powerful to activate that group. And finally, this group struggles to understand the world around them unless there is somebody to blame. And I think this is where all of the leaders, but particularly Viktor Orban, have been brilliant in identifying who to blame in that sort of us versus them frame. Migrants. He was blaming migrants before it was fashionable to among the far right. LGBTQ community, the EU, et cetera, et cetera. So the point I want to make is that I would encourage all of you in your efforts, whether in government, in politics, in academia, to bring in that audience lens, because unless you understand these groups, everything else is sort of doesn't really resonate and is often missing from the equation. The second point I want to make very briefly is that I think there are two opportunities in the short term, and others on the panel, Kati and others have referred to this. And they're linked, obviously. The first one is the cost of living crisis. Cost of living is the only game in town in Europe, and it will be the only game in town for the next year, at least. That is all people care about. It has shot up to #1 in people's priorities in every country in the EU. Nobody expects this to be a short-lived crisis. So, for example, the way that the Law and Justice Party is dealing with the cost of living crisis is leading to a collapse in support for them. They're at 32% polling of support. So the way Viktor Orban deals with the cost of living crisis is going to be critically important. And here I think it's an opportunity to put pressure there from the EU through the funds for the opposition. I think the opposition has to message very carefully on cost of living crisis. People want short-term support. They want to understand who's to blame. They want to understand the solutions. And this brings me to the second opportunity, which is that I think, but I am supremely less qualified than others on the panel, but I think Viktor Orban has made a mistake on Russia. Low trust audiences across Europe blame Russia for the invasion of Ukraine. That has led, Jean-Yves, you know this much better than I do, but Eric Zemmour's position on Russia led to the collapse, or contributed to the collapse of his campaign. Marine Le Pen has had to walk back comments. Giorgia Meloni, who could be the next prime minister of Italy, has walked back comments. And so, of course, the Law and Justice Party, that's their big difference in my understanding with Hungary. And I think that, low trust groups all over Europe blame Russia for what's going on. They are not siding with Russia. And so there's a real opportunity here to peel back support because of Orban's position on Russia. So with that, I'll end, but really to thank you very much, and also to thank the mayor for organizing this, because Hungary may be a small country, but it's enormously symbolically important to this fight that we're all in. So I'm very grateful to have been here with you.
Thank you very much. It's up to the organizers to tell me if we will have time for a short Q&A session. Anyway, the last word is to Professor Timothy Garton-Hash. My question is, at the end of the day, do you think that the EU is taking a new approach to the Hungarian situation? Has something changed in Brussels with regard of how to cope with what's going on here?
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be with you virtually at this really important gathering, and I'm looking forward to being with you physically in Budapest next month, presenting the Hungarian edition of my book on free speech. which has something to do with the defense of democracy. Let me first just reflect very briefly on the tragic fact that the EU, which defines itself as a community of democracies, a democratic community of democracies, has actually facilitated the erosion of democracy in Hungary over the last 12 years more than it has hindered it. In some respects it's hindered it, but it's facilitated it more. Why? Partly unavoidable, unintended consequences of the very nature of the EU. If you have a single market, German car industry will see an opportunity to invest in Hungary. If you have freedom of movement, many energetic, liberal, pro-European Hungarians will go and live elsewhere in the European Union. Those are in some sense unavoidable consequences. But I think there are two main reasons. One is the biggest asset for Viktor Orban from the EU has been the money, the billions of euros. It's not just, as Charles Gatti said, 1% of GDP, or 3% of GDP in total. It's that the money goes directly to central government. Far too little of it goes to the city of Budapest. And since central government in Hungary means Fidesz, it in effect becomes a vast patronage fund for Fidesz. Why has the EU been so effective in preventing that? For two reasons. One, because the EU is still bears the marks of its origins as a European economic community. And what it has, the values expressed in Article 2 of the Treaty of the European Union have been, so to speak, retrofitted into the economic community. But the linkage until now has not effectively been made between the Europe money and the Europe of values. And secondly, because of a political dysfunction of this union, which has, I think, very quickly three aspects. Number one, we thought about democratic conditionality for accession countries. There was a whole lot of conditionality for accession countries. We didn't think at all about conditionality for member states. Secondly, what Dan Kellerman calls partial politicization. The creation of European political parties like the EPP was intended to democratize the EU at the EU level. The way in which the EPP hung on to the Fidesz votes actually facilitated the erosion of democracy inside Hungary. So something that was intended to improve the democratic quality of the EU actually facilitated the erosion of democracy in a member state, namely Hungary. And thirdly, and almost most important, because key decisions are still made intergovernmentally in the European Council. The European Council is a club of heads of government. And in clubs, members don't like criticizing each other. It's hail fellow well met. Classic example, Jean-Claude Juncker, after a few glasses of wine, greeting Viktor Orban saying, "Hello, dictator," ha ha ha. But it's also a club where members depend on each other to get the things they want. I need Orban's vote to get my structural funding for the south of France or the south of Italy or whatever else. And it's a club where sometimes you need, quite formally, unanimity. That has given enormous positional power to Viktor Orban, which he's used extremely well. Result, for years, the EU has looked at this increasingly black sheep and tried to pretend that it's a white sheep, or at least a brown sheep, which may be the most appropriate color for the current government. Now, is this changing? Yes, but be careful. It's changing because of the cumulative effect of the work that I'd like to say many of us have done, that you in Hungary have done, the European Parliament has done, many outstanding scholars and journalists have done, and Central and East European member states have done, to draw attention to this scandal, that you have a member of the European Union which is not a democracy anymore. But crucially, it's Ukraine. The war in Ukraine has done two things. First of all, it has focused the whole attention of Europe on Central and Eastern Europe, defined as a struggle of democracy against dictatorship. So the problem of having a member state of the EU which isn't a democracy acquires great prominence. Secondly, as several speakers already mentioned, Orban's own position on the war in Ukraine, his really outrageous disloyalty towards the West, his having his cake and eat it, his meetings with Putin, have alienated almost everybody else in the EU, but particularly they've destroyed the unity of the Visegrad Four. So if I slightly add a footnote to what Francis Fukuyama said, not all populists have sympathy with Putin. Polish populists don't, and Czech populists don't. And so it's actually broken that unity, which is a great strength of Orban's. So to that extent, I think we can be hopeful. The Commission has quite a rigorous position, although narrowly defined on rule of law and corruption. So unfortunately, it doesn't actually go to the larger issues of media pluralism, Kati, or of democracy as such. But be careful, because the factors I have described, the structural factors I have described, are still quite powerfully present in the basic functioning of the EU, both economically and politically. So let's not have the illusion that the EU is going to be, so to speak, the knight in shining armor on a white horse riding to spear the black sheep. The EU is not going to save democracy in Hungary. That's going to be up now as ever to the Hungarians. But I hope the EU may help a little bit more.
Thank you so much for this great panel. We now have 10 minutes for a Q&A session. I think there's a microphone ready to go to all of you who want to ask a question to our panelists. So please. Yes, please, short questions and questions only.
Thank you, Peter Molnar. Short question, but before that I have to say that I think, with full respect, that the statement that Orban would think that the 4 Jewish Hungarian scientists are not Hungarians goes too far. I think that he wouldn't say that, he wouldn't think so, just for the sake of fairness. I'm not defending him, not the government. My quick question is to Kati Marton, who said that, but others as well, that she thought that the Orban and his government is not ideologist. And I respectfully disagree. It seems to me that while power is certainly a self-purpose as well, but it also an instrument for Hungarian nationalism. And I think it's related to what Professor Gatti said about Trianon. And so I'm asking for mostly Kati, but also Professor Gatti and others, whether they would agree that what we face is not just an empty, 100% cynical run for power and money, but there is a goal as well. Because if we want to debate that, if we want to push it back, if we want to compete for the hearts and minds against it, we need to get it right, what it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Another question?
Thank you very much for such a spectacular panel. And I will try and make this question very quick, but it's very similar to yours. And I was going to say that, yes, it's about cost of living. That's the game in town. But I was going to go back to Professor Gatti's reflection upon Trianon. And yes, I have to agree with Kati Marton as well. Unfortunately, the Holocaust, the Hungarian Holocaust, and Auschwitz being a Hungarian cemetery should be considered as such, is not as deep as on our psyche as it should be. But I would like to kind of ask you, with due respect, Professor Gatti, to expand on how the EU, how you see the EU's role in solving the Trianon trauma, because I agree with you perfectly. I think Orban's brilliance was in weaponizing Trianon as well, in particular with the Transylvanian minority, and I'm Transylvanian here, because he managed to get that community, understand the emotional triggers of that community perfectly, and get a base of electorate that is standing by him until death do us part at this moment, which is what the opposition unfortunately failed to see and to react to. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I saw a gentleman just behind you raise his hand. Yes, please.
Thank you. My question would be, Professor Fukuyama mentioned that Christianity plays an important role in Orban's policy, especially the illiberal Christian part. And we can see this with many autocratic leaders weaponizing religion and using it to further their goals. And Orban also mentions very importantly that Christian or the illiberal Christian version of Europe is the antidote to the Islamic migration pressure. And of course this is a very dangerous argument, and the question is, would secularism as an idea or humanism be the real solution to creating a society where no ideological influence can destroy the idea of Europe? And if secularism is the answer, how can we create a secular future?
Thank you so much. So I think we really come to the end of this panel unless you have something to add very, very, very briefly. Any one of you? If not, let me thank the organizers for inviting me here. We had a great panel with very prominent intellectuals and people who really know what's happening in this country. So it was an honor to be your moderator, and that's the end of this panel. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Well, thank you very much. I'd like to thank our panelists, Professor Charles Gatti, Professor Francis Fukuyama, Kati Marton, Professor Laszlo Brust, Mathieu Lefebvre, Professor Timothy Garton Ash, and last but not least, Jean-Yves Camus, our moderator. Thank you for that, and I'd also like to thank the organizers, as it was said. And of course, again, last but not least, it is my honor and duty to thank our interpreters for this job. But first and foremost, I'd like to thank the participants, because without such a tremendous, magnificent audience, this effort would have not achieved half as much as we achieved so. So thanks for bearing with us through such a long day. I think we all deserve some rest before we continue tomorrow at 9 a.m., the same place. You're all welcome. Please be here tomorrow morning, and have a nice evening. Thank you very much.